Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Forbidden Telekinesis Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The last thing Katsuki saw before it happened was wide, scared emerald eyes. They were moving away, falling off from the bridge as he tries to grab frantic limbs, but to no avail. The swishing of dark green hair moved with the wind would cover those eyes multiple times as he fell. Katsuki realized by then that he was no hero. It felt like hours passing by just watching Izuku fall until he finally hit the ground, and while the ground was far away, Katsuki swears that he heard the scrunch of bones as if Izuku was just sitting right next to him in class. His hair fell on his eyes, covering it, and Katsuki was afraid that they were just open, watching the sky with no spark of life behind them. He would never imagine shitty Deku to be so lifeless. He always mumbled when it was inappropriate, or declared that he'll become a hero when he grows up, just like All Might. Just never still or quiet. But now, because of Katsuki, Izuku won't ever become a hero. He couldn't hear the screams and yells of everyone around him. A grown-up came running trying to reach Izuku before he touched ground. Another one just gotten to them trying to calm everyone from crying. His hands just dangled from the bridge. That was the day the 5-year-old Bakugo Katsuki could have killed someone, and did something worse. Not a minute passed by and things started to float. The trash cans and the benches wiggled for a moment before they started floating, then one by one, people were joining them as well, getting away from ground. He can hear the panic arising from a kilometer away, then the water starts to hover as droplets. Trees were yanked off the ground, taking its roots with it. The woman from before tries to grab him along with the others. There's a villain attack. He can hear from somewhere, but Katsuki didn't focus on that. He only focused on Izuku's rising form, blood accompanying it. He decided then that he'll at least grab onto him, to give something to his mom, instead of letting Izuku fly away and then make her cry for not even seeing Izuku for the last time. So with his quirk, he explodes the space behind him, pushing himself downwards. The woman behind him freaked out, still trying to snatch him. He didn't care. He finally reached him, grabbed him, and felt how cold his body was. He was tearing up by then, trying to cause more explosions to warm him. But the only thing that soothed him was hearing Izuku's heartbeat. It took an hour before a hero comes who could pull them down with his gravity quirk. They couldn't pull him away from Izuku, and they finally convinced him to sit in the ambulance, only holding his hands as they drove to the hospital. He was forcefully pulled away from Izuku by his crying mother, and the green-haired boy was pulled in a stretcher with a mask on his face, ready for surgery. Izuku's mom was also crying, being consoled by the hero and his dad. By the first hour, the hero thanked him for his courageous action, for protecting his friend, and keeping him warm enough to stay alive. By the second hour, the medical staff in the hospital sedated him for being too anxious and exploding things from his nervousness. By the time he woke up, they were still in surgery. By the time they announced the surgery's success, the police chief came with officers behind him. By the time they finished, the doctors told them that Izuku will live, but might never walk again. By then, Izuku's mom started crying again, and Katsuki blamed himself. Just because Izuku was a useless Deku, doesn't mean he deserves any of this. Heroes were supposed to protect civilians, not hurt them. Katsuki hurt someone, and he knew that he'll never be a great hero, not when he failed in protecting another helpless civilian, and worse, he was the cause. They were fighting about something stupid that he doesn't remember anymore, and he got angry and lets an explosion go off in front of Izuku's face. Deku blinks and steps back from the surprise, falling off the bridge, because the stupid FNG rail was too big. By the time they pushed Izuku into a room, it was the second day, and he doesn't care about school because Deku's in the hospital, and he might never be able to go to school. What's the point of school when he can't hear the idiot mutter next to him half of the time, or find him when he just turns his head and see him draw on his stupid notebook, or have someone follow him around? Izuku might never be able to follow him around. He won't be able to stand, nonetheless follow him through the park or any other place. He felt lost and guilty. 000. The police officer came in with another officer and a doctor. They let everyone sit down, them included, before they talked. The first police officer, who looks like the boss, had a dog's head, while the other officer just looked like a square bland-faced man. It is more likely that you haven't watched the news, Mrs. Midoriya. Just Mississippi. She mumbles. Katsuki scrunches his nose, remembered that Izuku's dad left them a while ago because of something Izuku wouldn't tell. Yes, the officer coughs. Miss Midoriya. It was found out and announced that there wasn't any villain in sight, and it checks with all the witnesses' reports. Then what happened there? What forced everyone back before they could get to my son? I had a hunch and asked for the doctors in the Quirk's registration office to come and test it out. What is your quirk, Miss Midoriya? He asks. Izuku's mom bites her lips before answering. I pull small items to myself. The officer nods. You do know in the past, the quirks used to be much stronger and broader. As in, a pyromancer would have complete control over fire back when quirks appeared, but nowadays, you have variations of it, like how young Katsuki's quirk is just explosions. Katsuki grumbles, knowing that the officer saw him yesterday and embarrassed from letting anyone see his moment of weakness yesterday. It's just a variation of pyromancy, or probably an energy-controlling quirk. Just like how your quirk is a variation of telekinesis. He took a moment to search for something in their faces. Katsuki frowns. Izuku's mom was the first to have a clear expression on her face, as if she understood what the officer was hinting at. It was the doctor who spoke next. This might also be the reason why your son's quirk was late. A quirk that wasn't a variation hasn't appeared in decades, and back then we didn't conduct tests on such quirks because it was getting rarer by that time. Less people came forward with it, fearing for their lives and being targeted. But what was noticeable about them was that a person with a source quirk could have spent their lives, even reaching their 30s, without unlocking them. That's why Izuku didn't show any signs? We still don't know much about source quirks, as they have become scarce and few. The variety quirk became dominant in modern society. So we didn't know if anyone with a source quirk could keep the extra bone. It was the younger officer who answered. Maybe there are people in the world with an original quirk, but they never came in for testing because we either assumed that they're quirkless at first, causing their psyche to think that they didn't have any and stopped developing their ability, or their quirks came early and didn't need to come in for testing to see if they had the bone. The doctor continued. My son never gave up, Izuku's mom whispers. Katsuki knew how true that statement was. And that helped develop his quirk and probably made it stronger. When a person is in a life-threatening situation, they use their quirks, especially children. From the witness reports, it appears that your son has unlocked his quirk. It was, however, too late by then. He was the one who caused the park to levitate? He levitated everything. People, old rooted trees, the river, nearby cars, lamps. That was how massive his quirk was in manifestation, and for this reason, Miss Midoriya, we urge you to hide this fact from the world. What? Don't register as a source quirk. We'll obviously call it telekinesis, like yours, but everyone will think that it's a variety quirk. Only the top facilities will know the truth. Then why are we here if you want to keep this a secret, sheethead? Katsuki suddenly calls out. His mother smacked the back of his head. That was rude, you brat. Shut up, hag, you curse when you are being rude. Can you too stop it? This is a very emotional situation for Midoriya-san. We should be trying to console her instead of duking it out. His father interrupts them. Katsuki blew him a raspberry and turned to the officer, demanding the answer with his eyes. Well, young Katsuki, he says after coughing into his hand. You were already there in the incident, and with the unfortunate news that Izuku-kun won't be able to walk, he would need someone to help him. Your parents agreed that you might be his companion. Katsuki scrunches his nose. Like help him? Be there with him when he asks. Yes. Protect him? He asked in a small voice, looking down at his hands. It's the least he could do. He was the cause of Izuku's current and future pain. He needs to take responsibility. Yes, and that's why you need to know this secret, Katsuki-kun. Remember, it is a national secret that no one must know about. Then what do we say when someone sees him use his quirk? Just describe what he is doing and keep doing that in front of the person, nothing else. Not until he is grown up enough to be able to protect himself. I'm going to protect him, shitrag. He won't need to keep his quirk a secret. Katsuki. Honest to God, looks how you raised your son, woman. Me. You cursed in front of him as a baby. Mum, Dad, stop. He screams at them and then turns at the dog-faced officer. Like I said, I'll protect him. Because I'm going to be a hero, and heroes always protect others. So he won't need to hide. He said adamantly, crossing his arms and plummeting on the chair, looking crossed-face. The officer stares at him for the longest time before sighing and shaking his head. Honestly, kids these days. He mutters but stands up, ruffling his hair. Will, I'll hold your words onto that, Katsuki-kun. It's not me whose life is on the line, it's your friends. So you better make good with that promise. I will. He grouches. Another smack was received by his mother. She then turns to Izuku's mom. I hope you don't mind that, Midoriya-san. Please, just call me Inko. If Katsuki-kun is really going to keep his promise, then I think we'll be seeing each other more. Katsuki scoffs. It's not if, it's a will. 00000. In the following week, his mom would always visit Deku's mom to bring food, or just be with her. Izuku's mom would either be at home, making calls for different people, or be at the hospital with Izuku. He didn't sleep well. He would always dream of that day watching Izuku fall off the bridge, but this time he would hear him begging for help, calling for him. Kaken. Save me. Please help me. Hell dash, and a splat, the crunching of bones, blood spurting everywhere, and this time, the eyes would be visible and open, watching the skies lifelessly with no signs of coming back. He started sleeping with his parents again because of those dreams. He didn't go to school either, and from what he heard, neither anyone else who was there when it happened. The school excused them anyways, so it doesn't matter. Katsuki would spend time helping his mom, visit Deku, or go to the library and find books about paralyzed people. He doesn't know how to use the computer, and he doesn't own a phone or a tablet to search on it either. So the library was the best place to go without swallowing his pride and asking someone else to explain to him. His father had problems at work sometimes, because the press found out about their names and tried to get an interview. While his dad was calmer than him and mom, he was the kind of person people would advise not to anger. If the press thought it would be easier to talk to his dad, they were dead wrong. After 3 days of crowding his workplace, he basically exploded on them and they left him alone. It was routine by then. Wake up, help mom, go to the library, go visit Deku, come back home, ask dad about his day at work, then go to his room to sleep, but then drag his blanket and sleep with his parents. Until one day, when he went to visit Deku, he found him watching the window. Deku didn't notice anyone coming. His mother was obviously somewhere near since her bag was on the chair, but the green-haired boy just kept looking at the window with the news station as background noise. He chokes up, alerting Deku to his presence. He whips his head to the side and gives him a wide smile. Kaken! He reaches out for him, and Katsuki suddenly finds him flying towards the green-haired boy. He starts screaming but holds onto the bed's railing before hitting the idiot. Oops! Deku had the audacity to say. Oops my effing butt. Control your sheet. He screams at him after being dropped on the floor. If I didn't grab this stupid bed, I could have hit you, idiot. I didn't mean to. Deku says shyly. Katsuki growls at him but had to control himself as well. He was a hero. Heroes don't hurt others. He needed to calm down and started acting like a hero. I'm so glad to see you. I woke up like 3 hours ago, and mom was crying the whole time. Then doctors and nurses just kept coming in and out asking me questions. I didn't know how to answer all of them. Like what? Like if I remember what happened. Katsuki pales, Izuku bites his lips, just like his mom, and then looks up. Did you know what happened? They wouldn't answer. He almost killed Izuku, and ruined his life and his dreams. That's what FANG happened. Why your quirk activated? He starts, not saying anything about what he did. Because if he did, Izuku will never look at him the same way, and he can't handle that, never that. They said you couldn't control it, and you flung yourself, that's why you dash. Can't walk anymore? Izuku said softly. Katsuki gulps and nods, looking down. He sees Izuku's hands clutching his blankets tightly. You basically ruined the park. Oh. It was awesome anyways. You should have seen it. If you did, you'd think a big-time hero or villain were on the scene, like one of their fights was going on nearby. No one knew that it was you. Does that mean I'll never be a hero? Izuku asks, tearing up. Katsuki freezes up. When Izuku's tears started to drop, he gets hysterical. There's no way a paralyzed person can be a hero. I can't walk anymore. I can't be a hero like this. I'm a failure, Kaken. I'm just like you said, I'm a useless Deku. Shut the F up. He yells at him, shutting Izuku's rumbling compellently, looking at him shocked. Shut up. You honestly think that just because you can't walk, that you can't be a hero? You're the stupidest, stubbornest person I know. If you give up now, then I'll never forgive you. Which was a laughable matter, because it wasn't him who was supposed to give forgiveness, he was supposed to receive it after earning it. Izuku still looked at him with shock, and Katsuki starts to sweat, not knowing if he blew it or not. But Izuku starts to giggle, and then laugh loudly, wiping newly formed tears on his face that were the result of happiness and not sadness. Stubbornness isn't a word, Kaken. Shut the F up. He grumbles, sitting down on the chair and glaring at the green-haired mess. He didn't know whether to be relieved or not, but if Izuku is laughing, then it's a start. 00000. Izu-chan. Let the doctor work in peace, said Child giggles, still letting the cart behind the doctor float. The doctor only sighs, shaking his head. Katsuki was very amazed by this and would try to jump and catch it, but every time he was close to it, Izuku would move it forward. Okay, we need to see if you can steal a candy shop. No stealing. Izuku's mom was the one to sigh this time. Having two powerful children was not an easy matter on anyone. His mother was so glad to just dump him in the hospital with them. She of course had a job that she can now finally return to after taking care of both her son and friend, and couldn't push the unpaid vacation further than a week. He sometimes wondered what Izuku's mom works as. Hey auntie, won't your boss be angry with you? He suddenly asks, now ignoring the floating cart and walking to the dark-haired woman. She blinks in surprise but smiles fondly at him. What a caring child, but it's okay, Katsuki-kun. He's letting me take time off as long as I could, so I can take care of Izuku. Oh, well, you can go back now, I'll take care of him. He told her, but she shakes her head and then ruffles his hair. Katsuki-kun, you need to do more things than just protect him. Izuku can't walk anymore, meaning normal things that we usually do won't be easy for him anymore. Katsuki frowns and asks for examples. Taking a bath is going to be hard. He won't be able to put himself in the bathtub on his own. The floor is too slippery as well. I'll have to carry him and shower him until he can do it by himself. Oh, just taking a bath? We'll have to change his room into the first floor now. I'll have to put him in bed too, and help him wear his clothes. He can't help me in the kitchen anymore, and so I'll have to make everything without his help unless he can do it at his height. Then we'll have to think of a way to take him to school every day without being late. I can take him to school. Katsuki volunteers, and Inko smiles at him. Thank you, Katsuki-kun. That's very nice of you. I know it's going to be harder, and there's more things to worry about now, but I want to help as much as I can. Your mother couldn't have asked for a better son, even if you both are a bit rough on the edges. And I couldn't have asked for a better friend for Izuku. She finally told him, but an unsettling feeling just came to Katsuki. He really doesn't deserve this praise. Izuku had his cheeks puffed because the doctor said he won't give him the good desserts if he kept annoying him. Katsuki just laughed at him for being obnoxious. You deserve it. No, I didn't. I was helping. I was moving his stuff for him, to him. I should get a badge. You should get knocked out to sleep. Katsuki replies but then climbs over the bed, pushing Izuku a bit and settling there with a magazine in hands. What did you get this time? It's a magazine, but it has All Might's picture of the last fight. Cool. Izuku immediately grabs onto the magazine and flips to the interview page on his first try. Katsuki found that very impressive really. While the dark-haired boy started reading excitedly, he kept watching him and noticing how excited he was. Everyone was very worried over him, and he was so normal about it. Sometimes he wondered if that's normal. So he decides to ask, "Why are you acting like nothing's wrong?" "Huh. You can't walk anymore. Your mom is worried sick because of that, you know. The teachers also don't know how to act anymore. They're idiots anyways, so I'm not surprised about that." "What do you mean, Kaken? Everything's fine." "The hell it's not." He snarls, but Deku blinks at him innocently and sheepishly lets his hands wander over his. "It's going to be fine, because you're here. You won't let anything happen to me anymore, right?" Katsuki gulps. Izuku turned to look at him straight to the eyes without blinking. He was attacked with the full force of his stupid puppy eyes, and couldn't help but agree. Izuku smiles widely at that, and it felt like the sun was radiating right in front of him. It was painful. A sun radiating straight in front of him would hurt. That's what the science teacher said. "And I have a quirk now. I can practice by using it." Huh. This time, it was Katsuki who felt dumb. "You know, I can fly myself to the bathroom, or upstairs, or anywhere anyways. As long as it's not in the streets or anywhere public. I can use it. Maybe I can even get special permission to use it everywhere since I'll need it. I can even help my mom in the kitchen now. Since she doesn't let me get close to the oven, I can just fly anything inside it and turn it on while I'm on the other side of the room. That's if I can control it enough anyways." Huh. He never actually thought of that, and that was an amazing idea. Izuku grins and turns back to the magazine, gushing over All Might's pose after he defeated the villain. He realized that Izuku's hand was still on his own, but he didn't mind it. 00000. Katsuki hated Izuku calling him Kaken, but he hated it more when others thought that they could use it. Only Izuku calls him that, and only he calls him Deku now. He wouldn't let anyone do that anymore. So when someone insulted Izuku right in front of him, he blew up his desk. He was of course sent to the principal's office. His parents were called in, but his mom got angry after he explained what happened and demanded an apology from both the principal and the kid with his parents. He learns that day that people can be very mean for no reason, and he was just like them. That day, after doing his homework, he went to visit the Midoriya's house. It was the first day that they brought Izuku home. He didn't even knock on the door before he heard crying. When Izuku's mom opened the door, she looked hazardous. Izuku on the couch crying and apologizing. "What happened?" "He wanted to eat, but his spoon bended. I tried to tell him that it's fine, but he's still crying." She looked tired. Growling, Katsuki stomps his way to sit next to Izuku on the couch, snatches the spoon, and force-bend it to crudely look like a normal spoon. It still has a bent edge to it. He then pushes it back in Deku's hands. "Was that hard to do?" He growls at him but then crosses his hands and looks at his dangling feet. Izuku's crying was starting to recede and was now apologizing to both him and his mom. "Just eat, Deku." 00000. Kaken. Look at the butterfly." Izuku says excitedly. Katsuki ignores it while pushing the stupid stroller to the park. Izuku, the idiot, instead of helping him by moving the stroller with his quirk, lets go of it and tries to reach the butterfly. "Push yourself." But the butterfly dash. Izuku didn't complete his sentence before Katsuki tries to burn said butterfly. He missed, because the stupid thing flew off before it was touched, and the flower got burned instead. Izuku blinks before tearing up. Why would you hurt it?" the dark-haired boy asked. His breath was starting to get labored. He needed to deflect this, fast. It didn't matter, it saved itself, didn't it? He grouches, and instead of letting him continue crying, he pushes the stroller away so he wouldn't look at it and give him more reason to cry. "It flew off anyways, it's not hurt." "But you tried to hurt it." "Did it get hurt, sheethead?" he yells at him, but now the tears were starting to fall. Izuku sobbing. Katsuki scoffs and cuffs Izuku's ears. "Stop crying. I hate it when you cry." What if it did get hurt? It'll get burned. Oh, it wouldn't be able to fly anymore. Izuku mumbles. This stops the blonde in his spot. Just like how I stopped Izuku from walking. Kaken? Yeah, sure, whatever, Deku. He moves once more. I won't hurt another effing butterfly if it makes you really sad. Izuku gave him a bright, teary-eyed smile in return. 00000. What do you mean you won't come back to school? He explodes, not literally, but Izuku flinched from the loud yelling. I'll go in elementary, but not kindergarten. Why? Kaken, our kindergarten isn't wheelchair-friendly. He mumbles, rubbing his right arm. Katsuki snarls but couldn't refute what he said. And I need to go to tea therapy? You don't even have it. Why would you need that? They said it should help me get used to not walking anymore. Then they'll try to help me walk. Help you walk? They said because I can feel temperature. Temperature, you dumb Deku, it's when it's hot or cold. Yeah, that's it. Wow, you're smart, Kaken. Izuku said happily. Katsuki didn't want to admit that he read it multiple times in his borrowed books and asked his mom what it meant. It said that sometimes, paralyzed people couldn't feel heat or cold or even pain in their paralyzed areas, meaning that there wasn't any hope of gaining mobility in it. He didn't understand how that works, but if Izuku can feel heat and cold in his legs, maybe he can walk again. That's why they're going to put me in therapy. 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 You're better at this than me. Izuku giggles. He then points at the table that they were sitting on. Mama wants to go furniture shopping too. She wants me to come. Do you want to come as well? It's going to be on Saturday. Why would you need new furniture? Katsuki scrunches his nose, Izuku shrugs and then tries to reach for the grape in the middle of the table. Paralyzed-friendly furniture. I really hate my medicine. Izuku's after Katsuki pushes the plate closer to the green-haired boy. They all taste nasty. It's for your health, Deku. But it's awful. I have to take them 3 times a day, and the tablets are too big to swallow, even with water. At least I'll only need it for a while. The doctor told me that when I get better they'll stop giving them to me. I thought medicine is expensive? They are, but Dad's paying for them, so it doesn't matter. Izuku says nonchalantly. He throws a grape in his mouth and grins at the sweet flavor. Katsuki, on the other hand, was shocked by the announcement. Your dad? Yeah, my dad. Where's your dad? I don't know. Mom says that he won't be living with us anymore, but he'll visit sometimes. I think that he left because of me. Huh. Why else would he leave? At first, I didn't have any quirk. He can breathe fire. Do you know what an amazing quirk that is? Yours is better. Katsuki refutes, but Izuku shakes his head. He's supposed to be this cool, strong quirk user, and his son has none. Of course his friends would laugh and make fun of him. So what better way to make it stop than leave me? That's not true. Katsuki negates, but Izuku just gave him a bland look, plopping another grape in his mouth. Not true? Kaken, you didn't start hanging out with me until I showed my quirk. You're effing idiot, you know that. I was with you before that too. Really? Who do you think kept you warm till you reached the hospital, you sheet for brains? I visited every day before we even found out you had a quirk. Don't you dare think that I'm only friends because of your effing quirk. He growls. The other teen blushes in embarrassment and regret. Sorry. Whatever. And your dad is stupider than you too. He should come back now, but he doesn't deserve to come back because he left from the start. He said, huffing. He really hated Izuku's dad. Either way, he won't come back. Even if I do have a quirk now. He wouldn't want a paralyzed son. But Mom said he has to pay for life support. He's rich anyways, it doesn't matter. How doesn't it matter? It's not like I even remember how he looks. He left when we went to kindergarten. So I don't remember him much. 2 years ago. Yeah. That's a really long time ago. Katsuki frowns, but the other just shrugs. I like your dad better anyways. He's nice and comes with your mom to visit every other day. Better he stayed with you and your mom. He's more of a dad to me than my own dad. It doesn't matter if my dad paid for everything either. If he won't come to visit, then he should at least do that. I don't want Mama to work harder than she is right now so she can pay for everything. Your dad is anyways, so stop talking about him. Katsuki grumbles, but Izuku giggles, nodding in agreement. After some time, and after Katsuki snatches the rest of the grape, Izuku snaps his fingers, remembering something. Will you help me pick a new wheelchair? What? He could tell that his eyes were wide from the surprise question. Izuku nods. Mom thought that it wasn't comfy setting in this hospital-issued one. That's why we're using my old stroller. I don't know, but I think she just wants to give me a choice or something. She even gave me a catalog, but she told it doesn't matter now because we're getting a new one next year, for when school starts. It'd be embarrassing if I went to school with a stroller. Oh, okay, he says, looking at Izuku's mint green stroller. He didn't really like its color, but apparently it was his mom's favorite color. He also didn't like the strap on them. Great, because I read the whole catalog and dash. 00000. Katsuki. We need to go to Izuchan's house now. His mother yells, grabbing his hands and yanking him from his comic book. Hey, I was reading that. Not now, brat, Izuku needs your help. I said I was reading that, huh? Wait, what? He's upset and his mom couldn't calm him down. She said that he wants to see you. She then wrenches the door open and started speed walking to the Midoriya's house. He can already see the sign of Izuku being upset. On his way to his house, being lifted up the air, he can see things already floating. It gets worse as they get closer. He can even see birds trying to flap their wings and move but stayed in place. The telltale sign of the green, black and white aura surrounding the place and suffocating it. Why is he upset now? I don't know, but you will figure it out, brat, and you will make sure that he'll get happy again, alright? Yeah, whatever. He grumbles, but holds tightly on his mom. When they did get there, Izuku's mom pointed at his room while holding onto the door's head. I can pull you to his room, it isn't hard. Said, and she did. She used her quirk to, instead of pulling things to herself, she would pull herself to walls or other unmovable objects while holding onto them. Izuku? Kaken's here to see you. His mom said to the closed door, but they only heard sniffling. Go away. Please, Izun. He came all the way from his home just to see you. You could at least see what he wants. I don't want to see anyone today. He screams, but Katsuki already got irritated. He slams the door with a bit of an explosion. You are going to open this door and talk to me, you ungrateful brat. Katsuki. His mom yells at him, but he ignores her. Do you know what's happening outside, you idiot? You cry at me and think I'm cruel when I didn't even hurt the butterfly, but you're stopping everyone from moving outside of your house. The birds can't move. So what? So what? So what? Do you think mama birds are not worried about their babies? Or the baby birds aren't worried about their mamas? How about puppies or kitties? What about other butterflies? No, forget about all of them. How about your mom, you dumb F-? They stayed in strained silence for a few moments before everything drops with the effect of gravity. Katsuki hit the floor with his nose. The door opened slowly, but no one stood behind it. Standing up and rubbing his nose, he stomps inside to see what the deal with Deku was. He found him under his bed sheets crying. So, what the F-? He asks, but Deku just sniffs and buries himself further under the blanket. Deku. I tried walking and I couldn't even stand. Mom always cries because I can't walk, so I tired to walk to make her stop crying. I kept trying since morning. You really are an idiot. He grumbles and climbs into bed, shoves the blankets off and lies next to said idiot. Of course your mom is crying, she loves you, so you should try to at least not worry her more. It's not your fault or hers that you can't walk, but it's your fault that you made her scared now. I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me, you Deku. Apologize to your mom. He grumbles. After a few seconds, he felt Izuku shuffling, trying to get himself up. He sat upright and helped him. Mama? He calls. Both boys saw dark hair move into the door's frame, with his mom peeking in. I'm sorry for making you worried. His mom chokes and runs inside, pulling him into a hug. Both Midoriyas started crying, leaving Katsuki to feel like he was intruding into something very private. Huffing, he crosses his hands' arms and looks to the side. However, he felt an arm around him, pulling him into the hug. Thank you, Katsuki-kun. Whatever, he says, blushing. He felt the back of his head being cuffed and knew it was his mom. You should be grateful, brat. Whatever. 00000. They were in the theme park when it happened. For Izuku's 6th birthday, they decided to go the sea resort. It might have been expensive, but apparently, both their parents collected enough money for this trip. They already got on 3 rides and just finished a tour. They were inside a shop that their parents said that they can get 1 item each. How about this? It's cute, Izuku said, putting the hat on himself. Katsuki scrunches his nose. Those are mouse ears, you're not a mouse. He told him taking it off, but wore it himself anyways. You look cute too. No. I don't want any girly cute things. But Dash. Fine, whatever. Yes, they look cute on you. He grumbles, putting it back. How about that hat? It's from that Halloween movie. I thought it was a Christmas movie. Katsuki frowns. No way, the hero is a skeleton. Izuku said, looking at him like he was crazy. But he dressed up as Santa. Katsuki exclaims as he snatches the hat. It had the skeleton guy standing in that stupid hill. He was standing like he was singing at the moon, just like in the movie. Sure, whatever. I like it. Kaken looked. Can I have that tie? He points at a tie that was next to Katsuki's head. He could reach it if he stood on his toes. He jumped and got the necktie but turned around to snap at him, telling him that he can use his quirk and get it himself, but was cut off by a woman. Excuse me, but how old are you? She asks Izuku. Katsuki glares at her, flexing his fingers ready to push her away. Izuku, on the other hand, the dumb idiot, answers excitedly with his fingers. I'm turning 6 today. Then why are you sitting in a stroller? Huh. Izuku blinks, his expression showing confusion. Honestly, your mother should be ashamed to let you sit in a stroller at this age. It's people like her that turn children into lazy people. What? But I dash. And you shouldn't even be sitting here. You even have the gal to ask your friend to pick something for you. Why don't you just stand and do it yourself? She demands, grabbing onto Izuku's hands and unclasping the straps with the other hand, yanking him off the stroller. Izuku didn't even have a chance to stand and immediately drops on the floor, shutting his mouth roughly and looking like he was in pain with how rattled it was. Katsuki stilled, seeing Izuku on the floor, before turning slowly at the woman, who looked horrified at what she just did. You beach! He screams, collecting as much explosive power he could muster into his hands and pushing her to the ground, her dress catching in fire. The shelves around him were now soot-covered, and half of it was gone. She screams loudly as she drops on the floor, trying to smother the fire. The alarms start to wail and people around the store start screaming. They must all be scared that this was a villain attack. He glares at her and was about to burn her hair off when he heard Izuku sob. "Kei Kaken?" he calls. Snarling at the woman and letting one explosion go off in front of her face, he runs back to Izuku, helping him up to his stroller. We need to get out before that beach tells security on us. Izuku sniffles and holds tightly onto Katsuki's hands. I want Mama. Yeah. Sure, we're going to her now. He says hurriedly, pushing the stroller away from the woman and trying to ignore the running and frantic people. Kaken, I think I'm bleeding from my mouth. Izuku complains. Katsuki curses and breaks. Moving in front of him, he puts his fingers inside his mouth, forcing it wide open. He found out that Izuku bit his tongue, and there was a big teeth mark on it with blood coming out. Frowning, he looks around for something to stop it from bleeding. I don't know what to do. He finally admits he couldn't ask a grown-up because they were all trying to get out. They were too stupid to realize that there wasn't anything attacking. He couldn't see their parents, and they're probably worried and looking for them outside. Close your mouth, don't talk, and don't swallow the blood. But dash. Just until we find our parents. That shuts him up and he nods, closing his mouth and staring at him with big wide eyes. He turns to look around and finds an opened window. Deku, fly us out of here. He points at the windows. Izuku turns to look at the window and nods. He closes his eyes in concentration, the familiar green, black and white aura now surrounding him. Izuku's hair moves like it was against the wind, but the wind was coming from downwards. At that second, he flails for a moment because his feet left the ground, but grabs onto Izuku as they flew outside. Once outside, he lands safely down and looks up, about to yell for their victorious escape, but pales when he realized that Izuku forgot his stroller. You effing idiot! He yells, running at the spot that he was about to drop, but catches him before doing so. Did you really forget your stroller? He said angrily, but Izuku looks down in shame. Breathing in harshly, he tries to calm down so not to scare his friend. She said I shouldn't be using a stroller. That dumb beach doesn't have a say on what you do. You need that stroller, Izuku. But I don't want people to stare at me anymore. Guess what, idiot? People will always stare. Even when you get your wheelchair. And you know what? They should, because you are an amazing person with an amazing quirk and an amazing mind. You don't mean that. I don't? You want me to prove it to you? How about the fact that we both flew out of the window just now? Ha dash. Izuku then bursts in laughter, remembering what just happened. You blew out the shelves. I thought you were going to be a hero? But I was protecting the innocent, wasn't I? And All Might always get something broken from the fights he gets in. True, but it was so awesome. Since when can you make your explosions that big? Like 1 second I touch the ground, the next, boom. Everyone's panicking and the alarm goes off and the woman was screaming. Don't mention it. No, really don't. He said, moving Izuku so that he can carry him on his back instead of his arms. He heard Izuku laughing again. What? He snaps, but he felt his friend patting his head. You still have the Halloween hat. He looks up and realizes that he really did steal something from there. He remembers something else and shoves the necktie upwards to the idiot. Here's your stupid mousy necktie. I hope it was worth all the trouble. I don't know, bleeding from my mouth wasn't really worth it. He says. Katsuki curses for forgetting about that and ran to the bathroom. It took an hour before their parents found them, his mother scolding him and Izuku's mom fretting over him. Apparently, they found the stroller, but it was stepped on and broken now, so they thought something bad happened and made all the security search all over for them. On the way home, Katsuki held onto Izuku's hands while the green-haired boy slept, his new necktie around his neck. The blonde scrunches his nose and kicks his feet, realizing how weak he was and how he couldn't protect Izuku in time again. He has to train harder now, just to stop any other dumb beach from hurting Izuku again. He drove by the elementary school, taking a small glance at the children that were leaving. It was an unusual sight for one Yagi Toshinori. His friend usually took a specific sets of road for time efficiency, even on vacation time. So for Tsukachi Naomasa to pick a new road to drive by meant either of two things. 1. He found a new restaurant or store that he really liked and is planning to buy something from it. Usually it was a seafood specialty restaurant stand, something that Toshinori himself doesn't like. The smell is always nauseating. If not that, then a store that has a fish sale so that Naomasa-kun would cook something. It was something that Toshinori does not like either, for he usually carried the items as Naomasa contemplated the taste he would make with the products in front of him. Reason number 2, it involved a case. He either wanted to watch out for a suspect that has escaped the law's clutches. Even with his lie-detecting quirk, some crooks just had too much power and walked out any prison-holding cell. He could have also been looking after the victim of an older case, as a result of guilt welling up inside the detective. Watching Naomasa-kun closely, he noticed when his eyes locked onto something and immediately turned to look for that specific something. It was a woman. She stood by the elementary school, looking like any other waiting parent. Toshinori had to muster all his strength so that he wouldn't laugh at his friend. Who would have thought? Tsukachi Naomasa, someone everyone in the station agreed was married to his work, was actually looking forward to see a woman. You know, Naomasa-kun, I'd usually advise you to go after the single ones. What? The detective turns and looks at him questioningly, seemingly confused by his words. That lady already has a kid. You should look for a woman somewhere else than here. It took a moment before the detective understood the implication of the blonde's words. His squared face started to redden, shaking his head. And no, it isn't as you think, Toshinori-san. She's a mother of a victim from a year ago. Oh, it really was reason number. That sounded concerning. Is her child still being targeted? Is that why you're checking on them? No, they're not. It's unfortunate, however, that her son was gravely injured. Last I heard from them is that he's going to a normal school for his first grade. So I only wanted to know if they were all right. He blushes, rubbing the side of his head before moving that hand on the wheel. The street light turned green, and he stepped on the gas pedal. I can't tell you anything about it, sorry Toshinori-san. He gave an apologetic smile. Toshinori smiled back, not minding. What he did mind, though, was the fact that the detective still used that honorific. It has been years now since they met, and since he found out about his secret, yet he still called him by that annoyingly polite honorific. At least it wasn't something like Sama, that would have been irritating. It doesn't help that no matter how many times he told him to just call him by name, his request gets ignored. Well, if the child can still go to school, then there isn't any cause of concern now, is it? Heh, you say that now, but I have a feeling that he and his friend are going to cause me a lot of trouble in the future. He said, beaming when his eyes spied a fish market from afar. Toshinori sighs. How about sushi for tonight? No. I'm cooking today. In honesty, Naomasa still felt very worried for the Midoriyas. He was one of the first responders to the accident. When he did, he saw how destructive Midoriya Izuku's quirk was, even as a manifestation. It was feared by the chief and the national security that such a destructive and powerful quirk could be given to a child, even in its earliest stages. They opted to keep watch over the family for a very long duration. He was glad when the chief decided to meet the family first, and then gave the usual rules given to the families with a superhero as one of its members. The chief was accompanied by him for the only reason that he was the first responder, and that the mother would be more relaxed with his presence. So when the family were finally let out, he knew that they were still being watched. He was a lie detector after all. He knew when he was lied to, and if the chief said that they weren't watching them, he knew that he lied. Only recently did that lie turn into a truth, and only now did he start to fear for that family's safety. While Midoriya Izuku was by all accounts a very sweet child, his friend could land him in many trouble that could cause negative consequences in the future. Not to mention that any villain or person with any ill intentions could find out about the paralyzed child and try to kidnap him. So he starts checking on them when he can, just not so much that they would notice his presence. Naomasa-kun? You just forgot a whole fish in that pot. Toshinori said, grumbling as he took out the bones. Naomasa looks up and chuckles a bit when he realizes his mistake and went to get that last piece. You're still thinking about them? I am. If you are that worried about them, why don't you just visit them? The blonde asks him. Naomasa rubs the back of his head from the discomfort. It'll feel weird just suddenly popping up with no reason. You are visiting old victims, of course there's a reason, just tell them that you wanted to see how they were doing and that's it. 00000. No fair Kaken, I can't race. You are on wheels, Dek. You can beat me if you just tried. Don't be lazy. The blonde growls, but Izuku still didn't seem readily accepting of the idea. But what if the road isn't flat? What if? Then I'll drop, because there's a bump that'll break my speed. Like that will hurt you. Just fly. And the tire? Get a new one. I can't just get a new one, it's expensive. I can't make my mom buy a new one just a month after getting the whole chair. Yes, you can, make your Deech dad buy it. I don't even see my dad to ask him for it. Izuku yells, moving the tires with his hands and grumbling behind the blonde. Besides, I don't want to talk to him because mom will then have to see him, and she always gets sad when she does. Fine, whatever. How about? Katsuki looks around trying to find an activity that Izuku will not feel prissy about. He saw a flower just right in their path and he grins. I'll try to burn that flower and you'll have to save it. How can I do that? Izuku asked confused. Katsuki had to breathe in slowly, letting his hands grab his hair in ire. With your quirk, you idiot. Oh. How the F did you get the top honor list? He said in frustration, throwing an explosive at the bystanding daisy. Izuku flails before letting his hands light up in the black, white and green aura, plucking the daisy off the ground. No, he said softly, not meaning to pluck it. What's wrong, you saved it? But now I can't put it back, it doesn't have a home now. You are such a dash, Katsuki shuts up, but snatches the flower from the air and stomps his way to the green-haired boy. Izuku tilts his head in question, wondering what his friend will do. He was surprised when Katsuki stood in front of him, on his tiptoes, to reach his head, and then pushes his hair back, putting the flower above his ear. He then drops his hands into his pocket, raising his head to the side. "Why the F is your chair so high?" he demands, not looking at him. "Mom said so I can grow into it," mumbled the boy, touching the flower. He gave a small smile, liking where it is now. "Come on, I want to show Mom." "No. We didn't even go to the other side of the park." "But there's only the river there," whined the green-haired boy. Katsuki rolls his eyes. "Duh, I want to play in the water. But it gets cold and it'll get dark soon, and I can't go down to play there. Use your FING quirk to float to the water, you." "How many times do I have to explain this? I can't just keep using it all the time. The officer said that public shouldn't know, blah blah, your safety, blah blah, against the rules, shitty sheet talk. You can get your special permission license when we finish 5th grade, so why not practice now?" he said as he started walking towards the river. "Is that why you keep using your quirk?" Izuku turns around, following him. "No. I read that up to 5th grade, kids have as much freedom using their quirks as they want. At middle school, we have to stop using it but still can use it because it's too hard controlling quirks at that age," he said, making air quote as he started walking backwards, facing Izuku and ignoring everything behind him. "Where did you read that?" "I snitched one of those bullies' school book." "Kaken. You can't do that, you'll get him in trouble with the school and their parents." Izuku frowns, worried about what that person is going through now. Katsuki scoffs. "That F won't even notice it till the next class, then they'll get detention like they deserve. That's still mean, Kaken. They tried to push you off your wheelchair." "Still. Look, Deku, if they are basically hurting another person who are less physically able to protect themselves, then they're bullies who deserve to get punished. Why do you keep using big words?" Izuku deflects the topic with the grace of a puppy trying to walk on slippery water. Katsuki grimaces but decides to play along. "Because you are a dumb Deku, and just because you're higher than me in the honor list, doesn't mean you're smarter." "You didn't answer. You're ignoring what I was saying before that. I'm not less physically able. I can protect myself." "With what? Your quirk? You don't even want to use them." "Because it's not fair if I did," Izuku said, his expression fallen. But Katsuki still glares at him. "And do you think it's fair for them to bully someone on a wheelchair? What if they did it again on another kid who's on a wheelchair? They wouldn't have the same quirk as you, would they? How will they protect themselves? So you have to set an example to show why they shouldn't hurt someone who seems weak, even if they were or not." "Fine." Izuku puffs his cheeks and lets go of the wheels, letting them move by itself. Katsuki turns around so that his back faced the friend. "Kaken, I don't feel good," he heard his friend say. Katsuki looks at him and noticed how red Izuku's face was as he held onto his stomach. "Did you eat something funny?" he asked, concerned, but Izuku shook his head and tries to lean to the front as much as his straps allows him. "See, can I go home? I want Mama." "Fine. I'll push you, you just try to sleep." He sighs, changing his direction. He tried to grab the handle, but glared at how high it was. He instead opted to just push the seat instead. "Next time, get something your size. I bet you won't even grow fast." "Nua, I will." You won't. I'll be taller than you in the future." "No, I'll be taller than you. Both of my parents are taller than your mom. My dad is tall too. You don't even remember how he looks." "You got me there." Izuku chuckles but coughs into his hands. Katsuki shivers. Maybe Izuku's getting sick. It is getting cold after all. 00000. 2nd grade was entered without any fanfare, other than Izuku's use of blankets started to rise. The green-haired boy now started reading books with Katsuki in the library ever since he found out that he frequented it. They fought on who knew more difficult words, or who can sound more sophisticated. "You're such a nerd," Katsuki said one day when he saw Izuku holding a hero's history book. The green-haired boy blinks and looks down on his book. "You go to the library?" "Yeah, I look for comics and mangas," he replies, showing off the new manga volume that finally came out. Izuku frowns but decides to read the book, rather than get into another argument. His face morphed from a mildly interested expression into one seeming to be on a brim of excitement. Katsuki scoffs, muttering lame when he saw that. How can anyone get excited reading a history book? Even if it did have heroes, a history book is a history book. Kaken, look. There's this vigilante back before the Golden Age, he was blind. Blind? He looks up, interested with what was being said. Izuku nods happily. Yeah. And everyone respected him too because they never knew he was blind, he just kept wearing goggles and only showed he was blind when he was too old to fight. Isn't that cool? No one ever bothered him about his disability, so it made it easy for him to do his work. Do you think I can do that too? He keeps forgetting that Izuku wants to be a hero too, but he doesn't know how that will happen. Even if he did promise to help him, he doesn't know how to start. First of all, no school will accept him into the hero department if he was on a wheelchair, right? Second of all, how can he himself protect Izuku if they were both fighting villains? I think you can, but how can you hide your? Do the same thing. What? Wear goggles over them? Those are legs, Deku. No, I'll wear armor on them, and then use my quirk to fly everywhere. I'll just stand, I won't walk anywhere. People will get suspicious, Deku. Katsuki starts, watching as Izuku's face deflates a bit. They'll start asking questions if they never see you walk. Oh. He looks downtrodden now, and Katsuki now felt guilty. Look, why don't you make it look like you're walking? Practice till then. Just walk, don't run when we need to run, you can just fly. K. He mumbles, rubbing his arm. Do you think it'll be okay though? Will my doctor say something about it? Doctor? I still go to therapy, Kaken. They keep giving me messages. It feels weird because I can feel them touching my legs, but it's very faint. You'd think they're insects walking all over. Phew. That's creepy. Katsuki grimaces, when Izuku grins in response. Hey Kaken, do you believe in that myth? What myth? Katsuki asks. Izuku puts a finger on his lips and looks upwards, the grin still plastered on his face. The one where if you felt insect steps on you, but didn't find any, it means it's the ghost of the insects that you killed in the past. That's creepier. Katsuki said, shoving the giggling boy and turning to the other side. I don't want to believe in that. It's okay if you're afraid, Kaken, I can protect you from the ghosts. Izuku giggles, but Katsuki glares at the ground, fuming inside. I'll be the one doing the FNG protecting, not you shithead. All I hear is, I'm scared Izuku, help me. Shut up or what? I'll stop calling you Deku and start calling you Izuken. He declares. Izuku gasps. You wouldn't. My mom already does it. She won't get angry at me if I called you that. He blows his tongues out and stomping away with the manga. No, Kaken, wait. Get that stupid book of yours, we're going home. 00000. In the 3rd grade, Izuku started learning how to cook. I got your text, what happened? Katsuki yells, slamming the door open. The Midoriya's living room was empty and void of either Midoriya member. Freaking out, thinking something happened to Izuku, he runs to his friend's room only to find it empty. Suddenly, he hears something falling in the kitchen. Turning sharply, he ran and skidded on the corner just while trying to reach the kitchen. He enters a smoke-filled room. Deku! He yells, hearing the other cough, panicking even more. He enters the fog that blocked his view and bumped into multiple different furniture, trying to follow the noise. Kaken! The voice sounded startled. Figuring that bumping around like this will waste precious seconds, he moves himself to the windows, its placement ingrained into his mind, and pushes it open. It took a minute before the air cleared out, and he found a soot-faced and teary-eyed Izuku sitting next to the fridge. Kaken! What the F was going on? You sent a text saying you needed help and I come to see you almost choked yourself? I was trying to cook. He said quietly. Katsuki blinks. Say that again? I tried to cook and I wanted to surprise you so you can be my first taster. But I put too much sauce in the pot. You are telling me that you were FNG cooking? When you can't even look above the stove. I so can. But do you? I do. Whatever, so all this smoke is from a FING sauce, now what? It's finished now. Izuku looks at the pot above the stove, Katsuki glances at the completely darkened pot and turns sharply at Izuku. No. Please. I worked really hard on it, Izuku sniffles. That caused a new wave of panic in him, so Katsuki went to the pot and pulls it off of the stove. Kaken. You need to wear mittens. You're an idiot, my quirk gives me fire and heat resistance. He grumbled, sitting it on the table. When he looks inside the pot, he steps back from what he saw inside. It was rice. It was red. It was FING hot flaming red. What the hell did you use? Hot sauce. Izuku mumbles shyly. Katsuki turns and gapes at him. Why are you using hot sauce? This is rice, what were you trying to make? Why you like spicy things? You, edible spicy things. It's still edible. You didn't taste it yet? Katsuki points out. Izuku blushes and raises his hand, making the spoon fly to the pot and scoop a big serving of the rice inside. Katsuki didn't even let it fly away before grabbing onto it. You are not eating that, you'll die. What? But you said dash. I'll eat it, you Deku. He yells at him and chomps on the spoon. Chewing a bit, he tastes the rice and blinks. He sounds. Izuku gets alarmed. Is it be bad? It was my first time cooking without mom, and I didn't remember the steps well, but I hoped that maybe it was dash. He kept mumbling in the background as Katsuki climbed over the table to scope another serving and eat it. How the F is this mutated piece of shit tasty? And then mom said she's going out with a friend, and I thought that since she's not home, I can cook without her fretting and freaking out all over me. But if you didn't like dash, he stops and sees Katsuki scooping another serving with horrified eyes. Why, you don't have to eat it if it doesn't taste good. He heard him mumble. Katsuki scrunches his nose. It tastes good, Deku. You don't have to lie either. He rubs his arm, starting to get nervous. Shut up and let me enjoy this. Katsuki snaps before holding the whole pot and hugging it to himself. He continued eating in delight. Tears were now dropping from his eyes with how tasty it was, his mouth full, so he wasn't able to say anything else. He heard Izuku giggle, but he ignored it, until he heard the loud snapshot from a camera. He looks up and found Izuku holding a very expensive-looking camera. Why the hell did you take a picture of me? You look cute, Kaken. He was pretty sure a vein popped out of the side of his head, but aggressively took another bite, glaring at Izuku at the same time. The green-haired boy kept giggling. Where did you even get that? My dad sent it as a late birthday gift. He remembers that. Katsuki frowns, putting the pot and spoon down. He noticed how his clothes were now dark and scorched. He shrugs. He always got his clothes burned anyways. His mom will get angry, but she wouldn't ground him. He stood up and walked to the floating camera, taking a hold of it and looking closely at it. It looks like a professional camera. Yeah, I think it's from Dad's job. Izuku nods before swiping his hands upwards. It took a second for Katsuki to get used to floating, and doesn't even bother seeing where Izuku is moving him. He stopped looking at the camera when he found himself on the chair instead of the table. Mom's going to be angry if she saw mud on the table. It's not my fault that you were in trouble, I didn't have time taking off my shoes. Grumbles the blonde, putting the new camera down. He looks around the kitchen and realized that cleaning products and items were everywhere, cleaning any evidence of what happened. Where's your mom anyways? She said that her friend is taking her out for lunch. My mom is still at home. I thought my parents were your mom's only friends? Not anymore. This guy was coming over for a while. I didn't know him, but I guess if mom's okay with him, then I'm okay with him. He's a detective. Deku, your mom's on a date. He could hear the crickets chirping when he sees Izuku's blank expression. And no way. Sorry, Deku, but your mom's on a date. Dates are for dinner, not lunch. Izuku denies. Katsuki smirks at him. Oh, poor Izuku, he isn't his mommy's only man in her life now. Shut up. My mom won't date some stranger. I thought they were friends, nay, Izuku. He stops when he saw tears forming in Izuku's eyes. He flails before jumping from off the chair trying to calm him down, but Izuku starts wailing anyways. 00000. People were gathered around the barrier, either whispering or cheering for their hero. Izuku tried to go to the front but couldn't even get anyone to look at him, nonetheless asked them to give him space. Disappointed, he stays behind the mass, waiting to see at least a few glances of the hero as he jumps up. He already has his camera take a video of the fight from up above, but that was all he could. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, write everything that happens, and make notes and analysis at the same time. If only Kaken was here, he'd make people run away just from his sight. Sagging his shoulders, he grabs onto the wheels and turns around, ready to leave. That's when he found a boy with dark bags under his eyes. His hair was blue that seems to be on the verge of purple. His eyes were the exact same color. He kept staring at Izuku, petting the cat he had between his hands. "You look sad," he announces. Izuku tilts his head but then nods. "Why? I can't go to the front." "Why not?" "They're blocking the way, and no one is listening to me, so I can't ask them to let me through," he said, rubbing his arm, a nervous habit that he realized he was forming. The blue-haired boy frowns and decides to go to the throng of people, tapping on the first person he stops behind to. When the man doesn't react, the boy talks to the cat, saying something that Izuku couldn't hear. After a few seconds, the cat mewls and jumps to the ground, walking to the man's leg and started clawing at it like it was a scratching post. The man yelps and turns around, about to stomp the cat, but the boy snatches it before he could. The man angrily yells at the boy. Izuku feared for what might happen to the boy, so he rolls his chair to the front in case he needed help. "Watch where that fur ball is doing." "My name is Shinzo," the boy said monotonously. The man sneers. "I didn't ask you for dash. You will help that boy go to the front of the line, and make sure he's safe doing so." The boy continued in a dulled voice. That's when the man's expression morphed from one that is of anger into blankness. The man then moves towards Izuku. He starts to panic. "What? It's okay, he's going to help you now," the boy said, still petting his now purring cat. Izuku calms down and let the man grab onto his wheelchair's handles. He did manage to see the whole fight, and cheered whenever the hero was able to land a successful punch to the villain. The man left after a while, looking very confused as to what happened, but Izuku never noticed that. Only when the fight ended and the police came to clean up the area did the mass of people started to dissipate. Izuku excitedly wrote down everything about the new would-like hero. Smiling, he turns around to find the same boy from before, sitting down on the curb of the street with his cat mewing and bumping its head onto his back. He had his arms on his knees and his hands holding his head, looking tiredly at the shop in front. Izuku decides to open a new page and drew a fast sketch of the boy, writing Shinso at the top. Trying to figure out what his quirk was, it might have been a form of mind control, with how he just ordered that man around. Maybe it was some form of attraction or confusion quirk that could push people to do things, if it was done right. He wheels himself to the boy. "Thank you for helping me. That was a really cool quirk you have. Is it mind control?" Izuku said shyly. The boy glances at him and then gave him a confused look. "Yes, it is. No one ever told me that," he said. Izuku frowns at what he said. "No way. It's so cool. What do they usually tell you?" "That's a really great villain quirk," he said and looks back at the shop in front. Stares at it and found that it was a cat cafe. "Well, you can use it for good. I mean, you used it just now to help me get to the front. I don't think that's a villain move at all." "Ah, really?" The boy looks at him, something on his eyes changed, like hope was started to bloom in them. "Yeah. You can totally be a hero with a quirk like yours." "Thank you. And my name's Hitoshi Shinso. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Please take care of me," he said, giving a mock bow, since he couldn't really lean to the front with the straps, so he only lowered his head. Shinso stood up, the cat now mewing louder than before. Do you want ice cream?" "Sure," Izuku replies happily, so Shinso moved to the back and held onto the handles, moving him to what was probably an ice cream stand. "Hey, you're tall," Izuku commented, looking at him with surprise and awe. The boy blushes and nods. "Kaken isn't that tall, he just pushes the seats, but I think he's getting taller now." "It's not fair though, I'm not getting taller. You'll get taller when you grow up." But I want to grow up now. Izuku huffs, Shinso chuckles. Softly, he stops for a moment, doing something Izuku couldn't see. He then yelps when he found a bulk of fur dropped onto his lap. This one is very noisy, but please keep on her. She likes to be petted behind the ears. She doesn't have a name yet, he said, and then went back to push Izuku. The green-haired boy stared at the fur ball with wonder before he started petting her. Like Shinso said, the cat stopped being noisy and instead started purring for the rest of the way. They ended up in the mall, sitting in a newly opened ice cream shop. 00000. His mother held onto his hands. They were both silent, contemplating what the doctor just said. Izuku couldn't believe his ears, while his mom started tearing up. So there's a chance that he could walk again? It's going to take a lot of work, Midoriya-san, and unfortunately, it'll be very expensive, the doctor said, sighing as he pushed the file towards them. Do not worry though, I added your name in the foundation list. There's a really high chance that they're going to accept your case and allow us to start the surgery. What if they didn't? Well, even if they didn't accept you, Izuku-kun, you are already having a very great progress for someone who started off like you. Most people give up halfway through and stop going to therapy, and you actually have some feelings in your legs from what I have read. Does that mean something important? It's very important. As cliché as it sounds, when someone doesn't feel their legs, that means they completely stop walking altogether. Some do have sensation which allows them some movements. That was why we usually recommend you the belted wheelchairs. We feared that if you twisted your back in a way, that you'll lose that sensation. Does that mean I don't need the straps anymore? No, you do not. You're more than stabilized by now. Your therapist recently gave me the reports and told me that you're ready for surgery. So if you want to stop using those straps, then you can. We just advise you to only start stretching with your back when in the presence of the therapist, so that she can correct you if you did do something wrong. Oh, Mama? He wonders, looking at her. When he did, he blinks at the sight. His mom was crying now, trying to wipe away her tears as she smiled at him. My Izuku can walk soon? Not soon, ma'am, though it is considered soon for this medical condition. As I said, once we get news from the foundation, we'll go through surgery and then return him back to therapy so he can start learning how to walk again. That, however, could take years. It's most likely that they will accept because Izuku-kun is still young, his records shows great progress in his health, and the surgery will most likely be a success if it was done now. And if we refuse surgery? Izuku-kun will still be in therapy, and we'll try adjust him to a new kind of leg braces that are being developed now. However, those braces are in experimental stage. On the other hand, we can use normal ones if your son underwent surgery. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. His mother started. The doctor was surprised and then tries to stop her from thanking him so much. Izuku, on the other hand, looks down on his hands that were lying on his thighs. He could start walking? It's been so long since he did, he barely remembers doing it. He only remembers walking behind Kaken, and never remembered where they walked. They were babies back then. Suddenly, he felt a cloth under his eyes. Looking up, he found his mother smiling at him. They weren't in the doctor's office anymore, they were on the train. He must have been so engrossed in memory that he didn't notice being moved. Why, you can't tell Kaken? He screams, surprising his mother. Why not? He'll be so happy hearing the news. Because, what if they didn't accept? His mother stops smiling, frowning in worry. And if they did accept, I want to surprise him. I want to show him that I can walk on my own. Izuku. No, Mama, you don't understand. He's always hovering over me. Always. He worries so much that it's suffocating, and he does it to the point that he doesn't do anything for himself anymore. He stops talking to people instead of making friends. He stops going to the park because it's hard for me to move around there. He doesn't enjoy anything when we go on school trips because he watches over me. He's so. Izuku makes a sound of frustration, covering his face with his hands. It's not fair. He doesn't take care of himself. The only thing he's really doing is training so that he can get to Yui. So I want to learn how to walk on my own. Izuku, that's still too big of a secret to keep from him. What if he finds out on his own? He'll be very upset that you never told him. She advises, but Izuku shook his head. I want to surprise him. He's been telling me to start using my quirk to look like I'm walking. I didn't do it before because the doctor said not to. Now maybe I can do it. I want to surprise him. I want to show him that he doesn't need to worry all the time. That I can go to school and be a hero with Kaken without him worrying. That I can be strong and won't need protecting. He chokes at the end, feeling a sob that was about to come out. "Oh Izuku," his mother whispers before pulling him into a hug. Izuku sniffles and hugs back tightly. "I believe that you can be a hero, even without walking. Katsuki-kun won't think any differently either way. He shuts up, not knowing what to say anymore. His mother pats his head, knowing how that felt. "It's all right, Izuku, you have till high school to surprise him. I know you can do it." "Yeah, I can do it." 00000. "So we're finishing up 5th grade, huh?" the blonde says. His eyes trace the cloud in the sky, watching it float away. Izuku points at another one from where he's lying down. "That one's a bunny." "Arg, I hate bunnies," he grumbled, looking for another shape in the clouds. Izuku pouts, no doubt, and started sulking. That's when he saw a butterfly-shaped cloud. "That one's a lame butterfly." "Butterflies are beautiful, Kaken. You shouldn't call them that," Izuku admonishes. "I'll call them whatever the hell I want. Can't we go look for another spot? The sun is in my eyes," complained the green-haired boy. Katsuki sits up and glares at him. He then dragged himself so that he can sit where he could cast a shadow over Izuku. "Better. Thank you, Kaken. You're a very caring person," Izuku said, smiling. Katsuki scoffs and glares upwards at the clouds. Izuku doesn't know how wrong he is. He doesn't understand that he's a really bad person in general. Everyone who sees them always talk behind their backs about how he'll grow up into a delinquent, and how they should take Izuku away from him. They all say that his quirk is powerful, but they all think that he would turn into a villain. They all think that he's hurting Izuku. Well, they were right. He did hurt Izuku. He hurt him so badly that he'll never walk again. It's because of him that Kaken, I'm going to perform surgery after school ends. Izuku suddenly interrupts his thinking. Snapping his head to face his friend, he found that Izuku was looking directly at the sky. "What? I don't know if I'll survive it." "What do you mean? Why are you going into surgery? How come now? Not before." "My therapist needed to permit it, that's why. They're saying that there's nothing going to happen, but I'm still scared." Shakily, Izuku lets his hands wander so that he holds Katsuki's hands. "I'm scared that it'll fail. I don't know what will happen next. I heard the doctors talking. They said I'd be put in a coma if it did fail." Katsuki doesn't even breathe. The complications of what has been said washes over his mind. Trembling, he clutches tightly onto Izuku's hands. "It's going to be okay. Is it?" "Yes, shithead. Because I'm going to wait outside that shitty operation room, and I'll wait till you come out. I can get my revenge just in time if the doctors do something wrong. Kaken, you shouldn't hit doctors. They're doing their best to help and heal people." "Why yeah, well they failed epically." He didn't realize how tightly he was holding onto Izuku's hands before he heard him whimper. He loosens his grips instantly, avoiding Izuku's eyes. Great, he always hurts him, even when he doesn't want to. "You'll wait for me?" his friend asks in a small voice. "Of course you, Deku." Izuku makes a nervous, wet laugh, obviously close to crying. Katsuki's shoulder shakes before he pulls Izuku up into a seating position, holding him in a hug. "Don't cry, you Izuku. How many times do I have to say that?" "You're crying too." Izuku hiccups, wiping his face. Katsuki scoffs but doesn't deny it. He looks around and remembers that they put the wheelchair next to a tree. He breathes before standing up, carrying Izuku at the same. "Kaken, where are we going?" "Shut up. You keep complaining about the sun. We're sitting under the tree." "But you'll burn it," Izuku said, frowning. He wraps his hands around Katsuki's neck. The blonde glares at him but stomps his way to the tree anyways. "And you wanted to watch the clouds too. The tree will block your view. Do you not want the sun out of your FNG eyes, crybaby?" "I'm not a crybaby." "You so are, you cry over everything." "Men don't cry over everything." Mama said that it's okay to cry. It's because your mom is a crybaby too. My mom said not to cry over trivial things. Katsuki proclaims, laughing loudly. Izuku pinches his ear. The blonde yelps in response. What was that for shitty Deku? I almost dropped you. I can fly, mean Kaken, and stop insulting my mom, she's way cooler than your mom. They finally reach the tree, Katsuki cautiously laying Izuku next to it. Katsuki plops himself next to the other, and instead of watching the clouds they start watching the people in the park from afar. There were too many kids playing on the playground, something that they never really did, what with Izuku needing a wheelchair and how the other children bullied him, especially when carries him over every game. They also saw parents on picnic mats, getting food ready for launch. Next time, we should sew a picnic. You should bring your mutated rice. But that tasted horrible. Izuku said self-consciously he never ate it himself, he only makes it for Katsuki since he doesn't want to scare his mom, and he didn't really believe that it tasted good. Katsuki smacks the back of his head. It tasted great, dumb Deku. I want some. I didn't make any, sorry. Whatever. He breathes in, enjoying the view. He didn't know how long they stayed there, he did realize it was for a while when he saw the parents calling their children to come eat. Katsuki, however, felt too lazy to move and find a food stand to eat from. Izuku might have brought something too, and hid it under his chair like always. He turns around, about to ask him, but stops and gawks. Izuku was leaning on his shoulder, his eyes closed and his chest moving slowly. A small trail of drool was apparent, while his hair mussed where it was touching his shoulder. Katsuki gulps, not knowing how to react. Izuku looked cute. He was so peaceful and cute and pretty just sleeping. I'm scared that it'll fail, I don't know what will happen next. I heard the doctors talking, they said I'd be put in a coma if it did fail. Teary green eyes told him, wide and scared. Katsuki gasps, he didn't want that to happen. Not ever. He found himself wrapping his hands around Izuku and hugging him tightly, his heart speeding up. What if they failed? They can fail, he remembers that day so long ago. He remembers letting his explosions out from fear, thinking how Izuku was in the surgery room. He remembers his mom and the nurses trying to calm him down, and remembers how they had to force him to sleep. He remembered the doctor coming out, telling Izuku's mom that the surgery was successful, but Izuku will not be able to walk anymore. How can a surgery be successful when the patient can't walk anymore? He wanted answers, he wanted them so badly, wanted to apologize to Deku for being horrible and causing his injury. He wanted to wrap him in a cocoon ever since, make sure nothing ever touch. He wanted to hit himself every time he thinks that he can be a hero, because he wasn't. He was a very horrible person. Of course he doesn't trust doctors or hospitals. He doesn't trust them anymore because they didn't help Izuku that day, not completely. They failed him. And he was afraid, so very afraid that they'll fail him again, and I'd be put in a coma dash. He spent a whole week without moving, and it was the worst week of his very short-lived life. Izuku coughs, opening his eyes slowly and drowsily focused on Katsuki. Kaken. Panicking, thinking that Izuku would continue sleeping, he immediately lets go and hits his head. Izuku squeaks. What was that for? He said, holding on to where it hurts with new tears now forming. It looked comical enough for Katsuki to know it wasn't serious. That's for drooling on me, shitty Deku. Now get up, I want to eat. He demands, standing up and leaving Izuku behind. Mean. He heard him complain, but he saw him flying to his wheelchair, so he didn't bother replying. His hands went up to his chest, trying in vain to slow his rapid heartbeat and hiding his blush from Izuku. What's wrong with him lately? 00000. Thank you, Inko-san, I don't know what I would have done without your help. Izuku heard once he entered his house. Blinking from surprise, he quietly pushes himself to the living room doorframe and knelt enough to see what was going on. He found the detective that has been hanging out with his mom a lot. He was bowing down, his hands clenched tight by his side. Funny, he didn't find any police car outside, but he did notice a black one that was parked a few buildings away. His mom looked nervous in her spot, looking at something on the couch. Shouldn't we bring him to the hospital? It would be better. And no worries, ma'am, I only need a few hours of rest. I am sorry for our intrusion, it is very rude and you must be dash. Then the sound of wet coughing was heard. His mother squeaks in her spot and immediately knelt next to the couch. You're coughing blood. It happens, don't worry. Don't worry. Naomasa-kun, you should have taken him to the hospital immediately, coughing blood is not normal. She despaired, reaching for the tissue box. Izuku didn't know what was going on exactly, but from what he saw, he knew that there was a bleeding man on their couch that needs help. Raising his hands, he opens the medical cabinet that was located in the bathroom and cautiously pulls on the first aid kit inside, letting it hover to the living room where the detective was also freaking out. When he turns around, most likely going to bring first aid as well, he bumps onto the kit with his forehead. What the? He sees the floating items and pulls them from air, looking at it with oddity. Where did this come from? Sorry. He heard from the door frame. Looking up he saw Izuku, trying to peek in without being seen. Izuku-kun. You're early, he said, waving at him to come in. Izuku sheepishly comes in, using his quirk to push the wheels. The detective looked at his hands and grimaces. I'm sorry you had to witness all of this. It's okay, if your friend is hurt, then we should help him. Is he going to be okay? He's been through this before. It's only that this time there's more blood than before, but other than that he's fine. He's fine. Izuku heard his mother mutter darkly, before she helped whoever was on the couch up. Izuku blinks in confusion, seeing yellow blonde hair. It was a daisy yellow, he saw many colors but never daisy yellow hair. It was too yellow to be real, but his own hair was green, so who was he to say anything about it? He remembers the daisy kaken almost burned once. The man's eyes were also sunken, very badly, and in a few years of whatever mistreatment he's been doing to them, it would completely be sunken and hollow with only his bright blue eyes shining out. His face looked like a skeleton, and both his cheekbones and chin jutted out sharply. Hello, you must be Izuku-kun. I'm Yagi Tashinori, sorry for ruining your blanket. Izuku gapes at him, seeing his All Might blanket ruined, drenched to the brim with blood. He didn't know whether to be angry at the man or be worried over him for all the blood coming out of his mouth. You should take better care of yourself, Yagi-san, people worry about you. The living room fell into silence. Izuku looks up at him innocently as the blonde looks back to the small boy. His eyes wide, bright blue shining ominously were surprised. Thank you, Izuku-kun, for those kind words, I haven't heard them in a long time. Izuku frowns but smiles at him next, not liking what he heard. No one should live their life like that, someone should care about Yagi-san. Did he not have any friends or family? No, he has Detective-san, and now he can be his mom's friend too. Are you mom's new friend? Adash. Yes, he is. Yagi-san and Naomasa-kun are both staying for dinner. So can you help me set up the table, honey? Yeah. Izuku yells, pushing himself to the kitchen, the detective following behind, worried that the paralyzed boy would hurt himself when he does what he was being asked. Yagi was still staring at the duo, blinking a bit before being moved to the bathroom. Wash yourself, Yagi-san, I'll bring some clothes your size. The older Midoriya said. Tashinori nods in agreement as he was settled on the toilet. Before she stepped out, the woman stopped, looking down as she brought her hands to her chest. She turns around giving him a smile. Thank you, Yagi-san, for protecting my son. It's Naomasa-kun who you should be thanking. He was the one driving by to check on you too and noticed the villain near Izuku. Still, thank you for defeating him. A person wouldn't have thought that you were a hero from looks alone. This is my secret identity, so it's better that no one suspects as such. Please, call me Tashinori, Yagi-san sounds very formal. He laughs, rubbing the back of his head. Inko blushes at his request and bows down. Then please call me Inko in return. She runs out of the bathroom to bring the clothes. Tashinori stares at the bathroom tiles, watching it slowly get soaked with his blood. Villains trying to kidnap children with powerful quirks? Despicable. There was already a large commotion when Endeavor's son getting injured as well, but now? How did they even find out about Midoriya? Even he needed some time to get clearance and learn of what was his situation. Breathing harshly, took off his white shirt, dumping it on the floor. It didn't matter if it got dirty now, it was already bloodied. He paused once he realized something. Naomasa-kun called the older Midoriya as Inko-san. Chuckling, he realized that the detective really did make a new close friend. The start of the new school year was not beautiful. Instead of the usual, parents always fretting about and taking a billion of pictures of them in their new middle school uniforms in front of a sakura tree, Katsuki found himself alone in front of a large school building. Izuku was not by his side, and his mother ruffling his hair and smiling sadly. "I'm sure he's going to be all right, you're going to see him before he goes in." "Why did he need to do it anyways, why not before?" Katsuki mutters, his mother pulls him closer in a half-hug, she sighs. "Why couldn't he be here with us?" Katsuki, Izuku is probably very sad as well. "Do you think that he likes staying in the hospital instead of being here?" Katsuki still looks at the ground. The anger that was brewing inside of him gradually drops. "Don't you at least want a picture to give to Izuku?" His mother nudges. Katsuki shakes his head. "I'll wait for next year, I want to take it with him." "No, he'll blame himself that you didn't take it." Clenching his fists, he turns around and crosses his hands, looking at her angrily. "Fine, take that FING picture." He growls, she smacks the side of his head. "Stop cursing, you brat. If I hear one more teacher complain about your demon mouth dash. You and Dad curse more than me." He was smacked to the side again. "Just take that picture, you hag." After taking the picture, showing an obviously angry Katsuki about to explode and destroy the trees nearby, he waves his mother goodbye and follows the other students to the ceremony. He sits and realizes that Izuku's chair was right next to him once again. Shaking his head at how coincidental that was, or maybe their names always aligned to make that possible. Either way, he was happy to find out about his neighbor. The thought that the seat might be empty for the next few months, however, sullies his mood greatly. After introduction, where he notices that some of his old classmates are with him, and more new students from different schools, he stood up in his seat to give his own introduction to be done with. "Bakugo Katsuki. I don't want to make friends here, so leave me alone." He then sits, glaring at anyone who even thinks of giving him a funny look. He doesn't need to make friends here, he has Izuku, he won't need any other friend. At break, most of the class ignores him. However, one idiot decided to talk to him, even after everything he said in class to alienate everyone. She was, of course, one of his old classmates, so she was used to his behavior by now. "I see Midoriya isn't here with us. Is that why you're angry?" Katsuki ignores her and chomps on the rice. He already misses mutant rice. "That's perfect, now we can finally talk like normal." A nerve popped on his forehead, probably, but he continued to ignore her. He did tell Izuku to try his best not to get in trouble. "I mean, we used to be friends in kindergarten, remember? Then Midoriya had to take all your attention away from us. He's so whiny all the time and he cries too much. I don't see what you like in him. I bet you're glad that Useless isn't with us anymore dash." She suddenly screams. An explosion was set off next to her ear. She drops on the ground covering her left ear, tears coming out of her eyes from the pain. "Who's crying now, Beach?" He growls. Everyone started to move away from them, making sure to not get harmed by the hot-headed blonde and the unfortunate girl on the floor. Her friends, on the other hand, tried to help her. "What's your problem, Bakugo? Just because your boyfriend isn't here doesn't mean you can just take out all your frustration on her. Shut the F up, you're not involved in this." He angrily yells at the beanie-clad boy. The boy glares. "No. I've had it with you. I thought you'd probably calm down after a while. Get over yourself. Just because your boyfriend left you, doesn't mean that you have an excuse to hurt someone else. I wouldn't even blame Midoriya for leaving, who wants to stay with someone like you anyways." That's when the fight starts. And that's how he found himself in front of his homeroom teacher, who sighs in disappointment at the whole class. "I am very disappointed, you're not little kids anymore, you can't just go and fight others like you used to, it will not be tolerated here from now. You all should have known better." He then turns at Beanie Boy. "From what I heard, you kept degrading a student's reputation, that isn't something you can do so lightly. Especially to a fellow disabled student. Midoriya Izuku will be back with us in a minimum of 2 months, when he will be cleared from the hospital. You should be ashamed, Sure, to talk badly of a sickly colleague. The boy looks down, probably from humiliation and regret. Then the teacher turns and stares at Katsuki, who growls at him. I had notes coming from your old school about you. After reading them and the accompanying notes on Midoriya, I realized that you'll be a problem child for a while. I am willing to forgive you, and won't add this to your record, if you promise to behave from now on. It is hard to have a friend at the hospital, especially someone you have been with for your entire childhood. I understand that. However, if you continue to be as problematic as today, I will make notes of this, then you won't have a large chance to enter your choice of school. From now on, I want my students to be working together, not fight each other. This will be the last fight I hear of in this year, understood? Yes, sensei. Dismissed. He made sure to leave the school just as his old classmates did, stops them in their tracks and glares at them. I warned you before and I'll warn you now. Make up more stupid rumors about Izuku, or even think of bullying him, and you are all dead meat. He leaves. He arrived at the hospital just in time, before they put him under anesthesia. Izuku waves at him and mouths him something. After squinting, he figured out that Izuku said, "Wait for me." Which was a very stupid thing to tell him. Of course he'll wait for him. Forever. He didn't know how long he stayed there. He lost count of how many times the nurses tried to shoo him out of the hospital, since it was a school night and he still wore his uniform, not to mention that he wasn't sitting in emergency. After the third coffee, he gave up and fell asleep, and was woken up by his mother. Honestly, I won the bet on your father. He bet that you'll come and sleep home. She chuckles, dropping a bento on his lap. Katsuki grumbles as he starts eating. I'm taking you home so you can get ready for school. You'll come back when it's finished. But I told Izuku I'll be here. Izuku wouldn't want you to mess school. He has an excuse, you don't. Besides, he won't wake up from surgery immediately, I know. Yeah, right. I do know. You'll go to school or else I'll tell Izuku that you didn't go like the brat you are. Katsuki clamps his mouth shut and continues eating. He wouldn't risk it, and he didn't want Izuku to get angry at him. At the end, his mother did take him home, to school, and even picked him up again to see Izuku's mom and his dad by the operation room. They finished 2 hours ago, but they're still waiting for him to wake up. Does that mean that he might not wake up? It was something that he kept thinking about. He remembered a year ago, when Izuku cried telling him about the coma possibility. How the doctors didn't think he was listening. Izuku's mom didn't say anything, but he could see how stressed out she was, holding onto her bag tightly. He experienced a smack to the head, but this time by his father. They stayed for half an hour more before 2 more people came in looking for them. It was a very skinny blonde and a familiar blocky-faced person. They walked straight to Izuku's mother and greeted her. After a few minutes, his mother snapped her fingers. I remember you. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugu, and young Katsuki. It had been a long time since I last saw you. It was at that moment that he remembered the man. It was the police officer from years ago, the one who came first in the scene trying to calm him and get to him but couldn't. The same one who visited them and told them about Izuku's quirk, with the dog-headed police officer. Katsuki then looks at the blonde. He must be the one Izuku talked about constantly. He knew by now that the detective was visiting them. He honestly thought that he wanted to date Izuku's mom, but after seeing how she and the blonde eyed each other shyly, he's starting to have other thoughts. Naomasa, Tashinori, I thought you two were busy. Too busy for Izuku? What's the deal with everyone calling Izuku like a girl? Yes, it was cute when they were little, but Izuku's a boy and they're growing up. They should stop using that nickname. Not that he wanted Izuku to stop calling him Kaken. Why are you here? A smack to the head. Don't be rude, brat. His mother told him. He just growls at her. When will they realize that he'll never stop being rude, and that they were wasting their breath by now? I wanted to see Izuku. I just finished filing papers for a closed case. Tashinori has finished his job by now and wanted to know if Izuku is alright. What did the blonde do for a living? Can he even walk around without any health risk? He looked like he could drop at any time now, and it was disturbing. Tashinori, did it involve that case? Izuku's mom asked. So he was another detective. I caught some people, but we still haven't gotten any confession. The blonde said and then promptly sat down. The detective rubbed the back of his neck. It did help with our case though. What are we doing? Talking about cases? You haven't told us about Izuku's operation yet. Oh, sorry. It's successful. They're scared that there were some complications though, and they're waiting for him to wake up in the operation room's lobby before taking him out. Could we see him? I'm afraid only I could. You'll see him in a room, not inside the theater. Family-only policy, the same as ICU. But he doesn't need intensive care, so why only family members? Katsuki budges in, Izuku's mom sighs, sagging her shoulders. I don't make the rules, Katsuki. They said only family members, or in case of having none, a close friend. He doesn't say anything. He was satisfied with what he heard, not happy, but it was enough. It didn't take long before something happened. Katsuki witnessed the hospital staff surrounding the blonde police officer after he coughed blood like it was nothing. His partner didn't react, so maybe it is nothing, but he did cough blood. The nurse thought it was something though, and they all tried to help him. They even got a doctor nearby. The blonde tried to explain that this was normal. He then watched the morbid scene of nurses strapping the blonde to a gurney and pulling him away as he tried to change their minds. Izuku's mom shook her head as the detective Naomasa took off his hat with one hand and scratched behind his ears with the other. I should go and clarify. He's fine because of his quirk. They shouldn't worry. It's being treated as if he was experiencing symptoms of aging in another hospital. You definitely should, Naomasa. The detective didn't waste time in following the staff. Katsuki slowly looks away as he contemplated what he saw. So Izuku did tell him the truth, a man who usually coughs up 2 liters of blood and lives like it's nothing. It was in an entry in his superhero notebook, and Katsuki didn't really believe him then. The notes were ridiculous. He wrote on how yellow his hair was, and how bright his eyes can be at times that it scared him, especially if it was at night. Like Izuku had a need to be afraid. Shaking his head, he looks up at his friend's mom, and noted how she was a bit worried. He wouldn't blame her. If Izuku keeps coughing up blood at every convenient time, he would be worried too. It took an hour before Izuku woke up. They explained that they accounted his quirk to work against the drags, so they had to give him another dose halfway through operation when they noticed the signs of waking up. It seems that he has an adult amount of anesthesia in his body, but the only reason he woke up after so long was that the drags used the second time was stronger. If they used the previous one again, he would have woken up near the end of the operation. The anesthetic did prepare 2 drags in case this happened. Didn't they give the drags in gas form? Why would they need to give it to him in doses? A silly question that the doctor shook his head at, seeming to have judged him as an idiot after asking. He has a breathing mask. Oh. After settling Izuku in the room, and doing the usual checkup, they left the family and friends alone. Izuku's mom sitting next to him as his green-haired friend kept on blabbering about nonsense. Do you think Kaken's hair is fireproof too? That question was one of the many odd things that kept spouting out of his mouth. Since he did mention it, Katsuki was actually curious about that. He wasn't willing to set fire on it though, since there's a high possibility that it isn't, and he'll either scorch his roots into a black color or turn bald. Is Mr. Yagi dating you? Izuku, not now. Wait, Inko is dating that skeleton? Inko, are you dating that guy? His father interrupted. Oh God, my best friend is dating someone. How come I only knew now? Don't be dramatic. Mr. Yagi looked like a very nice person. His mom interrupts. He keeled over coughing blood, woman. How do you expect him to take care of Inko? She'll have to take care of him. You heard the detective. He said he has to be treated like an elderly person. Come off it, honey. Inko can take care of him if he needs it, and he's obviously someone who can take care of himself anyways if he's a cop. His quirks helps him. His mother retorts. Katsuki rolls his eyes at their banter. Any second now and they'll start cursing. You two are missing the point. I'm not dating anyone. Toshinori is just someone I met through Naomasa after a case. He needed to rest a bit after arresting a villain. That's all, we're just friends. Inko-chan, you guys are not just friends, his mother did air quotes. You guys had that lovey-dovey eyes all over each other. It's really cute. Reminds me of Kaken looking at Izuku. His blood ran cold. He swiftly turns and starts shouting. I do not have lovey-dovey eyes, you hag. For the last time, you punk, I am not a hag. You definitely look at Izuku like he's the most precious thing in the world. I do not. Don't worry, son, his father starts, and he turns to give him a betrayed look. I don't judge you for your choice of partner. It was obvious since you were kids that you liked him. Dad, I don't like Izuku like that. You don't like me? Was the small voice that was heard. Everyone present turned to see at a still out of it Izuku, who looks betrayed at the blonde. He seemed to be close to tears. What everyone noticed was that the items in the room that were not bolted started to twitch in place. No. I like you. I like you. Stop crying, you stupid Deku. Izuku calms down, the room following suit, and starts giggling. He raised his hands, and somehow, in some way, he can still use his quirk even in this state. Katsuki was yanked off his chair towards Izuku, finding himself being hugged by the green-haired boy. I like you too, Kaken, you're my best friend. He giggles again. The nurse ran into the room, freaking out after seeing the heart monitor having a higher activity than usual. She saw Kaken being hugged by Izuku, his leg was floating up, his shoe stuck to the ceiling. She then kicked everyone but Izuku's mom out. 000. After a month, Katsuki was replacing the flower in the vase while Izuku's eyes were glued to the screens. A knock was heard, and they heard Mr. Naomasa speaking. Come in. Izuku yelled happily, still not focusing on anything but the news. The detective came in with casual clothes, smiling at them. It still looked bland to Katsuki, but who was he to judge when his own eyes screamed murder? He thinks that it helps his job a lot, especially if he's an interrogator specialist as he claims. How are my two favorite boys doing? He asked. In his hand was a bag that obviously came from a sushi restaurant. Katsuki sighs. Huh. Hi, Uncle Naomasa. Mr. Yagi. Yagi's busy with work. He looks up at the screen and sighs. He's there right now, but I was ordered not to be present. How come Mr. Yagi goes to the scene while you're out of it? Katsuki asks. It was something he always wondered. Izuku sees it as normal, probably because he was used to it by now. He, on the other hand, wondered why a sickly man was always there. It's our quirks. Yagi's quirk is hardening his body. He can't be hurt by the attacks. I, on the other hand, am much more suited talking to suspects and gathering evidence. That's why I'm the detective and he's not. What's your quirk? Uncle Naomasa is a lie detector. Izuku supplies without really realizing it, his eyes still glued to the television. The detective winces, then shakes his head as he gets closer to the boy and ruffled his hair. You would be an amazing detective or analyst if you only stopped mumbling everything. Izuku looks up and blushes from embarrassment once he realized what he just did. Sorry. I don't really notice when I do it. He mumbles again. The man smiles and ruffles his hair again before standing up and setting the table. Katsuki frowns for a bit, before looking down at the flower he has in his hand. It's a daisy. It was a white one, and he flushes at thought of putting it behind Izuku's ears again. It was like tradition by now. Every time he finds one, no matter the color, he would always shove Izuku's hair and then set the daisy behind his ear, letting it settle there for the remainder of the day. Izuku would usually forget he had it until he took a bath or something. He didn't want to do it with the detective present though. By now, all he saw of him was that he was a traditional Japanese man. A rare sight in their society today, since quirks changed many things, but traditionalists were still present till this day, and Detective Naomasa exudes the feel of one. Screw it. Why the f would his opinions matter anyways? Shrugging, he goes and walks up to Izuku, moving his hair once more and putting the daisy behind his ear. Izuku blinks, before feeling the flower and smiling widely at Katsuki. Thank you, Kaken. Yeah, sure, whatever. You look stupid in them anyways, so that's a bonus for me. Katsuki turns to find Detective Naomasa watching them curiously. He was ready to fight him, his hands twitching to let an explosion loose, but blinks when the man just turns around, making no fuss at him. Little did Katsuki know, was that Naomace's quirk wasn't an emitter type, it was the kind that doesn't turn off. He knew that "you look stupid in them anyways" was a really big lie. And the "so that's a bonus for me" was so genuinely true, it shone brightly in his mind. Young love. He whispers whimsically under his breath, smiling at how adorable they both were. 00000. It was something that he didn't like. The counselor in school already tried to admit him into one, thinking that he did drags. What a fucktard. He won't let anything ruin his quirk, and he won't blow his chance to get in UE for a temporary entertainment. It ruins lives anyways. So maybe he could burn up the drags in his systems, but he wasn't really a pyromancer, they're the ones who are more known to do that. Izuku probably knows the answer, he'll ask him if he can take drags later. Shaking his head, he looks back at the building. He was very familiar with this building. Ever since they were children, and he would usually drop off or pick Izuku out of this building when his mother couldn't do it. It was usually for Izuku's therapy sessions, and sometimes for other appointments that he never cared learning about them. Izuku's back there. The first day he came out after surgery, he looked very tired and ready to drop on the floor. That was saying something, since he would then need to drop off the wheelchair as well for his face to meet the ground. So he might have been worried, a bit. It's not like he was afraid that something would happen to Izuku. He's strong, his quirk was amazingly overpowered if he was focusing on it, or not focusing at all, really evident by the many times he was flown over a room by Izuku's enthusiasm. Really, if Izuku could walk, he would be the perfect poster boy for upcoming heroes. He was smart, quick in both reflexes and thinking, his quirk was powerful. All in all, Izuku never really needed protecting. But he does need protection. Katsuki will be hell-bent if he ever left Izuku's side and found out later that he was hurt out of his sight. Izuku was already hurt once, and he will never let anything hurt him again, not as long as he can prevent it. Kaken. Looking up, he finds his friend, sporting a surprised look. "I'm here to pick you off, nerd. Let's get move." He huffs and walks over to his friend, grabbing the handles. "It's still too early to be out of school yet," comments his friend, looking up at him accusingly. Katsuki rolls his eyes. "I'm the smartest student in class since you're out of commission. Sensei was willing to let me out earlier than usual." "That's amazing, Kaken. I knew you were better than you let on," gushes his friend, his eyes sparkling with amazement. Katsuki scoffs, but enjoys the attention nonetheless. "Everyone else are dumb. That beach from the 5th grade is with us though." "Kaken, don't be mean. She is a total dash." "Katsuki." He shuts his mouth. Izuku never really used his name unless he was very serious. Scoffing, he continues talking. "Dolt, airhead pig. She made up rumors about me, trying to lie about how I tried to assault her again. Again. She deserved it the first time, but I didn't attack her a second time. Problem was, everyone believed her, since she's the first one to grow melons out of all the girls in our class." "What does that have to do with anything?" Izuku asks, frowning in confusion. Katsuki sighs. "Sweet innocent Izukin. Doesn't matter now, just know that she can use them against guys and intimidate girls with it." "How can her chest do that? Can you let me finish this?" "Shitty Deku." Fine. Please finish your amazing story." Izuku says sarcastically. Katsuki ignores it. "So they all believed her because I did attack her on the first day. They were all ignoring me in class and everything, that stupid delinquent treatment that we usually see in TV shows. But someone found out that I was with the school's counselor the time that I supposedly attacked her. Then what happens? Now they're treating her how they treated me. Talk about two-faced. Our class is pretty unreliable. They stopped when they felt the earthquake." Izuku's head immediately snaps towards the most likely place that could have has an accident in, and he was right once more. They saw a large villain from afar, grabbing hold of others in their large arms. Izuku yells excitedly, his body already leaving the wheelchair. Katsuki immediately grabs hold of him. "You dumb F-. It's illegal to use quirks when a villain's attacks, unless you were attacked yourself. I really hate that rule. Do they just expect us not to help other people if they were in danger?" Izuku says sadly, floating back to his seat and looking dejected. Katsuki grumbles and continues pushing his friend away from the scene. It's not like that will apply to you anyways, you're getting your license soon. I'll need to get to a hero high school and then get a provisional license. I'll have to get that too, you know. Izuku said, annoyed. Katsuki almost forgot that, to tell the truth. He was still not convinced with the idea that Izuku would join the hero department. He has the ability to. It was just that Katsuki was very paranoid and protective of him to the point that he really wants him not to join. Cheer up, Deku, a pro is going to save the day, you can still help kittens from a tree or something. Stop making fun of me. Izuku huffs but still giggles. Katsuki avoided a major cry alert. 00000. Izuku was very excited. He was really very, stupidly excited. He was going to take his first picture at school in front of the cherry blossoms. With Kaken too. They thought that the surgery was a fail after 3 months of hospitalization. He started to think of how pointless it all was, and how he should have never raised his hopes up in the beginning. That was until the doctor finally declared that he could start his rehab sessions. It was hard. Balancing school and going to the facility 3 times a week, without failing his grades or falling behind in training was difficult, but he managed to go through it. His mama was so proud too, it was amazing knowing that he can finally make her smile for real. And soon he'll see Kaken smile. He laughs to himself, snatching his notebook, the 11th edition, that was on its last few pages, and hugged it to himself. After so long of Kaken pestering him, he finally changed the label to Quirk Analysis for the future, instead of Hero Analysis. He kept bugging him on how nerdy and childish it sounded, but it wasn't. Still, some of his classmates did laugh at him once they saw the title, so Kaken was right. Of course he was right, he was Kaken. So the class kept making fun of him for being childish, especially that girl that Kaken still kept calling her that rude name. He usually drops using a curse word and start using actual nicknames after meeting someone for a while, like how he'll call someone a fucktard then find a genuine fitting nickname, Deku. But he always called that girl the same way, and he can honestly see why. She acts like one, and it's annoying how she always butts in between them when they're trying to talk or hang out. His friend got so annoyed that he scared everyone away. Again. By this point, he'll only have 2 friends before graduating middle school. He wondered how Shinso is doing right now, and if his classmates were bugging him about his quirk again. He hopes that he stopped using them on the whim when it concerns irritating people. He always ordered them to leave him alone and he would return to whatever he was doing. He hopes that his new classmates are nicer than his older ones. That doesn't matter anymore, he's going to the 7th grade, and they all grew up by now. Everything should be fine. Flying down the stairs, he caught his mother's figure, making a bento box. He smiles as he floats next to her. His mother has gotten a bit short, her form becoming chubbier than before. When he asked her once, she only said that she was stressed out a bit. He wonders if it's the same as Mr. Yagi though, that they're aging too fast. Kaken's mom still looks the same to him after all, and so does his dad and Uncle Naomasa. Morning, Mom. He yells and hugs her after she puts down the knife. His mother didn't jump, too used to this by now. Izuku, are you excited? She asks instead. Of course I am. The therapist said that I might take a year before I can start using braces, maybe even months. I'm still on the honor roll, and hopefully, I'm still in Kaken's class. You two are always in the same class, so you might be. He flies to his wheelchair, settling in and smirking when he found no straps on them. It feels so good growing for once, and the result was a new wheelchair with no straps. Kaken was confused at first but didn't say anything. Good, he didn't want to tell him why yet. It's hard enough trying to omit the truth for a while, and gets harder and harder as time goes by. He doesn't know how long it will be before Kaken finally demands answers. You look great, Izuku. His mother says, smiling and giving him his bento. Looking up, he saw something akin to pride shining in her eyes. Thanks, Mom. He mumbles, pulling his bag from the couch and hugging it to himself. She was always so proud. He didn't understand it at times. He remembers as a child how she always worried about him, and how she blamed herself when he didn't develop a quirk and might not possibly ever do so. She was always so stressed, Always looked at him with guilt, always sad. Now, it's embarrassing whenever she looks at him like that. He doesn't really deserve it, he was disabled after all. How can someone be proud of that? His father certainly isn't. He doesn't deserve you. He hears in his mind Kaken's young aggravated voice showing the sheer venom in them. Your dad is a deech anyways dash. He giggles. Kaken really knows how to insult someone. Looking up, he saw his mom looking at him with a tilted head, looking curious. Is something wrong, honey? No. Everything is perfect. She smiles fondly and moves to open the door, waiting for him to follow. Once outside, she took the handles of the wheelchair and starts moving. She really loved doing that, never letting him use his quirk to push himself. Even though he hated when anyone else did it, even Kaken at times, he would never begrudge his mother from it. Sometimes, it felt like it was his and his mom's bonding time, something she can do with him instead of playing sports or doing any activity that needs the use of his legs. Now that he finally got his disability license and can use his quirk as much as he likes without any problems against the law, he still didn't want her to stop. Do you want to help me cook something today? I don't know. Anything without fish though, Uncle Naomesa is coming tomorrow. He heard her boisterous laugh. She understood, his uncle really likes fish, and even though he's the guest, he still brings dinner or lunch on his own. Do you think he met a new hero recently? I heard that something happened yesterday that needed best genist in sight. It would be so cool if he met him there. I doubt that he met him. Remember, he's a detective, not a response officer. But, Kaken told me he was there at the accident. Izuku mumbles the last part. He didn't see how his mother's hands tightens around the handle, or the agonized expression passing her face. It was because he was nearby when it happened. Well, I think he's a hero. He responded when his job says otherwise, and his boss is always trying to keep him away until all the villains are gone. That means he's a good guy, doesn't it? Although, not a pro-hero. He is. He's a hero where it matters. Izuku can hear the smile in her voice. He wanted to play baseball, but didn't know how to ask. Baseball? I can't play that. You actually can, but you'd have a problem running around the bases. More like can't, Izuku mutters. It's illegal to use your quirk in sports. You're not playing in an official game, Izuku. You're just playing. I don't think Naomesa would really arrest you for that. She chuckles. Izuku just grins. He looks up, enjoying the pink-colored leaves. It was the best thing about spring, and even though there are many other trees all around, sakura trees were always a dominant part of their city. That's when he noticed a kitty, mewling pathetically on a branch. Huh, can his friend see the future? Mom, look. He points up, his mother looks and sees the kitten on the branch. She starts to worry. She saw Izuku lifting up both his hands, the familiar black aura starting to form, and she immediately grabs hold of them, bringing it down. Mom. Izuku, I know that you can help the cat, but your quirk is very powerful. She scolds. Izuku blinks, taking a moment to understand, then looks down in shame. Sorry. I didn't think it through. She sighs, not blaming him. Izuku has a good heart, and wants to help as many people as possible. His dreams consists of being a hero, even if he was paralyzed, hopefully not for long. He's usually calm and collected, thinking about everything before acting, but when someone needs help, she sighs. His mom looks up at the tree and raises her hand. Unlike him, his mom doesn't have any aura that surrounds her when she uses her quirk. Recently, he doesn't show as much as he used to unless he was excited or have been using a large amount of power. So she might not ever use that much power, she could be powerful. He likes to think so, however, he knows that if she did, she wouldn't use it. It confused him at times. She could have been a pro-hero if she wanted to, but she isn't. He blames his father for that. Though he couldn't complain much, he was born as a result after all. The kitten meows loudly, sounding frightened as it was pulled slowly downwards, probably thinking that it was going to fall to death before it realizes the slow descent. Once it was in her eye level, his mom grabs it gently, hugging it to herself. She slowly turns and smiles at him. You should be gentle, Izuku. Not everyone is strong like Katsuki. This cat could have been hurt from how fast you could have pulled it, and you pull things in frightening speeds. It's still a baby, and it could have gotten hurt. Sorry, I didn't really realize that. He rubs his arms. She smiles kindly and outstretches her arms. Now pull slowly. Izuku raises both his hands, but hesitates. Unlike his pushes, his pulls were very strong, and he attributed that to his mother's quirk. Only now did he realize what he could have done. He knew that his quirk is powerful, that's why he only told others that he pushes and pulls instead of saying that it was telekinesis, but he never really thought that he could have hurt someone with it. Come now, Izuku, just focus on being gentle. She tells him softly. Gulping, he puts one hand down and focused on his power output, making sure that he was using little power, but not so little that the kitten would fall. The flight was slow and uncertain. His hand shaking and wanting to blow, using all his energy. Yet he succeeded. He gives a timid smile at the cat as it bumps its head to his stomach. I did it. He cheers, smiling brightly at her, no shyness in place. She hugs him. Her son's happiness was contagious after all. Yes, you did. When they arrived at school, Kaken and his mom were already there. He stares at the kitten in his arms and narrows his eyes at it before sighing. He grumbles as he stands next to Izuku to take the picture. Just as both mothers were going to snap one, the cat jumps at Kaken's face. 00000. 8th grade, everyone started to act weirdly. Kaken was acting weirdly. His classmates were acting weirdly, and his teachers were teared looking. He knew it was stress, and that this year wasn't going as great as the last one. Sometimes, Izuku heard one of them mutter, "hormones," under their breaths. What does human growth have to do with how everyone was recently acting? He ignores it all, and continues his rehab schedule, kept himself at the top of the class and is about to finish his 12th quirk analysis notes. Soon, he'll be off the hook machines and stop depending on them to walk those small steps. Walking between two rails over and over again for 2 years now was starting to make him feel antsy. He wanted to be off of it, he wanted to walk without them. He really wants to walk outside, walk in front of his friend and family and see their reactions. Smiling, he draws a sketch of a very surprised-looking Kaken, his red eyes wide and his mouth firmly closed. Frowning, Izuku erases the straight line that was the mouth and then draws an open one, looking like Kaken was gaping. What are you laughing about, nerd? Kaken grouches, slumping on his seat and putting his legs on the table. Izuku sticks his tongue at him and returns to his notes. Oi, I asked what are you doing? Nothing, meanie. He replies, flipping to another page and landed on the hero costume. His mother drew the basic outline of it a long time ago, and he never found himself drawing a new one. Only continued to elaborate on the first draft. Maybe if he added bunny ears? What happened to that stupid cat? Is it finally gone? Yeah. I gave it to Shinso last week. The atmosphere in the room changed, everyone who was close and felt it backed away slightly, confused for a moment and then realizing where it came from. Izuku, however, didn't feel a thing. Shinso? Yeah. He's the friend I told you about, remember? When we were in elementary. He finally got a cell phone now. I asked him if he wanted her and he accepted. He really likes cat. I never really met this Shinso, Katsuki said, in a low, aggravated voice. Izuku still didn't notice as he only focused on the drawing. You never did. I tried to get you two to meet, remember? But you never came with me when I was watching Heroes. I think he lives at the center of the city. I always find him walking back from home at that area. Izuku didn't look up to see the expression Katsuki had on his face. One that could only be called envy. Katsuki had to breathe in slowly to repress his emotions. I should go with you next time then, he said once he knew he could control himself. Izuku's head snaps up to look at him. You will? That's great. And he continued blabbering about all the things that could happen as they went hero watching. When Katsuki was sure that Izuku was droning, he decides to stand up and push him out of class to continue the chatter, not really wanting to stay cooped up and get his ears to fall off at the same time. When the break was over, they returned to class with no problem. The problem was in the class. Izuku rolls himself to his desk, opens up his desk, and finds a letter inside. Katsuki, being the invasive JRK that he usually is, leans on his shoulder to read. Someone wants to meet with you at the roof? Katsuki asks slowly, in a low, annoyed voice. Izuku doesn't have an answer to that. What kind of shithead asks a disabled person to go to the roof? Kaken, calm down, I don't think who wrote this realized that. What if something happens? What if you accidentally fall? Kaken, there are rails up. Izuku then saw something that caught his breath. Kaken looks at him, complete anguish flashed in his eyes before returning to rage. Do you think there weren't any rails at the bridge? I don't remember, Izuku mumbles, putting the letter down and rubbing his arms uncomfortably and looking down. This was always a touchy subject. He doesn't remember anything about that day. That doesn't mean Kaken doesn't. He was there when it happened, he remembers everything and probably in details as well. It wasn't fair for him to remember nothing and for his friend to always feel tormented by the memory. Why does he always make someone feel guilty? Was he a bad influence? Is he bringing misery to people's lives like this? He hears Kaken's breathing, slowly inhaling and exhaling to calm himself down. Something the counselor had drilled in his friend's head to start controlling his emotions. Sorry. He mutters. Izuku felt confused. I should be sorry. No. It isn't your fault, nothing is your fault. There it is again, Kaken taking the blame. The blame of what? He doesn't know, but Katsuki blames himself so much, and thinks that he doesn't deserve any kind of redemption. It irritated Izuku. He wanted his friend to tell him what's wrong, what's bothering him. He can help. Sagging, Izuku fixes his wheelchair so that he's facing the board. I'll be there. Really, Kak? Really? Yes, really. I don't care, I don't want some piece of shit to bully you when I'm out of sight. He growls and Izuku sighs. Really? Protective Kaken on the go. After school ends, Izuku floats his chair to the roof, waiting for whoever wrote him that letter. He doesn't know if his friend arrived yet, and he doesn't even worry about it. If his red-eyed friend says he'll come, he'll come. Taking his note out, he starts writing down a new idea on how to use his quirk. He stayed like that for a while, thinking and writing, until he heard footsteps coming. Looking up, he blinks in confusion when he saw his old classmate. He always wore some kind of hat, and more recently, a beanie. His classmate scratches the back of his neck, showing his limbs stretching quirk. If he remembers correctly, he fought with his friend in the 6th grade over something neither of them wanted to disclose. Why, you really came Midoriya, he said. Looking down. Izuku tilts his head. Didn't he hate him? He was Katsuki's friend after all? Did you want to talk to me, Sure? Wait. I wanted to say something. The boy drops his hands, his limb returning to normal. Now he started to fidget. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to hang out? Hang out? Sure. Where do you want to go? Sure looks up, his face turning red a bit. Midoriya, I meant by hanging out, I like a date. Oh, Sure deflates, looking dejected. I understand if you don't swing that way, please don't hate me for this. No. It's not like that. Izuku blurts, only now realizing his silence could mean something bad in Shure's mind. I am sorry, but I can't return your feelings. Shure sighs, nodding in disappointment. Thank you for being honest with me, Midoriya. You could find someone else who's better than me, you know. Izuku tried to cheer him up, but his classmate only blushes, nodding. I don't think I'll find someone as nice as you are, Midoriya. Huh. You're really nice and sweet, even with Byakugo as your only friend. You always help others when they ask, and you gave me your bento once when I forgot my money. His blush was now darker, Izuku joining in. Even though everyone tells you that you can't be a hero, you still try your hardest to achieve your dream. I admire everything that I have said about you. That's why I wanted to ask you out. Thank you. I don't know how to reply to your kind words, he stutters. I don't see myself as great as you just described me. You deserve to be told that every day. You're embarrassing me, Shure. Said boy chuckles nervously and stretches his limbs, rubbing the back of his neck again. This is really awkward. He comments, but smiles gratefully at Izuku. I'll see you tomorrow in class? Yeah, totally. He replies, The boy smiles widely and sheepishly starts walking away. Izuku watched him go and hugs his notebook to his chest tightly, still feeling his face heating up. That felt very nice, although a bit awkward. He just got his first confession, albeit it was from a male. He would have thought that he would go confess to someone else first than be confessed to. He startles when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looks up and finds Katsuki staring at him with narrowed eyes. "Your face is red. Should I go and punch Taffy Lim for what he said to you?" He didn't say anything mean, he was actually really nice. "I don't see why you two fight a lot." "Because Taffy Lim likes to butt in on things that doesn't concern him. He can get himself chewed up for all I care." "Kaken, you're being mean again." "Whatever." Izuku raises both hands, lifting up both himself and Kaken to fly down to the school ground. Katsuki doesn't really react, which makes Izuku pouts. He loved when he gets a reaction from his friend. They start walking away, ready to crash at home to play video games. Halfway towards home, Katsuki mumbles, "You are great, you Deku." Izuku pretends that he didn't hear him, the tips of his ears reddening. Masaru is a calm man. His coworkers think of him as a cool and collected person. He does his job diligently and cares about his family and friends. Aside from his wife, his best friend is Inko. He walked her down the hall in her wedding day for God's sake. She is one of his closest friends, PRD. He was also the man that punched her scum of an ex that dared to just up and leave her, just because his son, his life and blood, was quirkless. Inko was of course upset about this, not knowing whether to cry over her predicament at that time or to laugh at the indignant face of her ex. He didn't worry much over his family's safety. Mitsuki was a minor pyromancer who knows how to punch someone in the places that will do damage. His son Katsuki has inherited her brashness and ferocity, coupled with his own explosive nature, made him a dangerous person to anger. So their safety was guaranteed. Inko and her son's safety, not much. It was the reason he decided to live close by, fearing that anything could happen to them and he was too far away to reach them in time. Mitsuki at first was against this decision, the first time he saw his wife being jealous of all things. Yet, after meeting Inko and bringing Katsuki to play with her son, she understood completely his reasoning. He failed in protecting her from that a-hole of an ex, and he will not fail scrutinizing every other male who has any kind of attention on her. It was no surprise that after that incident, a horrible day that Katsuki still has nightmares about till now, that he would recognize the detective who has been with them at the briefing. He was very suspicious of him, but after seeing him interact with Izuku, and see the genuine concern the detective has over the two, he decides that he was a safe man to keep nearby. And Izuku adores the detective anyway. He couldn't begrudge him of a father figure. It was when he discovered about Inko's crush over a skeleton man that he starts to worry. First of all, that man could be a decade older than her. Inko is still in her 30s, the man looks like he'll fit in a nursery house. It might be rude to say this, but he is concerned for Inko and Izuku's safety only, not the man's feelings. Second, he coughs blood. He is obviously in a serious health risk, and Inko doesn't need to fuss over someone else, not when her own disabled son needs all the attention, which he gets from her anyways, for she is an amazing mother. That man will definitely stress her more. Third, he knows nothing about him. He knows that he works with the police, or is a police officer himself, a friend of the detective. He was probably half Japanese, not from looks but from his vocabulary, either that or he has lived for a while outside of Japan. His fourth reason was, he didn't have any. Instead, he has a counter-argument to himself. The few times Skeleton Man did come, it seems to be with a goal to see Inko smile. Not to mention, he spends time with Izuku, always talking and playing with him, sometimes with the detective joining in. They all paint a very beautiful and serene picture together, and Mr. Yagi doesn't intend in causing any harm. He is a police officer after all. If he didn't know any better, he'd think that Detective Neo Mesa has been setting them up without their knowing. With all these thoughts in mind, he decides to butt in the next time the man visits, and give him the much-deserved talk. That was how Masaru found himself sitting next to the blonde as Inko readies herself for an outing. Masaru scoffs. It's nice to know that Izuku inherited his cluelessness from her, for he was sure that Mr. Yagi trying to take her out for coffee was in the intent of a date, not a chatter between friends. So, what do you work as? He looks sideways. The man had his hands together in a nervous habit. He jumps at his sound and chuckles. Right now, with the police. I'll start teaching at UA next year. Masaru raises his brows, surprised by the answer. Didn't UA only accept pro heroes as teachers? Frowning, he starts to form a picture in his mind. After much thought, he decides to ask, "Are you a hero?" "I didn't say that." Mr. Yagi says confidently. Masaru narrows his eyes at him. So he is a hero, and in his civilian identity. Does Inko know? He questions, turning around and pinning him down with his no-nonsense stare that Katsuki hates. It always left his son feeling guilty, or so entrapped that he'd blurt everything out. While Katsuki did have his explosive nature, he was his father. He has to learn how to curb it as his son aged, and his wife was worse anyways. He was forced to become the only rational and calm person to live under their roof, not an appealing job to be forced in. Mr. Yagi was not immune, evident by his stutter and wild hand movements. She does know. That's how we met. He stops as if remembering that this was supposed to be a secret. It was at this moment that his demeanor changes. Gone was the meek, thin frame of a man, replaced by an silent and irate skeleton, shadows covering his face with his eyes glowing a bright blue and staring at him with something unrecognizable. It didn't help that the man appeared taller than he is. "How did you make me answer like that?" he demands, and Masaru cursed. He wasn't dealing with children now. This was a grown man, and from what he has gathered, an experienced hero. Of course he'll realize that there was something off. "It's my quirk. I can force someone to answer my question by pressuring their emotions. People always answer when they are too happy or too angry. However, if they are sad or depressed, it could lead to serious consequences. With a quirk like that, you could have gotten a job with the police," mutters the man, leaning back on the chair, the shadows disappearing from sight. Masaru doesn't find any appeal in police work. He's happy with where he is. Not to mention the fact that his quirks works when he himself is pressed for the answers. It couldn't be triggered otherwise. He once got an answer from his professor in that way. So she does know, and she seems okay with. "I don't. How do I know that you won't bring any harm to her or Izuku because of your job?" he questions, looking away. The man doesn't answer as he looks down at his hands. Minutes later, Masaru was about to declare him unfit for his friend, but was cut off by the man's words. "The first time I saw Izuku, a villain was about to attack him. Your son was with him at that time as well." This surprises him, as he has never heard this before. Naomasa was driving by, making sure that the two are safe. He does this with every victim he was concerned for. It was hardly the first time he did it. When we did pass by the two, I noticed someone who was about to attack. Fortunately, he saw the police car and didn't. It gave me the time to chase him while Naomasa made sure the children were safe. He came back to pick me up after the two reached your house and found me injured. Your neighborhood is unnaturally far from any medical center, so he took me to Inko. Masaru slowly turns to look at the man as the story progresses, the man gradually gaining his attention. Naomasa of course explained to her what happened, and I was bleeding all over her house. She never said anything about it. She only worried about my health. It was something nice, only Naomasa would ask after me, and now to have someone else start to ask for your health, and make sure you're okay after living in loneliness for decades now. I start to treasure these moments. What about Izuku? What do you mean, what about Izuku? His biological father left him because he was quirkless up till his second year kindergarten. Then when it was apparent that he does have a quirk, he still denies ever visiting him for his disability. He uses it as an excuse and expresses his disappointment with it. So if you're into Inko and are planning to push her son away, you might as well dash. I was planning on making him my successor. Masaru blinks. That was a surprise. Even if Ms. Inko didn't recuperate my feelings, I was going to ask him to be my successor. As in, he takes your title? Yes. Katsuki will sheet bricks if he heard this. He says loudly, ignoring the skeleton's choked voice. His son will definitely get said if he heard of this. While he is very supportive of his friend, he still worries. Their dreams of being pro-heroes was a slightly jarred painting for his son, as he seems to have taken it upon himself to protect his friend from everything. It was a concern, especially for a parent, to find that your son is obsessed over someone. He did ask him at the end, and found out that Katsuki feels an immense amount of guilt for the incident. Something he shouldn't even feel. They were only kids at that time and he couldn't do anything to save Izuku. Heck, he even protected him until help arrived, not leaving even then. In fact, they had to force him away. Your title, whatever it is you codename is it risky? Heroes are always in risk. That wasn't reassuring. Izuku is a second son to him. His real son is too blind to admit his feelings as well, not to mention that he is paralyzed. If he himself have problems with the idea of letting him fight out there against villains that aren't above killing, he wondered how everyone else were feeling. You do know he's paralyzed. I would have asked even if he was quirkless. This snapped his attention back to the man. Maybe Mr. Yagi was a support hero, and that's why he didn't know him. His work could be safe for Izuku. Real heroes don't do what they do for fame and money, but to help people, no matter what. Izuku has shown from an early age that he will always help people. He is a child whom cares about the well-beings of others. He doesn't see an all-out fight as the only way to solve things. In addition, he helps strangers with his quirk and chucking it to the fact that he was disabled and is allowed to use it, that the police couldn't arrest him for his actions. This actually worries Naomasa and Inko a lot. It did worry me until I saw him help someone once. Please stop. Just stop. He understood. The man wants Izuku as his successor, fine. He's still a good boxer, and Mitsuki can do a lot worse than he can if something did happen to Izuku. He wouldn't even think what Katsuki would do if something does happen. Hell will be raised that day. Knowing that Izuku is safe, he changes the subject. Returning to the old one is more like it. You want to get into Inko's panties? Then you need to stop acting so formal with her. She loves her son, alright? Anything against the little kid is against her. But seeing how you're intending to make him your sidekick, I don't think you'll have much of a problem. Just make sure he doesn't get hurt by a villain. He has this weird thing that happens to him when it happens. He basically snaps and loses control until he has no more energy left or have Katsuki start talking to him. What? Yagi's voice was shocked, confused, and a tune of a newly evolving fear lingering in. She doesn't like roses, too romantic in her opinion. Get her any other flower that's cutesy, like lavender or something, just make sure it's colorful. Excuse me, but dash. No fish restaurants, she already has enough from Detective Baseball. Can you at least let me tell Dash? She doesn't admit it anymore, but she always hoarded soft teddy animals. Izuku has a stash of it in his closet, I think. Katsuki kept complaining about how girly that was. I personally think it's Inko buying him toys. That's actually cute. Mutters the man. Masaru clicks his tongue. But know this, Mr. Yagi. Inko has been my friend since middle school. I've been with her through all her troubles, and I personally punched her ex. I will not hesitate punching you as well. Both my wife and son will not be pleased either. He was pretty sure that the light reflected off of his glasses, preventing the man from looking into his eyes. Yet he still enjoyed the gulping motion the blonde made, nodding. I see. I'm hoping that you hear too. 00000. Izuku nervously rubs his arms. This weekend. It was this weekend. His mom was so excited and he was going to surprise Kaken. It was now a matter of how to announce the news to his friend without angering him. He found himself in the same spot that they used to hang out at years ago. The park, watching the skies on the hill. Katsuki sitting upright instead of laying down, to prevent the sun from shining onto his own eyes. Do you know how we never played in the park? Yeah. Katsuki says, not focusing on him. How we never went to hikes? Yes. The blonde says, turning around to look at him. How we don't know the comparisons of our heights together? I'm 172 centimeters, sooner or later, I'll be taller than average anyways, so you're not going to reach my height, ever. You're tiny, Izuku. Katsuki boosts, grinning at the fact, most Japanese men don't reach that height, and he was growing further than that. I am not. Huffs the dark-haired boy, But Katsuku sent him a look that says, "Stoop fooling yourself." Okay, yeah, so I'm still 166, that doesn't mean I'm not getting there. You're the abnormally large one. You're stuck with your puny little height, all that's left is for you to dye your hair blue so I can call you a smurf. Rude, Kaken. At least I'm not a crybaby. Izuku's hands does a fast jab to the side. It results into Katsuki's head being smacked, even if his hands were never near his head. It was a new move that he started to learn. A physical barrier that he could create away from his body. Sometimes, he forgets that his quirk wasn't a variety quirk. It wasn't a quirk that was stuck with a limit or a concept. He could do anything imaginable with it. He only recently started getting imaginative with it. His license allowed him to use it publicly, so the police officers wouldn't arrest him anytime soon. He makes sure to use his quirk in a new, different way than what he usually does, just to discover new techniques. His notebook was starting to fill up, and he was excited with the prospect of starting a new one filled mostly with his own quirk. Kaken's own quirk doesn't evolve, it only gets stronger the older we grow, and uses less sweat than what he used to need when they were children. So why did you ask those things? How does he say it without his friend exploding on him? Who wanted to walk for a long time now. Understandable. Before the accident, I used to resent people with quirks. Katsuki doesn't reply, more likely that he doesn't know how to reply to something like that. Then, when I did get a quirk, I started resenting them for their ability to walk. It's not your fault that you can't walk, Izuku. Still. Feel guilty. I make mama cry, and I make you sad. Kaken's breath hitches, he looks away. I feel guilty for making everyone feel like this. They always whisper behind our backs, and you always act like it doesn't affect you. It doesn't matter, Izuku. You're still amazing the way you are. Whatever those people have to say, it's wrong anyways. People think that I'll turn into a villain, me? His friend mumbles, making Izuku's heart fill with happiness. I still wanted to do something, to make you two, your parents, and even Uncle Naomasa and Mr. Toshinori happy. I wanted everyone to be proud of me, so I trained. Katsuki looks back in confusion. A question was about to form on his tongue. Rehab, Kaken. I trained in rehab. They had a device like a hook, you would get strapped on it and you would walk between two parallel bars. 3 times a week since the surgery. It was difficult. I couldn't carry myself in the first few months, I always depended on my quirk. I felt like a failure. Izuku. But I trained for years now. I didn't let not one appointment go to waste. I built up my hand muscles enough to carry me, then tried my best to just stand. It took so long just to take a few steps and dash. He tears up and brings his hands to his face, trying to rub them away. He suddenly felt himself being lifted up, and knew that he was now in a seating position being held by his friend. Look at me, Izuku. But he refused, hiding his face behind his hands. If I look at me? Flinching, he slowly moves them away to do as he was told. He was struck by what he saw. Kaken was crying. Kaken never cried. He raged, curses, explodes, and fights. But he never cries. Yet here he was, sun shining behind his head, making an odd-placed shadow on his face with tear tracks visibly trailing down his cheeks. See, can you walk? Izuku was now struck with realization and an immense amount of remorse. He didn't mean to bring his friend's hope up, not like this. Instead of admitting the truth, he starts crying again. This time flinging himself on his friend and hiding his face on his shoulder and pressing him close to himself. He can't, Kaken. I failed. I just take stupid small steps every time I try. And I need these stupid braces to strap on myself, and crutches. I can't walk without them because I'm a failure? He felt the gravity shift around him. Something he always did when he felt his quirk going ballistic. Sometimes, emotions escaped him, and he couldn't focus on control, not when he felt too much about something else entirely. Shut up. Just FING shut up. Kaken moves him away, now looking directly at Izuku with his hands on his shoulders. Kaken, he always did wake him up before he could lose any control. Little by little, he lets go, his hands shaking as he does so, and watching him with complete awe and amazement. Izuku doesn't understand what was so great about himself to cause these kind of emotions in his friend. Didn't he hear him? He failed, he couldn't walk even after so long of hard work and pain of trying over and over with failure as a result, to only be rewarded with meager success at the end. Hey, Izuku, do you remember when we were kids? When you needed straps on your wheelchair? Kaken asks, and he nods. Do you remember how I used to carry you everywhere? He nods again. That time we've been here, you couldn't even sit without help. He looks down at his lap and realized what his friend was trying to tell him. I was helping you sit up for a long time, but as time went by, you didn't need help. You started sitting on your own, did you know? You stopped needing help to reach things, because you started learning how to use your quirk and leaning your back. When we were kids, you didn't even feel your legs most of the time. He then puts his hands on his ankles. What about now? I can feel your hands. Then you've FNG improved? He yells, making him flinch again. Do you honestly think that I care about you not able to run a freaking marathon? Do you? I was there when you couldn't even sit up on bed, you big dumb. Deku. This time, he felt like jumping, but Katsuki pulled him back into a hug, surrounding his arms around his back, now sobbing loudly. He felt speechless, no words forming in his mind, none the less come out of his mouth. He felt himself slowly hug Kaken back, letting his friend cry for the first time for a very long time. I don't care, Lore. You start walking like a mouse, and I'll kick anyone who makes fun of you for that. Just don't hide anything from me anymore. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I thought it'd be a surprise, but then I got frustrated because dash. Shut up, Deku. Gravity returned to the area around them, neither of the boys noticed a bird's nest gently falling back on its previous branch, nor the figure standing further away watching them. 00000. This is really embarrassing. He hears from behind the door. Katsuki doesn't want to force him to come out, not for something like this. Auntie Inko was directly in front of the door, her hands on her chest and intertwined with each other. Mr. Yagi, her new boyfriend apparently, something that his father hated very much for a long time yet is surprisingly lenient with right now, was looking at both the door and Aunt Inko with worry. He stood by her as an emotional support. Everyone else were a bit behind, waiting for those two to be the first witnesses before them. Both his parents were anxious, he himself felt like detonating something from worry, his hands producing more sweat from the apprehension. The only two who weren't fretting over anything was Detective Naomasa, and Katsuki doesn't know whether it's because the detective has a bland, expressionless resting face or that he was consciously hiding his unease, and a trainer at the back. They were at the rehab center, and today was the day Izuku got his leg braces. I don't want to come out. He heard his friend say he was probably too scared to do anything anyways. It feels awkward. The trainer sighs dramatically. Don't worry, Ms. Midoriya. Your son is quite amazing actually. For someone with his condition to start even standing up so soon is a miracle. It might be his quirk at work. His condition? Katsuki wonders aloud, looking at the woman. She has milky white eyes with no irises visible. Looking at them makes him wonder if she was blind or not, and if she was, how did she start working in a rehab center? The idea sounds ironic to him. If his back was still stiff, he would have been stuck to the wheelchair forever. If not, underwent surgery, and didn't advance rehab training, he would have been stuck with a CAFO brace. Fortunately, he did do everything, and is now using a CAFO brace. What's the difference between those two? CAFO is a hip knee ankle feet orthotic, which means his brace will go up to the hips. CAFO is from above the knee to the feet, knee ankle foot orthotic. Things would have been harder with the first one. He would have needed to visibly wear it above his clothes as well, and I know that Izuku wants to be a hero. If people knew that he needs braces, it would have made his life harder. You're okay with him being a hero? Even if he's paralyzed? Have you seen that kid's quirk? We both know he doesn't need walking to do some saving. She winks at him, Katsuki huffs and looks at the door, Izuku's mom still trying to talk him out. Unfortunately, even with the braces, he wouldn't be able to walk for long. He's classified as an ambulator with the need of physical assistance. That means he'll always need someone to help him walk, in case of any emergency. I was hoping that we could have reached the need for supervision only, but I don't want to risk his health. He still needs help? He'll still need to use his wheelchair as well. He can definitely walk inside buildings with both braces and canes, but he'll get too tired after that. He'll need a wheelchair. So what's the point of all of this? He demands loudly. Silence followed his question as everyone turns to look at the two of them. What's the point of him training so hard when he still needs someone to walk? You're telling me all this time was wasted? He breathes harshly, only then noticing the stilted silence of the room. Looking around him, he noticed the look of pain and disappointment hidden in everyone's eyes and growls at them. Well, F you guys? Izuku doesn't even need to walk, he can FING fly. He stomps to the door and angrily slams his arm to the door. Get out, nerd, we're ditching this place. The involuntary smack to the head was received by none other than his mother. You are one insensitive little JRK. I don't care. Alright, I don't effing care. And the involuntary fight has been issued, with only him and his mom fighting, his father trying to dissuade them at first but giving up later, or at times joins them. The surprised reaction from strangers that must be accompanied, this time by the doctor. And the surprising laugh that came from behind him. He whirls in his spot to see him next to Auntie Inko, with giggles escaping his lips, both her and Mr. Yagi joining in while Detective Naomasa only smiles. Izuku was there, standing, his full tiny 166 centimeters height. Katsuki was gobsmacked. He didn't know how it was possible, but Izuku managed to look more beautiful than he already was. Even though he didn't know if it was because he was standing, or that he was laughing his heart out. His freckles prominent and distinguishable from the light flush appearing on his face. His closed eyes that tears ready to come out from the laughter. Then everything freezes. More beautiful? What the F dash? Izuku was not beautiful, he was handsome, no wait. Izuku was okay, he was an okay-looking guy. Katsuki did not find him beautiful or amazing. No. The crybaby will whine if he ever said that to him. You'll catch flies with your mouth open like that, Kakin. Katsuki blinks and realizes that Izuku has walked to stand in front of him. This is weird. He mumbles, his friend tilts his head in questioning. I meant, I'm used to looking down, and I'm still looking down. You're weak but short. Now, it was Izuku who was gaping. I can stand up, and that's what you're going to say to me? What do you want me to say then? Let's go in a race? Do you want to get stuck standing in a mall? I told you before and I'll tell you no, Deku, I don't care if you can walk. He cares very much. As long as you're happy and do what you like, I don't care. Screw whoever says otherwise. He was a hypocrite. But it was worth it. It was worth it because Izuku's shy smile was a therapeutic experience when it was so close to his vision. Anyways, we agreed that you'll fly most of the time. You'll only walk a few times so that people wouldn't question it. That's a really smart way of thinking, young Katsuki. It can help Izuku in hiding his civilian identity as well, if he wore a full mask, that is. Then when he is out of his hero duty, he'll be on a wheelchair or using braces. No one would really suspect him to be a hero like that. Mr. Yagi says, his hand was on his chin and he was probably thinking aloud. His impossibly blue eyes glowing and staring down at the ground. His father scoffs. That comes from experience, I presume. Masaru. Both his mom and Auntie Inko scold him, but his father only pulls a face at them and then aggressively pulls the same face on Mr. Yagi, who only blinks in concern. Auntie Inko then turns around and smiles broadly at them. She walks up and hugs her son. Izuku laughs and hugs her back, letting go of the crutches. Katsuki moved fast so that it wouldn't hit the ground. We need to celebrate this. Let's go out into a restaurant, whatever you want, Izuku. His mother tells him. Izuku grins and stares at Detective Naomasa. Let's go to a beef specialty restaurant. The detective's hand twitched. I know someone who'll really like it. Aside from him and his parents, everyone turned to stare at the detective, even the doctor herself. She snorts loudly. Naomasa? Likes meat? I didn't know you had such a change of heart since graduation. I really don't. Mutters the man but sighs gravely. They ended up in a vegetarian place anyways, only Mr. Yagi and Auntie Inko enjoying it. Katsuki suspects that their first date was here. 00000. Izuku was watching that video. It was a very old one, older than a decade even, and it still gets views. Inko bets that half of it were from her son himself. She looks to the side and finds his new braces. Something he'll only use at school, he wouldn't be able to use it much in the city without tiring himself. A warm feeling fills up her heart. Izuku can walk. He can walk, and she felt so much joy, enough to bring her into tears. She kept hugging her son for the rest of the weekend, and she never excused herself, not once. She felt so much pride for him. After working for so long to achieve what he did, it was painstakingly difficult. Every doctor told her that he was a hopeless case, but she did her best to stop her son from hearing those negative thoughts. Yet she knew he heard them. Their house was small, and she could always hear his crying whenever they returned from an appointment. Her son doesn't remember a time where he used to walk, at least not well enough. The idea of him in a wheelchair has always been the norm for him, and she would think that he never really wanted to walk. Not when, like Katsuki have said, not when he can fly. Still, the nights where their house's items found themselves magically floating around, always in a specific pattern. Sometimes in high speeds, threatening to crash and leave rubble behind, sometimes in a slow pace, showing how tired her son has been that day. She always feared the times he would lose control of himself. It wasn't as often as it has been when he was a child, but was still there. It reminded her too much of her ex-husband. Shuddering a breath, Izuku's attention snapped to her direction, and smiles widely at her. She couldn't help but feel silly. Izuku, like his father? Never. Mom. Want to watch with me? She usually declines. When you have all the lines committed in memory along with the laugh, it's a sure sign that you have seen it too much. She still found herself walking to her son. He starts flying and hovers over the chair, grinning. Izuku, how many times have we gone through this? You should sit down on your chair. But we don't have another one. Where will you sit? Such a caring child. What did she ever to deserve him? He definitely hasn't inherited any of this from his father. She sits and immediately figured out on which part of the video they were in. A man crying, exclaiming the impossibility of the situation. Another yells and shouts, pointing to a place, and a hero emerges, carrying many victims turned survivors with a wide smile. Her own smile broke down into a straight line. All Might was a strong man, the ultimate hero of his time, but he isn't anymore. Without feeling it, she brought her hands to her chest, feeling sadness creep in. All Might throws a car outside and she gasps. Images of her Izuku being in the same situation, where an enemy is in rampage, the darkness clashes harshly with the light of the fire. Civilians are in need of saving, and her own Izuku, trying to save everyone while deflecting the enemy at the same time. Needing to do split decisions that decides the end of lives, his life included. She couldn't, she doesn't want him to be in those situations. She was too scared for his well-being. This is her son, her only child, her whole life centered around one person that she could never imagine to be more hurt than he has already felt. Not when she couldn't save him from a fall that broke his back and forced him in a chair for up to a decade and more, not when she couldn't protect him from all the bullying that he has been enduring. Izuku, we need to talk. She says softly, pausing the video. Her son tilts his head, his body following suit, his hair now falling sideways and his possession was slightly ajar, his feet going up and his head moving down. She stands up and pulls him down to his bed, keeping her hands on his. What do you think about Toshinori? He's a great person. He's a policeman too, and Uncle Naomasa wouldn't befriend anyone who wasn't genuine. So I think he's great. Honey, I'm going to tell you something, but the rest is going to be told by Toshinori himself. Mom, if it's about you two dating, I don't really mind. Like I said, he's a great person, and he's actually very knowledgeable about many quirks. He's really observant. Inko blushes. She does tend to forget about them dating. Nothing much changed between their relationship aside from visiting new cafes from time to time, and she felt happy with just that. Izuku doesn't seem to mind, as he has said. He has probably figured that this would happen at some point in his life and went with it. Shaking her head, she continues talking. He's going to teach at UE next year. She told him. He frowns, his eyes then slowly starts to widen. She could hear the cogs in his mind working as he starts to analyze what he just heard. But only pro heroes can teach there. What does that mean, honey? Mr. Toshinori is a hero? How can that be? I write down every known hero, even some underground ones. Is his quirk a stealth kind? No, that's not right. He can withstand physical attacks, but he coughs up blood later. That's really concerning, Mom. We should take him to a doctor. It doesn't sound stealthy. He starts mumbling under his breath, and Inko couldn't help but smile at him. Izuku, will you let me continue? Izuku snaps his mouth shut and rubs the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry. Anyways, she chuckles. Since he's going to work there, he can add you to the recommended list. That definitely left her son speechless. He looks at her with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth. The recommendation will guarantee you a seat in the school after all, and they test you in which department you'll end up in. No wonder her son couldn't formulate a thought. For the first time in her life, she could honestly say that her son's brain has stopped formulating thought. He can recommend you for your smarts, so that you wouldn't need to do the physical exam. He blinks and starts expressing his refusal of the idea. I can't. Mom, I can't. Tien, what's the point of training for very long? I can't let it go to waste, and I want to go in with Kaken. I can't leave him alone there. He doesn't really need my help to get in, but I don't want to leave him behind like that. He'll recommend you for the hero department, but for your smarts alone. I'm not even that smart. We get Uncle Naomasa to back up Toshinori's recommendation. He's a really well-known detective, you know. You're plenty of smart, and Naomasa already talks about your analyzing skills. I'll feel like a cheater. That I don't deserve that spot. She honestly doesn't know if he has inherited anything from his father. Aside from those freckles and the wild mane of hair, she couldn't see anything from him. Sighing, she hugs her son. Are you sure? Yes. I'll do the exam and I'll ace it. He gave her his contagious smile, but she needed to tell him something else as well. How about Toshinori? You're okay with him? As in, am I okay with him being a hero and dating you? I'm absolutely okay. How did you find out anyways, or did he tell you about it? No, Izuku, I didn't know how to bring this up before, but I guess now's the time to do it. There isn't an easy way to say it, but you have been targeted since you were a child. What? Shock was evident on his voice. Since you started exhibiting more of your quirk. You were supposed to be a secret and you are. Toshinori is the only hero who knows, and both Naomasa and the police chief do, along with some officials. But somehow, someone did find out, and she starts tearing up, making her son panic. It's okay, Mom, nothing happened to me yet, I'm okay, please calm down. After hearing those words on repeat, she did calm down, but her tears were still there. They've been trying to kidnap you. Why didn't I know any of this? Izuku, you were a child at that time, and we already had someone protecting us. You mean Mr. Toshinori? He's been protecting you and Katsuki since you were children, away from your sight apparently if you have never noticed him, but he would chase any villain away and try to find out who has been trying to take you. Up until now, we know nothing. Even with Uncle Naomasa's quirk? Even then. That's why I didn't want you to take the exam. I'm scared, honey. I'm scared that people will start spreading talks about your quirk. Even as a secret you've been targeted, what would happen if more people knew? Then will have to be extra careful about protecting you, maybe even change homes at some point. Mom, he cuts her off. She looks at her son to see him give her a look of determination. I don't need protecting anymore. Don't worry about me, because I'm strong. Kaken's always with me too, and he's a worrywart. Also, since you told me Mr. Toshinori is protecting me, I wouldn't be easily harmed. Inko sobs and flings herself on her son, giving him an even tighter hug than before. He hugs her back, not having the heart to push her away. They end up laying on the bed until they both fell asleep, Inko still tearing till the last of her consciousness. Her son is safe, she doesn't need to worry. He was a strong child, and has an amazing control of himself. She shouldn't worry like this, but she couldn't help it. A mother always worries. Usually, Izuku would pass the train station to get to school. Today, however, who is it? Who's fighting? He asks enthusiastically, watching a shark-like villain going crazy the same time someone jumps above the crowd in high speeds, already figuring it out. Kamui Wood, the young and talented rising star. The man standing next to him chuckles. He turns and looks down at him. You were the one who was asking, and you gave a perfect answer. You're an otaku, aren't you? He gives a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his head. Ugh, he couldn't really answer that without confirming that yes, he is a fan. He stops and looks up, watching with excitement as the hero's hand expands. He saw it, and knew immediately which attack the man was going to use. There it is. Preemptive dash, he was about to yell, raising his fist in excitement, joining the hero in his special move. That was before something large enough to block the sun, comes striking from the side, hitting the villain. Cannon. A female voice was heard, and Izuku blinks, and had to grab onto his wheelchair's handles with the resultant quake that has come after both figures struck down the ground. Impressively enough, only the ground had been demolished. He looks at the newcomer and couldn't help but gape by the fact that she towers over the buildings. She was larger than the villain as well, her horns protruding upwards as if trying to get even more height than she already has, and her eyes were either pink or violet, something he couldn't judge from below. Was that a new hero? Did the new hero just stole another Kamui's finishing move? Huffing, he laughs at the reaction and wonders how those two heroes will interact in the future, since her first debut literally is a steal. After the police has cleared out the premise and the news network got their interviews, Izuku found himself writing down his new notes in notebook #smiling. He hugs the notebook to himself and pushes the wheelchair using his quirk. He was so glad to have foregone his crutches today. Standing that long might have hurt him, and he wouldn't be able to write comfortably at all. If he did use them, he would end up floating, and then the police will reprimand him again for his public use of quirk. He still wore the braces though, to get comfortable with them and in case he would need to stand in the future. Reaching school, he saw Kaken, sleeping on his chair with his head down and his leg on the desk, probably a result of late-night studying. Chuckling, he leaves his wheelchair next to the door and floats to his desk. Kaken's ears twitched a bit from the sound. Just like a dog, now that he thinks about it. His teacher kept talking while he continued his notes, Katsuki waking up halfway through but stared up at the ceiling instead of acknowledging the start of the class. He was brought back to reality when everyone started using their quirks in the classroom. A pyromancer had her hands upwards, letting flames fly and then fall around her, almost burning his book. Izuku snatched his notebook before the flames could land on it. He glares at his fellow student but turns his attention to the teacher. Using your quirks at school is against the rules. He scolds them, but didn't pack any heat in his words, just smiling at all his students. Izuku really wanted him to berate them at that moment. Sensei, everyone stops cheering as they all turned at the speaker. Kaken smiling viciously at everyone but him. Don't lump us in with the others. They're pretty much going to end up at the bottom of the pyramid. Izuku sighs. Why did Kaken had to cause a commotion every chance he got? Everyone at class started yelling at him, and Izuku couldn't really fault them. He may not remember it well, but Kaken did use to treat him worse than that. They were kids at that time though, so it might have been their underdeveloped consciousness at work. Kaken is still very mean in general. You should all shut up, you extra 2 bits. Izuku drops his head on the desk. Why does he antagonize everyone? Oh, that's right, you're going to UA, aren't you? Their teacher said, looking at the listing paper. The classroom fell into silence, and not a second later whispers started to pass around. Izuku still didn't lift his head, not finding any reason to. Of course I am. His friend yells, jumping onto the desk, and that's not fair, why doesn't he get reprimanded? Kaken starts yelling about himself surpassing All Might. Izuku chuckles softly. He never understood that. Why All Might? Why doesn't he just choose to be a #1 hero only instead of focusing on defeating the hero? What Izuku never realized was that Katsuki was specifically choosing All Might because he was Izuku's favorite hero, and Katsuki wants only himself to be his friend's hero. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA as well. He looks up at the mention of his name, the same time everyone turns around to stare at him. He could feel the tense atmosphere closing in on himself. Then everyone starts to laugh, and they're laughing at him. Midoriya? No way. That's when the mocking followed. He gulps, looking down and hiding his head under his arms. This wasn't the first time someone laughed at him, and this really wouldn't be the last time they ever did. Ever since he was little, and people always laughed. At first, for his lack of quirk, then for being a late bloomer. It's when he got into junior high that they really started mocking him because of his disability. While the students who were with him when they were children didn't really think any less of him, unless he counts the annoying girl who keeps hanging onto Kaken's hands, everyone else just looked at him with pity. He can see it in their eyes, how they thought that he'd never make it. It was hard not to lash out on them. He knows that he can be a hero, he doesn't need to be constantly reminded of his inability to walk. And he can walk now. He can. Only for a few minutes and then he'd get tired, but he can and tries his best every day to raise the time. They don't need to know that they can just. You can't just go into UA with just studying, Midoriya. He felt tears coming in his eyes, still hearing the mocking laughter. He felt like he was in a nightmare, glowing red eyes staring at him with the atmosphere turning purple, the laughs now turned into a hollowed echoing sound. Until an explosion erupted, from none other than Kaken. Shut the F up. Deku's going to get in while you extras will end up in some lame unheard of school. Get it? So shut up. He growls. Everyone did stop, fearing getting hurt by him. He kept growling as he sat back down, his narrowed eyes gliding over the room every so often. Underneath his arms, he smiles. When the class ended, Kaken still kept glaring, daring anyone to make a move on his friend or try to ruin his wheelchair like they tried before. When they were all gone and the two were left alone, he sighs and stands up. I got to go to the dentist. See you tomorrow? You're not coming today? Look, Dad. I know you're very happy with your mom getting a boyfriend and all, and I can see you enjoying a family picnic and all that shit. It's spring, so yeah, cheesy scenes isn't my thing. I don't want to see your mom and future stepdad sking face either. Izuku blushes at the mental. Oh God, he never thought about that. They're not going to do that when I'm around. Arg, they're adults, Deku. They're going to keep thinking about doing it until you disappear from sight. That is disgusting, don't say things like that. What? Izuku is still shy about shit like that. How many times did you get confessed to? Izuku's face probably turned darker with the question. Sure wasn't the only one who has confessed their feelings to him, and he honestly doesn't know what to do. While didn't want to disappoint anyone, he doesn't really see any point in dating. Now, not when he had a goal to accomplish. Whatever is right, clueless Deku. I'm out of here. Enjoy the front seats of the Kiss show with your parents. Kachon, that's very gross, and he isn't even my dad yet. Yet. Kaken laughs loudly while walking away. Izuku huffs and hovers to his wheelchair. Mean Kaken, and his mean, unnecessary comments. Always putting weird ideas in his mind. His mom wouldn't do that to him anyways. They're going to a picnic with Mr. Toshi and then stay for the Yazakura. Then Kaken will get jealous and annoyed for messing out on it since his parents also wanted to come as well. He opens his notes, reading through it while letting his quirk move himself away, going to a shortcut he has been using for years now whenever his friend couldn't walk with him. He was so engrossed with writing that he hasn't noticed the green sludge crawling over the pavement underneath him. He does, however, hear something. Stopping, he gasped, seeing it. Villain. He couldn't remember what happened next. His wheelchair got knocked to the river beside them. He could see the wheel popping out. His legs were lifted off the ground, but not because of his own quirk carrying him, but by a liquid trying to choke the life out of him. His bag dropping on the floor, his notebook on the edge of the pavement and his pencil rolling away. He panics and tries to get away, waving his arms in uncoordinated directions while trying to attack with his quirk, causing wind pressure that could detach a small part of the villain's appendages. Yet, the villain kept reforming back to his original body. What a strong quirk you have, you'll be dead in 45 seconds anyways, so can you stop using them and let me control your body? He hears the thing voice grates his ear, darkness was surrounding him, his vision going blurry. Don't worry, young man, for I am here. Next thing he knew, the villain explodes, and he felt himself being pushed away by whatever force this person has caused. With his hazy vision, he blinks blearily as he falls down, seeing a familiar shape with impossibly yellow hair. Mr. Tosh dash, he hits the ground. 00000. He felt a pat on his face, waking him up. Izuku coughs and slowly opens his eyes, wincing at the sunlight. He always hated sleeping outside because of this. As a child, he couldn't roll or sit up to avoid the rays of pain coming from the orb, and he always needed someone to help him. But this time, something blocks his vision, a smiling face that didn't really reach the eyes of his savoir, as worry seems to paint his expression. All Might, he gasps. You just saved my life. The worry disappears and was replaced by ease. Good. You were brave, young man, trying to attack the villain without hurting him even in that situation. It was kind of stupid. Izuku mutters, sitting up with difficulty, but the large man helped him sit, and he couldn't help but squeak. He didn't know if it was from happiness or embarrassment. He turns around looking for someone. I'm still glad you have managed to apprehend him until I have reached you. But please, don't go after villains after this. Izuku blinks. Did All Might that he went looking for someone to fight? I wasn't. He squeaks loudly, but the man only smiles and stands up, carrying a soda bottle with. Is that the villain? How is his iris replaced with an X mark? Is that his quirk? That is the silliest thing he has ever witnessed a quirk doing. I have to go now, young man. Make sure to go home safely. Your mother would be very stressed if you didn't. He says and was about to jump, but Izuku blinks as the sentence caught up to his mind. Your mother will be stressed out? His mom is always stressed out no matter what. He doesn't think that today will do any worse than the usual, so he gambles. Not a second later, he found himself latching onto All Might's leg, pulling his things to himself at the same time. The wind attacking his face and mercilessly trying to throw him off the hero. All Might noticed and blanched at him. What are you doing? You should be down. He tried to push him, but Izuku freaks out. It's too far a drop. He yells. And I wanted to dash. His face was being slammed by the wind. How can All Might take all of this? Talk to you. All right, just close your eyes and mouth. He heard, and Izuku does so, burying his face on All Might's pants. After a while, he found himself on the roof, sitting down with wobbly legs, not able to stand after all that he has experienced just now. I'm sure the owners of this building will help you out. Now I have to go to bring this culprit to the police. Wait. I want to ask you something, he said, trying to reach out to his hero. The man's back facing him, and he couldn't help but let out everything on his chest. Can I become a hero, even if I was disabled? He shouts, letting his head fall down and pressing his eyes closed. All Might stops in his spot, turning around to look at him. Can someone like me become a hero even with such an obstacle? That's when he heard a loud, wet cough, and what was a distinct cloud made out of smoke suddenly appearing in place where his hero stood. Izuku blinks, dragging himself away from it with his hands, surprised by its appearance. It dissipates, his eyes widening at what he saw. For instead of his hero All Might, another stood in his place, a very thin skeleton. He could hear Uncle Masaru and Kaken yelling, person bleeding from his mouth, and he gapes. What? Hello, Izuku-kun. Mr. Toshi said, still coughing, and Izuku's mind immediately starts going into overdrive, picking up every detail that he has noticed about both All Might and Mr. Toshinori, trying to compare them and gather a complete picture. He remembers when he was released from the sludge villain, and suddenly everything made sense. He felt so utterly stupid. The answer has been in front of his eyes for years. How could he not have seen any of this coming? All Might definitely has a civilian identity. There's no way he could walk around all day without causing any kind of commotion from others and end up in the media, and he already knew that his mom's boyfriend was going to teach in Yui that he must be a hero if he was qualified to go there. He never thought that the skeleton, they scream again, man could be the one and only All Might. Oh my God. Realization dawned on him. My mom's dating the #1 hero. He whispers in horror, looking down on his lap as more realization hit him. Oh God, my mom was sking face with All Might. He heard a choking sound coming from Mr. Toshi, and he couldn't help the flush overcoming his face. I was going to a picnic with All Might today. All Might saw all my memorabilia since I was 5. All Might ruined my blanket when I was 5. Oh god, oh god, oh god dash. Izuku, when were you going to tell us? Does Mom know? No, wait, I'm so stupid. She said you wanted to talk to me. Of course she knew. How could she never tell me? She knew how much I looked up to you. She dash. Loves you very much. He looks up to see Mr. Toshi standing there, his chin dripping with blood as he helps him up to his feet. He followed suit with shaking legs. And wanted to tell you so badly but couldn't because I asked her not to keep my secret. I wanted to talk to you about it. T-talk. All Might wanted to talk to me. I never thought I'd ever say that. He mutters, and looks at his all-time hero, and instead sees someone whom has been with him since childhood. Is coughing up blood a consequence of your quirk? Is that why you aren't seen so much lately? He has to ask what else could be the reason. Mr. Toshi's, All Might's, he's All Might, smile wanes for a moment before sighing sadly. This is a part of the talk that I wanted to talk to you about. It isn't a consequence of my quirk, but a decade-old injury. Izuku gasps in horror when Mr. Toshi lifts up his shirt to show him a deep swirling scar on his abdomen. It's also the reason why I don't appear much. I'm on a 3-hour time limit, and have already spent my daily one today chasing this villain. I'll need to take this sludge villain to Neo Mesa before dash. Mr. Toshi's hands has been moving to his pocket and freezes in place, paling within seconds. Izuku looks down and realizes why. The soda bottle that was jailing the sludge villain wasn't there anymore. Izuku takes a deep breath and holds it in. Did he cause the bottle to fall when he grabbed onto All Might? I am so sorry. He starts to cry. He couldn't believe it. First, he was attacked by a villain and couldn't even fight him properly. Now, he was the reason it to escape after All Might has fought and has probably spent a whole day chasing it. All that time has gone to waste because of him. He has ruined his wheelchair too. His mom would be so disappointed once he tells her. Wheelchairs are very expensive, repairs are expensive, replacing parts were expensive, but a whole wheelchair. How can he call himself a hero when all he causes were problems left and right? Izuku, just fly home, I'll take care of this. Can you make it till home, right? Izuku nods slowly, still tearing up. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't know, it's all my fault. No, young Izuku. It isn't, it's mine, you haven't done anything. I've lost time instead of doing my job faster and you got attacked because of it. Don't cry. He asks, seeming to get that hysteric edge he usually gets when his mom starts crying as well. Blinking the tears away, he nods, and with a shaky breath, starts floating. Tell your mother that I'll be late, and we might not have that trip as we have planned. Izuku nods again and starts flying away. 0000. Toshinori sighs. So much for having a long conversation. He says, ready to retrace his steps and go look for the villain. He stills, however, when he feels an explosion rock throughout the city. Don't tell me. He looks up, his glowing eyes growing even brighter in worry, and see a cloud of smoke rising up in the air. He ran as fast as he could. He still had a bit of his power even in this form, and used as much as he could without reaching the passive limit on his body. Yet he still struggles, his breath stolen away by every step taken, even after he reaches the scene. His scar was emitting pain all throughout the rest of his body and he couldn't help but clutch it in vain, trying to subdue it. He could see the heroes in the scene, and right in his sight, the sludge villain that has escaped him this afternoon. Pathetic. How could he lose a villain so easily? He was pathetic. A hero shouldn't feel so helpless, shouldn't be unable to give the help that they promised. He shouldn't be here, without the ability to transform back into his hero self. Now, the enemy has gotten away, and has caught someone in the wake of his mistake. Why isn't anyone helping the kid? He heard a woman ask, someone else answers, but he couldn't focus on them, not when his failing was glaring right at him in the form of all of this destruction, decorated in flames, rubble and the smell of smoke evading the air. Could he let something like this happen? How could he? His thoughts were cut off, just in time to see a form with green dark hair, flying towards the villain, and he gasps. Izuku? Not him. 0000. Izuku's unconsciously moved to the site of the explosion. It was a habit he must concur. Something that he has been doing since he was a child. That's how he met his cat-loving friend, who has been very busy lately with his studies to get to his school of choice. That's also how he always gathered as much information as he has, always filling his notes to the brim, and completing 12 notebooks. A 13th was in progress. His floating body stops behind the crowd, held behind by the police force trying to keep them away from danger. Why isn't anyone helping the kid? A woman in front of him asks. Izuku glances at the scene and freezes. It was the sludge villain. The kid's quirk is acting up because of the attack and whatever the villain is doing to him. None of the heroes could get closer without harming him, their quirks aren't working. The man next to her replies. Izuku was by now shaking in his spot. Because of him. This was happening because of him. He couldn't have let All Might do his job, and now the enemy is out here, choking someone else like how he tried to choke him this very morning. Both his hands moves up, covering his mouth. He felt the taste of vile vomit coming up. Fear, panic and guilt mixing in his psyche and causing his distressed reaction. The smell of smoke filling his head. I'm so sorry, he thinks, but no could hear him, defiantly not the victim. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry I'm dash. That's when the villain moves slightly upwards, showing a wild mane of blonde hair and closed eyes. Familiar hair, with a familiar face. When the victim's eyes opens up, showing a fear-filled emotion behind blood-red eyes that shined a bright orange. He gasps. Before he could even know it, he throws himself between the crowd, escaping the hold of the police officer, feeling the air hitting his face, smoother than what he felt this morning, but the intense feeling multiplied. Kaken! His friend's red eyes were now wider, desperation coming in, and he did the first thing he could when he couldn't stop himself from flying. He throws his bag, successfully hitting the villain's eyes. The monster yells from pain, giving him an opening, one that he has taken advantage of by blasting small area from the sludge's body, letting Kaken have a bit more space to move freely. Get away from here! He yells, but Izuku couldn't. He grabs onto Kaken's hands, trying to fly backwards hoping that his friend would be pulled. He needs to do this, he has to do this, not after Kaken gave him that look. Not after everything Kaken has ever done for him, he couldn't. He felt tears sliding down his face. He couldn't believe it. Even in this situation, he was crying. Not when you looked like you were asking for help. Just as he said that, he felt the villain's tendrils slamming onto his stomach, pushing him away, with his hands letting go of Kaken. His friend's hands trying to reach back with his fingers. I'm sorry, was the last thing he thought, falling on the ground and watching the villain's hand about to slam him down, knowing that this could be the last thing he would see. 00000. You can't just go into UA with studying alone, Midoriya. Midoriya. No way. Are you sure you want to be a hero? There are other better and much more suited jobs for you. I'm scared, Izuku, I worry about you. You could be a great analyst. Your son might never walk again. He's a hopeless case. I'd advise you stop perusing a cure. He'll need straps, he can't even move his back. Please. Spinal cord injury dash. Useless Deku thinks he can be a hero when he can't even walk. I can. Please, listen to me. Let's see if he can fight back without his wheelchair. Hero analytics for the future? That's really childish, Midoriya. It's not childish, he can be a hero, he wants to be a hero just like All Might, and just like Kaken. He wants to help people, he wants save as much as he can, he wants. A voice he hasn't heard in a very long time spoke. I don't want a quirkless child. Pain laces into his mind and heart, tears falling down. He was pathetic, he was so pathetic, he can't do anything, not in time, not when needed, because he was pathet. 00000. I am pathetic. Izuku hears, snapping his eyes open, he found himself being supported by large arms holding onto him from the back, without touching the ground, and his leg already trying to slip upwards to the sky as a result of his quirk. All Might stood above him, blocking the sludge's attack with his other arm. All Might? Because, unlike me, you did what heroes should have done. Pro heroes are always risking their lives for others. He yells, managing to grab hold of both him and Kaken, his glowing blue eyes moving upwards ready to punch, and blood dripping down his chin. Detroit smash. Izuku felt himself being pushed away from the resulting air current, his body wobbling to the back and Kaken managing to hold onto him before they could be separated again. He didn't do as he should have and kept his eyes and mouth open, feeling the full force of the hit. When the pressure was gone, they both dropped on the ground, feeling like their life has just been sucked out of them. All Might standing in front of them, giving his back. Kaken's hands were shaking, but they were still on him, as if he was making sure he was all right. There wasn't any fire anymore. In fact, rain has started to pour. Amazing! Someone yells. He felt a droplet of water hitting his forehead. You mean he changed the cloud's movement with punch alone? He could hear the horrified whisper. All Might slowly brings his fist up, making everyone cheer. Izuku just wanted to give up and sleep right then. 3 villain attacks were enough for one day, thank you very much. After that, the heroes managed to collect every scattered part of the villain, giving it to the police. Something that was incomprehensible to him. If heroes had problem containing the sludge-quirked villain, then how can policemen do so? Was there someone with a jailing quirk in the force? Is that how they managed to contain criminals? These questions were never answered, not by a police officer and neither by Uncle Naomasa. Both he and Kaken were moved to the curve, him being scolded by the heroes while Kaken was getting praise. He was pretty sure that his friend will explode any second from how irritated he seems. You could have gotten yourself killed. Izuku winces, the roadblock hero still spouting off his admonishment. Kemi would look just as irritated. And using your quirk. You only use your quirk when you are being attacked. Not to save someone else. But heroes always save someone else with their quirks. Izuku hastily replies, still nervously looking down and feeling himself sweat. The muscled gray-haired hero groans, pinching the bridge of his nose. Kamui was the one who spoke. We are licensed to use our quirks, young man. The saving business isn't a child's play. We take our jobs seriously and make sure there is the least amount of collateral damage as possible. I'm afraid we'll have to take you to a juvenile case for vigilantism, even if your intentions were admirable. He sighs, looking at him sadly. Izuku freaks out. He couldn't go to court. What would his mom say? He already lost a wheelchair today and almost got killed. Now this? I'm licensed too. Just wait. He reaches for his backpack, opens the zipper and blinks at the bento inside. Oh yeah, he was meaning to give Katsuki his rice today, but didn't have the time to. Shaking his head, he takes it out and puts it on the ground, rummaging through his other things. Kamui Wood and Death Arms give each other apprehensive looks that Izuku couldn't see. That's when he found it. He cheers in glee and takes out his wallet, opening it and taking out his blue license card. Death Arms curses while Kamui Wood slouches a bit. Paramedics. We need paramedics here. Death Arms calls out. 2 of them looks up and runs to them after applying bandages on someone else. The wood hero crouches in front of him, pushing his license back into his wallet and holding onto his shoulder. Listen, young man. Technically, I can't arrest you, but please watch yourself next time. Do not throw yourself in danger needlessly. Izuku frowns. But I can take care of myself. The man tightens his clutch. You are too young to understand this, but just having the license doesn't enable you to always use your quirk. These licenses are issued to make sure your life is easier than it is, not for you to needlessly abuse its use. What's your disability? The wood hero cuts him off, and Izuku gulps, looking down and feeling tears ready to be spilled. I'm paralyzed from the waist down. My quirk lets me fly. The hero nods and looks up at the approaching paramedic. You'll need to bring a wheelchair. He tells him, and the man nods, stepping down to check on Izuku to find out the exact injury, the other one going to the ambulance to bring one. I use braces, I don't need a wheelchair. After what happened, please use one, for the ease of my mind. Kamui Wood asks. Izuku's mouth were downwards and nods. 00000. Walking, wheeling home. In his newly issued, temporarily, wheelchair, Izuku hugs his notebook to himself. He was such a failure, and now heroes had talked him down from using his license like he has done for the past year. He rubs his eyes and blinks, now wishing for tissues badly. Mom must be so stressed, but she didn't see the news yet because she didn't send any messages. He mutters loudly, rubbing his arms. How was going to explain the whole day to his mom, plus the fact that they couldn't go to picnic or do the Yazakura that they've been wanting to for a while with the Bakugas? He bets that Mom and Mr. Toshi wanted to do it much more than he did. Deku, he hears. Looking up, he smiles tiredly at his running friend, anger and rage apparent on his face. You are a FING idiot? My eyes looked like they were calling for help? Huh. Of course they were calling for help. I was choking. He shouts, and Izuku cringes. Great, being scolded by pro heroes was not enough already. I thought you would get hurt, idiot. He was surprised to find Kaken's bag dropped on the floor, his friend kneeling in front of him, his hands reaching his face and holding it. You are a DMN idiot. Please don't risk your life again. Kaken, not him too. He could handle heroes telling him that he can't be a hero himself. He doesn't need his best friend to tell him the same thing. You have the biggest brain that I know. Why didn't you FING use it? Next time think up a better strategy than swooping down and grabbing me like I'm some demed damsel in distress. FING idiot, Deku? Izuku blinks, his mind catching up on what his friend said, and started giggling. Why did he ever doubt Kaken of all people? His friend never cared if he couldn't walk, he always rooted for him, always. He reaches out to the blonde and hugs him. Kaken freezes but slowly, his hand circles around him, completing the hug. I'm so happy. Izuku sniffs, and he could feel Kaken huffing. Me too. He says, letting go of him and giving him a look, something that Izuku didn't understand, but he could tell that fondness was mixed in. Make sure you get home with no problems. Izuku gave him a goofy smile. Kaken scrunches his nose and punches his arms. I will. Kaken stands up, stares at him for a second more and then turns around, walking towards his neighborhood. Smiling, Izuku happily turns his wheelchair around, was about to move, when something barges in front of him. I am here. All Might shouts, scaring the living daylights out of him. Izuku's first reaction was screaming, then exclaiming his name. What are you doing here? Weren't you talking to the reporters? All Might laughs as a response. I got away from them, was a piece of cake, I am after all. He flexes his arms and just shy of saying his name once, before smoke erupted the scene, All Might turning into the familiar figure of Mr. Toshi. It was still strange to think about happened today. So many revelations were too much for him to handle in such a small PRD of time, and he needs rest to comprehend them all. I think our conversation has been long overdue. Did you think that's my fault? Chuckles Izuku. Mr. Toshi's stern face turns into a grinning one, relief filling in place. You scared me today. Sorry. Your mother would have been devastated. I said I'm sorry. But you did what every hero has probably experienced. Izuku blinks in confusion. Your body moved before you could think. Saving the person who was in need was the only thing in mind. Was it not? Izuku's clutch on his notebook was getting worse. You will be a great hero. Mr. Toshi said softly. More tears, more blasted tears. He really was a crybaby. When can he stop? Please stop falling. Tears of happiness. All his life, he was hurdled with obstacles that wants to prevent him from reaching his goals, and now, with both his heroes supporting him, he feels like he could do anything. Thank you. He whispers. 00000. I have been looking for a successor for decades. Toshinori tells him, cradling the ice cream cone close to himself on the roof. Inko by his side and Izuku between them. Inko was too protective, fearing that her son might slip, which was ridiculous. Her son can move rivers if he wanted to. Slipping when you can't even easily move isn't something you should fear. Not to mention that the roof was flat. But he yields, and enjoys this moment of watching the starry sky on the roof of the Midoriya's apartment building when they were sure they were alone for now. The sun has started to settle, the dark-haired boy sulking at his mother's fussing. Inko took out a handkerchief when she saw him dripping ice cream all over his face. He planned on talking to them during a Yazakura instead of on top of a roof. After my injury, I tried to do a multitude of surgeries to fix the original problem. I never managed to expand my stomach. It's a line now instead of an acidic pouch. It's the reason I never got any fat on me in my real form, no matter how much your mother feeds me. Inko huffs in dejection. He smiles sheepishly at her. So, your sickness is reason you want to pass down your mantle? Izuku asks, frowning. Toshinori shook his head, not knowing how to tell him. Inko has accepted the fact that he has been wanting for Izuku to be the next symbol of peace and hope, although after many shouting received from her. It was, however, all Izuku's choice. Not to forget, the fact that he couldn't give him his quirk, not when Izuku's muscles didn't grow easily with his injury. His arm and upper body muscle might have been well developed, but the rest of his body didn't. He didn't want to risk his health. My quirk, I wanted to give away my quirk. Izuku's head snaps at his direction, looking at him with surprise. What? Izuku, you are 14 years old, not 4? Inko softly mutters, wiping his face again. The boy sulks. My quirk has been a topic of debate for a long time. Newspapers has called it a strength quirk, or a boost. I always dodged the questions sent my way by a joke when they wanted to know more about it. I tried my best to keep it a secret. In reality, I was born quirkless. What? Yes. My quirk has been passed down to me by my sensei. It is like the Olympic torch, passed down to every generation. It cultivates strength for the next user to use. By strength, you mean quirk strength or body strength? Izuku asks. Toshinori chuckles, for of course Izuku would ask for the details. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have any. I don't know the specifics, Izuku-kun. I only know that unless your body muscles doesn't match, it could lead to injuries for every time you do use it. Oh. It was why I have always been hesitant. I have already thought of you as my successor not a year after meeting you. You always exhibited heroic tendencies, and your caring nature also cemented my decision. However, I fear that I have to find someone else to carry the torch. But I can train. I'll be worthy of your quirk, Mr. Toshi. I know that you would, and that you wouldn't give up, however. Here, he looks up at Inko, whom had a devastated, scared look on her as she looks at her child. You already are powerful without me helping along. You could easily become the symbol of peace and hope without it. And we worry about you, Izuku-kun. Don't take it as pity, but Inko is still your mother, and she always worries, especially with the consequences of my quirk. He sighs, knowing that the next sentence will be very important. And as your future stepfather, I will worry as well. Izuku blinks. The sounds of the insects now filled the void that the noise has left. Inko and Toshinori held their breath as they watched his reaction, wanting to know how he would take the news. Wait, what? Mr. Toshi? Like, seriously? Since when? Inko relaxes, looking very happy and excited with her son's approval. Yagi didn't know how tense he was either, until Izuku showed that he agreed. Why didn't you tell me before? Since when? You guys only started dating for like 2 months? Don't you think you guys are moving too fast? Inko coughs, trying to hide her blush behind her fist. Toshinori himself rubs the back of his neck. It hasn't exactly been 2 months, Izuku. His mother told him, and Izuku scrunches his nose. Yeah, I know that you guys liked each other for as long as I remembered, but you guys only confessed recently, unless... We are very bad at communicating. Toshinori decides to intervene, looking down. He hears Izuku's loud laugh and turns at him with a questioning brow. I mean, I understand, Mom, but who would have though all might being socially awkward? I am not socially awkward. I was in the 5th grade when you two guys met. I'm going into high school soon. They fell into silence. The child lays down on the ground, just as the stars start to appear. The two adults only realize this now, after being bluntly told by the child. Are we going to change our names? No. For your safety, we decided that it was for the best that you kept yours. Izuku grimaces, then pulls himself closer to his mother and mumbles something into her skirt. His mother frowns as she leans down to hear what he was saying and sighs sadly. It's not fair. He never cared about us, never visits, and I bet he doesn't even know that I'm using braces now. Why do we have to end up with his name, instead of someone who clearly loves you? I know, honey, but we all know that it's better this way. Yes, it is. Even if I did evade any reveal of my civil identity since my debut, I will not guarantee that it will stay anonymous for much longer. It is better to know that you two are safe this way. He says, their safety is a priority, especially after what happened today. Inko jumped at them the moment they stepped home and cried her eyes out, witnessing everything on the news and admonishing both of them for their reckless behavior. She specifically told Izuku that she knew he could do better, and then turned at him yelling that he should have been taking better care of himself first before starting to chase a villain for half a day like he has done. Then she starts berating him for forgetting the groceries that they were going today. It was a terrifying sight, and he fears the day Izuku might start showing her anger, for he was sure that the boy has inherited it. I understand. Izuku mumbles and lets go of his mom's skirt, but there was a grin on his face. So, when's the wedding? Tashina doesn't have an answer. He looks up at Inko, who also looked like she was lost of words. We were planning on a private wedding. With only a few witnesses, nothing too big. Inko says. Izuku's face morphed into that of sadness. But, Mom, you deserve a great wedding. Oh Izuku, what did I do to deserve you? She mumbles into his hair, making him giggle. Tashinori smiles. This is going to be his family, and he would protect them with his life. I don't have many coworkers to invite for my side of the hall. He chimes in. They both turn around, looking at him, in perfect synchronization, making him jump with surprise. What do you mean you don't have coworkers? Uncle Neo Mesa? And any police officer who knows about your situation. So only the chief. He sighs. Both mother and son look at each other, having a whole conversation with looks alone before turning back at him. You can make friends at UA, honey, it isn't going to be hard. She tells him, but he sags in himself. Not hard, my. While he was charismatic in his other form, this form doesn't aspire the confidence that he gives to his fans. Normal life-to-life situations evaded him as time passed by, becoming disconnected with the others his age and having no ability to connect with the younger generation. He was just lucky that Neo Mesa was a very friendly man, even as a police rookie. How about next year? He suggests. When spring comes. Inko lights up. He smiles fondly at her, knowing that it was her favorite season, filled with sakura trees, light breezy and rain, and many other colorful plants. We'll at least have signed the papers by then. I do want a fancy ring, Toshi. She says, making him smile awkwardly. He didn't forget that, of course he'd remember it. How could he not? He turns and finds Inko's face close to his, giving him that questioning look. He took the chance and gave her a peck on the cheek. Izuku makes a noise. If you guys are going to SCK face, can I go down first? Izuku! His mother yells. Izuku laughs as he flies off, out of reach of either their hands. He still laughs loudly as he does a flip and glides downward, Inko making a cross sigh, shaking her head. He only gapes at them, feeling his face turning red. I swear, Katsuki is teaching him bad things on purpose. Masaru has been just like him when he was that age. She mutters but then turns around. He looks away, trying to hide his blush in vain. She chuckles. Are you really embarrassed? Inko, the furthest we ever got was sleeping together platonically. Of course I am. He felt hands on his cheeks, turning him around. His eyes focused on hers. While Izuku's eyes were an emerald green that shines in the sun, hers were a much more muted green, mixed in with a sort of gray that could be mistaken for black from afar. But there was no mistaking where he has gotten his traits. Both of their eyes shine in happiness, and it was adorable looking at them when they get excited whenever a topic of interest come up. He suddenly felt himself being pulled sharply down at Inko, his arms flailing behind him, and he felt his lips touching hers. 10 months has passed. Izuku was standing on the curve next to his, hopefully, future school, Kaken by his side, his back hunched and his eyes narrowed at every person passing by. Both their parents were behind them, his mother fretting over him more than usual, while Aunt Mitsuko roughly ran her hands through Kaken's hair. Don't injure anyone by accident. I don't injure anyone on purpose. He growls darkly, But his mother sighs and gives him a side-shoulder hug, and then fixes his scarf, Kaken pushing her hands away. It's better to say that than saying break a leg, isn't it? By the way, where's your wayward husband Inko? He should be here on a day like this. Uncle Masaru grumbles, searching the premises for him. Inko chuckles, still getting used to the title. Uncle Masaru seeming to have grumbled something under his breath, no doubt about their late wedding. They haven't had their wedding yet even after signing everything 5 months ago. All Izuku could get from them was that they were waiting for the right moment. That was a weird thing to say. His mother obviously loves this time of year for all the flowers, and new beginnings is always associated with spring. A wedding sounds like a new beginning to him. He looks down at his bracelets, feeling very nervous. It was a gift from Toshi, as he insists on being called now that they were related, for him to use during the exam if it was needed. Everyone agreed that if the school figured out that he was partially paralyzed, they would object to him joining the hero department. They were lucky though, the school only wants the resume and academic records, seeing as they got more than 300 participants. They would only ask for the other information after being accepted and given a seat in the school, and to get accepted, he needs to pass the test. He was wearing his leg braces today as well, and did as Kaken always told him to do. Just stand up and float around if needed. All Might's bracelet? He couldn't really just call him Toshi, that's embarrassing. Our thin-plated collapsible crutches, it could be mistaken as a fighting rod, so he could use it in the exam as well if he was forced to. He's a teacher there, remember? He needs to help others in preparing, and he's also going to watch over some tests. What she didn't say was that he was with the principal, talking about other things that she couldn't be privy of. She understood, of course, it was Hiro's work, she shouldn't know about these things unless it concerned Izuku. Fine, we got our good lucks, can we go? Complained Katsuki. Inko made a noise of distress before hugging her son. Be careful. Remember, don't use all of your powers. I will, Mom. He told her, giving her a wide smile. When the parents left, Kaken huffs and starts moving to the entrance. He stayed in place staring off at the car that they have just left with. His mom looked so scared. Gulping, Izuku floats for a bit, but remembers the quirk restriction. It would have been strange if he was flying, since no one else could use their quirks so blatantly. He sighs and softly lands on the ground, then takes a step forward. He takes another and another. But he suddenly hears a snapping sound coming from his legs. He blinks, eyes wide open as he watches the ground moving closer to his face. Did his braces get stuck? Shaking his head, he was about to use his quirk to stop the descent, but suddenly felt his body becoming light. The descent to the ground has been stopped. His face was still close to it. Are you all right? He was suddenly moved as if he weighted nothing, and was now standing in front of a brunette with round pinkish cheeks. It was my quirk, sorry for using it on you all of a sudden. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? She said, her hands in a praying possession, slightly tilted to the side along with her head. A girl was talking to him? A girl was talking to him nicely? What? Aren't you nervous? She asked, eyes closed and not seeming nervous at all. Izuku nods even though she couldn't see it, his mind still reeling from the fact that a person aside from Kaken, Shinso and Shibi, and in his age, was nice to him, and a girl too. Usually they'd get jealous at him for taking up all of Kaken's attention, or just plain bullied him. Let's do our best, see ya? She waved at him and walked away. Izuku smiled and starts to slowly float, not caring what anyone else would say. For a flying person, I would have never expected you to trip on yourself. He hears, perking up, Izuku turns around grinning widely at who he saw. Shinso Hitoshi was here, with his deep dark bags under his eyes and his obviously uncombed bed hair looking very perturbed for the fact that he was even standing or awake. Hitoshi! He yells, flying at him and giving him a hug. Hitoshi slowly returns it, patting his back. I didn't know you were applying for Yui? Are you going to the hero department? I know you'll be amazing there. He gushes, Hitoshi blinks and looks to the side, a sad look appearing. I'm just taking the theory test, I'm going into general education. Izuku was surprised. Didn't you always want to be a hero? Think about it, Izuku, I brainwash people, not robots. Even if I used my quirk on others and told them to fight off the robots on my behalf, people would call me a cheater. He mumbles, stepping away from the green-haired boy. Izuku frowns but hovers closer to his friend. I still think you'll be an amazing hero, he told him, and just for a second he saw Hitoshi smile. 00000. The theory test was easy, he thought as he moved in his seat. Kaken had his head on his desk with his hands wrapped around it and sending him a lazy glare. Hitoshi wasn't there anymore, only coming for the theory test alone, so he didn't need to accompany them to the lecture hall. Kaken wasn't very nice to him when he brought the blue-haired boy with him. Izuku was not surprised. Kaken never liked him in the few moments they saw each other, and Hitoshi doesn't like his personality much. You aced it? I aced it. I'm not surprised, you're book smart. He mutters and looks down at the person who just stepped onto the stage. Izuku's smile turns into a wide grin. It's Present Mike, the voice hero. He whispers at Kaken. He has his own radio show, I listen to him every week. His neck gear helps stabilizes his sound output like a rectifier does to electricity. Kaken punches his shoulders, growling. I know, you force me to listen with you, now shut up. Present Mike starts to lecture them on their exam's rules, showing a convenient retro-styled animation on the screen. It amused him because the avatar showed to be Present Mike himself jumping on robots, accompanied by a sound signifying their death. He talked about the points given to them. Look, we're not in the same field. Kaken mumbles, looking very much annoyed by the idea. Izuku looks down on his paper and agrees. Even though our numbers are next to each other. He said, frowning in thought. Does that mean they don't want friends to test an exam together? May I ask you a question? The lecture was interrupted by a bespectacled boy, who seems taller than even Kaken. His mannerism also reminded him that of a robot. However, he suddenly turns and points at him. You with the curly hair, you mutter a lot, please do refrain from doing that. He then glares at him. It's obnoxious. That actually felt like a slap to the face. Everyone around him laughed as he covers his mouth muttering sorry multiple times. Kaken's growling could be heard. Looking up, he could see him locking his sight at him. Izuku pales. He knew that look. He now knew that a new name has been added in Kaken's list of resentment. I bet he was in a prestigious school, like the prick he is. He whispers to him, and Izuku's feelings of humiliation starts to recede. All rules and DSPN and sheet, he's like a robot now. Present Mike stole his attention before he could burst laughing. Kaken thought of him as a robot too. Yes, the fourth robot is an obstacle. It's too large and gets crazy in narrow areas. It's also worth 0 points, so it's better to ignore it, don't you agree? Present Mike answers the question for the taller boy, making sure his voice wasn't too loud that their ears would hurt from it. In their changing rooms, he checks on his brace and realized that a part of his old uniform snagged on the joint of his brace, the reason for tripping outside. Sighing, he was glad that his gym clothes were very baggy. Floating outside, he looks around nervously, flinching every few moments when someone talks too loudly or accidentally jabs a limb at his direction. He wanted Kaken, he didn't want to be here alone. With a sad expression, he turns to look for a familiar face, maybe someone from his old school, or just someone. Shinso was coming to UA too, so maybe he's here? Unfortunately, no blue-haired boy with dark shadows under his eyes would be found, and he knew that. Fortunately, he found someone he has met this morning, the nice person. Smiling, he starts walking to her in tentative steps, but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. When he looks at the owner, he winces. It was the boy with the glasses and robotic manners, towering over him a bit. That girl appears to be trying to focus. He starts, and he looks back at her, seeing her take deep breaths. Are you just taking the exam to interfere with others? He did not look happy. Izuku shook his head, not finding his voice to talk. He hears everyone else start to talk around him, and realized that it was about him and how they were thinking less of him for how he was acting the whole day. They all thought he was weak. Feeling like he was closing in on himself, and his cheeks getting hot, he decides to yell at the bespectacled boy to leave him alone, but was stopped by Present Mike yelling from the watchtower, his voice clearly heard from afar. Okay, start. They all look up at him. What? Do you think that in a real battle someone will give you a countdown? Run, run, or you'll get left behind. Izuku blinks and looks around him, gasping in horror when he found it empty and everyone running to the entrance. He didn't even start and, I'm behind already. He takes one step forward and soars above everyone, not letting their recent mockery get him down. Izuku didn't even fly a past building before getting shot at by one of the robots. Finding a target, he was about to strike with his hands, only to have the robot shot at by someone else on the ground. Merci. A blonde told him and runs away, his stomach glowing inside a belt. 6 minutes left. Present Mike shouts. What? He couldn't believe it, it didn't feel like a minute passed by. His eyes searches ground, he found some robots and shoves his hands in front of him, then pulling back sharply. The robots fly from their place, passing by him and almost touching him by a hair's breadth. Gulping, he looks behind and slams his hands together, the robots slamming each other in simulation. He punches the air and makes a pleased sound before pulling other robots from the ground, starting to gain some points for only choosing targets worth 3 points. He dodges a rocket that almost hit him. The sudden velocity caused him to feel nauseous. Slowly gliding down. He still pulls his arms to himself, trying to pull robots away and then lets them drop on the ground. He felt his legs touch the ground and recounts the number of points he has gained. It's not enough. His head wipes around, trying to look for more robots, but it was harder to scout on ground than above, and every automation in his sight was broken down. He felt sweat pouring out of him. His fears rising up. What if he failed? He couldn't run to search for more enemies, and he was an easy target in the air as well. 3 minutes. He starts gliding above the ground, yet he still couldn't find any robots as they were getting picked by others. He only finds one when and pulls it to himself. The machine blasts at him in a frightening speed. He quivered in place at the accidentally made projectile. His emotions affects his quirk, so of course he'll lost a bit of his control, and swats his hands to the sky. The robot follows its path and shoots off so far away that he couldn't see it from his place anymore from how tiny it has become. 2 minutes. Please shut up. Izuku wanted to scream, the countdown making him nervous. Then everything starts to shake. Everyone stopping in their place. Izuku doesn't dare to stand on the ground, not wanting for the earthquake to knock him on off his feet. Dust was now covering the area. He starts to hear yelling, and noticed the shadows in the dust getting closer to him as other contestants were running towards him. Looking slightly up, he pales when he sees the reason why. An enormous large robot was coming their way. He was about to fly away, but he felt someone knocking him down on the ground, and he felt himself hit it. The pain he felt was muted in his legs. Everyone still ran as the dust clears from sight, showing the rest of the robot's large frame. He couldn't move even though it was getting closer and closer, ever so slowly. He still didn't have it in himself to get away. But then he hears a pained sound close to himself. His eyesight sharpens and locks down on the source. It was the nice person, her legs stuck under the rubble and her head seeming to have been injured. Fearfully, he looks up at the robot that could easily towering a building getting closer, and looks down at the girl. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? He remembers her voice, sounding enthusiastic, happy, and confident. Let's do our best, yeah? She's going to get hurt. It's too large and gets crazy in narrow areas. Present Mick's voice evaded his mind. He sees the robot moving its hands, seeming to have stopped just to press on the girl. His mind forms the mental image of a flattened body on ground and bloody robotic fingers. And oh! He yells, shoving his hands on the ground and pushing himself, feeling himself shooting off from his place and soaring upwards towards the automaton's head. He clenches his fist in desperation, pulls it back, and then punches the air, pushing as much energy as he could into his punch. The pressure that was resulted destroyed 3/4 of the machine's face, forcing it to fall behind from how powerful it was. His quirk concentrated into one spot, pierced the machine's armor into smithereens. Izuku blinks as he falls backwards as well. His world was getting slower. He watches the robot's destruction in great detail, noting which eye gets destroyed first, and how the 2 buildings behind it were also breaking from the force of his punch. Decaying from whatever energy he has pushed through and letting the rubble fly upwards to the sky. Something he never understood completely was his quirk. He knew he was a telekinetic user, he knew that he has mostly inherited it from his mother, for her quirk was also considered a form of telekinesis. However, even as a young child, he always knew that his quirk was far more than that. His mother would always tell him to try and hide his quirk, always fearing that someone will take him away for it. He remembers Uncle Neomesa explaining to him the reasons as to why. His quirk was a source quirk. It was an original, where a variety quirk would come from a long line of mixed branches. His own quirk came straight from the root. Every basic ability that could be imagined was right in the palm of his hands, and all it needs for him to use it is his own imagination. He could push and pull with a force, just like how his mother only pulls things to herself. He could create a barrier around himself that he could use to fly. He could shape that same invisible barriers into multiple shapes and sizes that he could control at will, and even protect himself with it. Heck, he doesn't even need it to fly, he only uses that as an excuse to whenever someone asks, that he continuously pushes himself off ground in a constant flow of energy to stay afloat so that they wouldn't question his quirk. His quirk exudes energy, to the point that it could manifest itself into the visible light spectrum. He could do so much, yet he was constricted. Always ordered to not show it, not to tell anyone about it. No one has ever told him why other than giving the "someone might take you away" explanation. So he always mimicked. He would push and pull things, telling that his mom has the same quirk. He would only fly and say that this is his quirk, nothing more. He would make barriers and say it's the energy collecting together to have physical weight. Now, however, he doesn't know how to explain this. A person doesn't usually get two quirks, and he showed more than two. Punching the air only helped him focus the direction of his quirk. Shaking his head, Izuku closes his eyes, wanting to forget about this. He knows that he'll make up an excuse later if someone asked. Heck, he'd just say that he overpowered his pushing attack, and he'll start calling it a blast instead. He could feel the wind bellowing through his hair, his clothes flapping. His back hitting the air, his face upwards in the skies. Opening his eyes slowly, he was ready to use his quirk to start flying when pain suddenly struck his mind. It felt like a needle, a big sharp needle hammering his head constantly in one spot rather than the hazy sort of headache one would usually experience. Izuku hears himself scream, his hands clutching his head at the pain. Forcefully opening his eyes, he looks upwards, but confusion laces his thoughts. Instead of the clear blue skies with the buildings decorating the edge of his vision, he sees Kaken, small with fear filling his eyes as he yells with hands outstretched. But this was wrong. Kaken wasn't this small. Kaken is taller than him. He lords over him with this fact and always laughs at his own size, making a jab of it constantly. Yet here he is, Kaken, small, trying to reach him, but he was falling further away, his friend screaming his name and dangling over a bridge. A familiar bridge, one that he couldn't remember well. Suddenly, the images melt away as his hair covers his vision. The loud scream that was coming out of his friend somehow turned into his own voice, shrieking in alarming pain. His hands were now clutching his head instead of his hair, trying to ebb away the pain. The robot was still falling away, and how did I not see that robot? It all stops when he felt someone slap him mid-air. 000. Katsuki knew that he has aced his test. Not a robot came into his sight without dropping on the floor, immobilized or wrecked from his quirk. He left the battleground without fanfare, as everyone else chatted away about their own experience, trying to figure out whether they have succeeded or not. When he went to the changing room, he started to hear the rumors. Who would have thought a bland guy like him has flight and super strength? Did you see him? He just flew off the ground and punched. His punch didn't even hit the thing and it drops. So the other battlefields also had a gigantic robot coming out in the last few minutes. Shrugging, Katsuki immediately changes his clothes, hoping that he'll find his friend soon so that he could ask him about how he did in the exam. He was such a nervous wreck, all day mumbling and muttering like he was afraid of something. Still, having all that power? So unfair. Why did a dork get a quirk like that? Someone whines and Katsuki growls. Instead of miming about it, just work up on your own skill and make it powerful. Bunch of ungrateful fuckers. But why do you think he fell off screaming like that? Recovery girl said something about his head. I guess that answers why he's so nervous all the time. Maybe he's like, depresses or something. You guys do realize he's an otaku, right? Katsuki slams his locker closed, throwing his bag on his back and stomping away. He really wanted Izuku. Did you see his old man outside of the battlefield? He's like a skeleton. Like, borderline creepy. If it weren't for the fact he was freaking out over his kid, I would have thought he was a stalker or something. Oh yeah, his eyes were glowing too. I guess that runs in the family. What was his name again? Madoka? That's an anime, you idiot. Mido, something. Katsuki freezes. He sharply turns around and narrows his eyes at the group of speakers. Every one of them felt the glaze of anger being directed at them as they flinched. Midoriya Izuku. Is it Midoriya Izuku with green hair and freckles? He demands. Flying person that didn't even touch a robot and managed to immobilize it. Bland. Not really bland, just always lost in his mind. Face. Skeleton father, Mr. Yagi works here now. He's a staff member and of course he'll be here. A person who was screaming as he fell down. Why yes. Where did they take him? He demands, his twitchy hands letting off smoke. Izuchan was hurt. 00000. A week later, and Katsuki still hovers over him. Watching over him sharply and making sure he doesn't do anything stressing. It was frustrating. His friend would always push him back on his new wheelchair and order him to sit still as he does what he himself intended to do. Izuku wanted to move, he wanted to do something. Every passing day, he would feel dread creep up into his subconscious. Toshi, it feels so weird saying that, hasn't come home since the exams, the marking taking up a large proportion of his time, and he hasn't even called much but to make sure that they were all right. And while yes, he does live with them now most of the week, he still has another house that protects most of his items. Any evidence about his hero identity was stored there after all, and he would only bring his suit with him here. So he might have been going there to get his nourishments and return to work immediately, or maybe the school accommodated him, knowing that marking week has come. He felt like he has failed, in all honesty. He wasn't able to immobilize enough robots, after many recounting, and he was hoping that they would mark them on skills and strength, not just attack points. The Bakugas would visit and spend most of the day with them. Katsuki has already gotten his acceptance letter, making him extra nervous. Now he knows what Hitoshi must feel like, not able to enter the department that he wants because of a test. One he should have passed so easily, he usually reminds himself. If only he had more experience fighting, if only. A knock was heard, the door was then opened and the now familiar footsteps were heard. It's me. Welcome home, honey. His mother laughs, putting the pan down and moving towards the blonde. Izuku makes a face turning around before seeing his idol kissing his mom, probably on the cheeks, but he wasn't risking it. It was routine by now and it was too gooey for him. At least, his parents aren't like Katsuki's, sometimes having a full makeout session in the living room when he returns from home. His friend always complained about those. Toshi, Toshinori, or All Might, not Toshi, who stood by his side. Izuku looks up with a questioning look. I have your results, he said. Izuku took a moment before jumping up from his seat, reaching the blonde's eye level, his hands holding a letter above his head. He was smiling, eyes glowing in happiness. What did you say, Mr. Toshi? Izuku yells, jumping straight at him. The man had to cover his mouth at that instant. Between his fingers, blood flew down as the result of the sudden surprise. The teen floated back a bit to escape getting hit by the spray. Young Izuku, how many times did I tell you to just call me Toshi, even Toshinori if you're that uncomfortable? Honestly, Naomasa and his corrupting skills had you talking like him when you're still 14. He sighs, shaking his head, taking out a handkerchief to clean the blood from his hand and mouth. Izuku chuckles sheepishly, scratching his nose. Sorry. Nothing to be sorry about, young man. How about you go up and read your letter? Izuku nods enthusiastically, grabbing onto the letter and floating away, leaving the parents alone in the living room. Inko turns around giving him a look. You didn't get him recommended, did you? She asks worriedly, but the man shook his head, heaving down on the couch that his stepson was on not a minute ago. No. Izuku will feel like he cheated if I did. I wasn't even a judge on his score, I was judging another group. Oh good. She sighs in relief, sitting next to him and leaning on his shoulder. He really would be upset if you recommended him. I didn't tell anyone about our relationship. I'll tell the principal later though. He needs to be aware of every relationship between staff and students. I'm not sure if I could even tell my new colleagues. You don't trust them, do you? Well, you see, if there's someone I don't get along with he say timidly, moving his hands together to convey his feelings. I accidentally called him a giant caterpillar the first time I saw him. Oh dear. He wasn't impressed with the fact that I was joining the staff for no reason. I only received my teaching credential recently after all, and I couldn't very well tell them that I'm looking for a successor. Mumbles, Inko puts a hand on his right hand, bringing it down and stopping it from moving frantically. It didn't help stopping the other one though. He's one of the few whom actually despised my hero personality, and then he wasn't impressed with the truth that I'm basically crippled. That caught her attention. What a despicable man. She suddenly sees Toshinori jumping from his place. Please, Inkikin, don't be mad at him. He only thought that I was using an excuse the first I got it, thinking that I want to retire the moment I got injured. I had to explain to everyone else what happened to receive my injury, which happened 2 decades ago. Then we shared a sort of respect between us. That still doesn't excuse him for being so rude. She fumes, sitting upright and giving her husband a determined look. He's somewhat crippled as well. Apparently his quirk would have caused him to become blind if he continued using it, but his quirk is invaluable to both the police and hospitals, so he couldn't only use it when he pleases. It basically erases a person quirk. Recovery Girl gives him a bi-yearly checkup in case his vision starts to decrease. Inko stills for a moment, giving him a wide-eyed look. What? Oh my. Inkikin? Toshinori was now worried, leaning a bit so that he could face her and watch her reaction. She looked shocked. Erase her head. She whispers. Toshinori was surprised. How do you know him? He's an underground hero after all? I met him when... 0000. Aizawa Shoyuta looks at his registry list. His dry eyes picking every name, recalling every footage concerning the owner in his mind and determining whether they have any potential or not. It was when he reaches the name Midoriya Izuku that he stops. His mind does supply the examination footage, but it supplies more than that, more valuable information. His hands shakes for a moment. A feeling of rage fells him up before disappearing with the mental image of a 4-year-old child. How could such a cruel man like you have this child as your son? He wonders aloud, letting his scarf move and reach onto a compartment. But he doesn't open it, he only lets the scarf glide over it for a moment before returning it back to how it used to be when idle. Or, for that matter, marry a woman like her? Kind people that you have clearly dragged. And they weren't the only one, they weren't the only victims, but he wasn't sure if calling those 2 victims was appropriate. Midoriya Hisashi definitely did not abuse his family, but clearly neglected them until he gained a reason to abandon them. Just when he was close to catching him. Glaring at the paper, he puts it down and closes eyes, rubbing them a bit. His eyes were killing him. Thinking about that family, and how he thought he wouldn't return to them, he was wrong. It wasn't uncommon for a hospital to ask for his help, or the police force in a manner. At times, there were patients that have minimal control over their quirks, either as a result of an injury or the escalation of their emotions. Hospitals were used to it by now. Sometimes, though, there comes a patient that they couldn't handle without extra help. He has searched the family countless times and knew by then that the family visited the doctors 3 times to check on their son's quirk. So he was surprised that they would call him to help stop the child's continued use, in an ambulance nonetheless. Needless to say, he has arrived in time and navigated the area using his scarf, pulling himself in the anti-gravity field to reach the source and erase it for a few moments until they sedated the child. They had to call him again a month later for the same patient, and again and again. Countless times he has been called until the green-haired boy could have a handle on his quirk. Usually, he would have an episode that results in the explosion of all the lights in the building, a very grave thing to happen in a hospital, one with many surgeries conducting most of the day. So he had to be on standby till the last days of the child's stay. Such a troublesome quirk. It has been a long time though, and he doubts that Midoriya would remember him, not after a decade, and not when he has met him when he was a half-conscious 4-year-old. It might have been sentiment, but he had to have him as one of his students. He used the excuse of his quirk going haywire to the principal to approve of his request, but he was sure that the male already formed an opinion of his request. I do hope you don't let past grudges color your perspective, Izuku-kun. His principal says. While he does have the elder Midoriya on his mental wanted list, he already has the younger one in his students one, and the principal needn't to worry about him holding a grudge on a boy because of his father. Mr. Red Eyes? Not really, especially not him. Really, just when he thought that was the last time he interacts with that family. 00000. I don't think that Izuku remembers him, though. Inko sighs, leaning on the couch with one hand on her cheeks. That has been such a long time ago, and she was still hesitant to speak with the man. He did think that she was involved with her EX's affairs. Something that she was proud she wasn't. Does Izuku know about his father? Toshinori asks worriedly, questions now forming after hearing the story. Izuku knows nothing about him but the fact that he is an ungrateful, dishonest man. She says in ire, but Toshinori moves his hands to wrap it around her shoulders and pulling her closer to him. She sighs tiredly, plopping her head onto his chest. Toshinori winces a bit, but the scar didn't pain him much. It was only the surprise, and it was on the other side luckily. Who would have thought? That's why I'm afraid whenever Izuku gets emotional. I just remember him. The way he loses control of his own quirk when he gets angry. I thought he only breathes fire? He doesn't only breath it. He never updated his quirk. I don't really know the extent of his quirk. Sometimes I think Izuku's quirk is a mix of both of ours. Maybe his father's quirk is source quirk as well, and Izuku inherited that trait for him but with my own quirk in the mix. I do know that Hisashi is much more powerful than he showed in public. Where is he then? Why hasn't there been any orders or warnings regarding him if he did participate in illegal activities? But where do you think Izuku got his smarts and analytical skills from? Toshinori pales for a bit. I just know that if he does attack one day, it would be devastating. He'll be angry if he found out that you kept this from him. Toshinori whispers looking at the stairs, but she shook her head. Izuku's dream was to be a hero when he grows up. I couldn't tell him that his father was a... I understand. He told her, but Inko still tears up and cries, sobbing onto his chest and wetting his clothes. Toshinori thought that tonight was going to be a happy night, filled with celebration. He reckons that he should move the celebration for later. Today, Inko needs support. 00000. 3 weeks. There has been a 3 weeks wait, and Kaken couldn't even wait longer. He had to run off to get there before him, just so he can show him up. Meanie. He groans as Toshinori ruffles his hair, both of them watching his blonde friend run inside. There, you can fly inside the school. I can't believe it. I'm in high school, my parents shouldn't drive me to school, now Kaken has something new to make fun of me about. Don't worry, young Izuku, I don't think Bakugo-kun would make fun of you about something like this. He did ride with us after all. If you need me or your wheelchair, I'll be in the teacher's room, just look and ask for my real name. He told him. Izuku shyly smiles at him before floating out from the window, his large yellow bag following suit. He waves away at the man as he speeds away, the man grinning back and probably driving towards the teacher's parking lot. He then turns around to look at the large building. 300 participants, and only 36 are chosen to study in this building. A shaky smile forms on his lips, as he realizes that he was part of the with glee. He flies inside, very sure that he wasn't late. Once he reaches Class 1A, he blinks at how large the door was. Was it for anyone with a mutation quirk? It probably is. Shaking his head, he opens the door. And regrets it immensely, for it seems that the room was soundproofed and there was already a fight early this morning. It wasn't surprising to see that one end of the fight involved his best friend, his leg already up on the desk grinning maniacally and announcing that he was going to squish the other like bug. They have always been in the same class, always sitting next to each other or behind the other, so it didn't surprise him really that he and Kaken were put together once more. The other person, however, he chokes the moment his eyes lands on him. It's the scary robot guy. Robot guy announced that his name was Ida Tenya, and that he was from A. He couldn't really focus, he didn't want to get closer to him, he was scared that he'll make others laugh at him once again. He couldn't handle it well at the exams and now he's here, he's probably going to be his bully this year, like how has a bully every year. I knew it. Kaken growls, he turns and perks up a bit, his grin dropped the predatory gleam in it as he waves him over. Deku, you nerd, turns out Robot Freak really is from an elite junior high. He laughs loudly, and Izuku rubs his arm, feeling like he was closing in on himself with how everyone turned to look at him after Kaken's announcement. Kaken has a knack of predicting things, and he really is starting to wonder if it was a part of his quirk or not, since he usually gives away tiny comments that turns up to be true later on. Robot Freak, as Kaken dubbed him, looks up at him and has a glint of recognition shine through his eyes. He starts walking towards him with a loud greeting, and Izuku float out of the room slowly to put some space between them. Hello, my name is Ida Tenya, and I went to Dash. I heard it, Asari. He said nervously, his eyes moving to his friend who was already on his feet, his hands twitching from irritation. He looks ready to blast Robot Ida. Not good. I'm Midoriya, nice to meet you Ida-kun. He said, giving him a timid smile, his head moving down as he closes his eyes. Midoriya-kun, he starts. Izuku opens his eyes and finds a very contemplative expression sent to his direction. You knew what the practical exam was about, didn't you? I had no idea. He said, raising his hands. I misjudged you. A bitter expression was now apparent as he moves his head to the side. It pains me to admit it, but you are better than me. He didn't understand anything, including whatever Ida is talking about. He tried to fly outside a bit more, but he felt like someone has bumped into him. Turning around in the air, he finds the nice person he has met on exam day. Oh, curly hair. You passed just like Present Mike said. She said excitedly. Izuku was really happy to see her, just for the fact that she was nice to him since she met him, and as well for saving him on the exam day, as he has been told by Mr. Toshi, not to mention how she tried to give away some of her points to let him join the school. She really was a nice person, and he couldn't be any happier to have met her. He was about to proclaim his gratitude when he heard something from below. All three of the students looked down and pale at what they saw. A caterpillar. Coincidentally, all three thought the same thing. The caterpillar stood up and dissected itself from the inside. Izuku had to shake his head to realize that said caterpillar was actually a person wearing a sleeping bag, and he was just unzipping himself out of it. It took 8 seconds for you to get quiet. Slow response. He said tiredly. He looked tired too. He gives one sweep with his eyes, looking at every student, not missing how his blonde friend was snatching his hands and pulling him to his seat but decided to ignore it. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Nice to meet you. He finally announces, just as Izuku touched his chair. He could feel everyone's surprise of the news, as they all stare at the exhausted-looking man, with his very messy hair, scary-looking eyes, and thinking that this man will oversee them for at least a year. The man then continues to pull out a sort of onesie from inside his sleeping bag. Oh yeah, wear this. I'm not wearing whatever he had inside with him in a sleeping bag. Kaken whispers, and Izuku was inclined to agree. Izuku only stares blankly at the ground. The orientation only helps us pick the ones with power, but we teachers have the right to expel anyone without potential. So you better use your quirks, or else, the last one in the list will get expelled. But the problem was, Izuku looks up at his sensei with fear. When you come up, tell me your previous record, to compare it with your new quirk record. He never participated in PE, ever. He doesn't have any record. And some of the tests requires him to move his body entirely without his quirk, like setups, and he can't do that. He turns to look at his friend, showing him the panic he was currently feeling. To his surprise, Kaken was also returning the feeling with obvious concern and apprehension. Bakugo, you scored the highest, you do the first pitch, like I said, use your quirk as you want and stay in the circle. Kaken looks back at his teacher and nods. He walks inside the white line, stretches, and then grabs the ball, glaring at the thing. Next thing he knew, his friend screams, "Die!" With excitement, the ball was thrown away, leaving an explosion behind. He was able to see that the explosion only formed in circular-like sphere around his friend, not touching him. The age-old question of his friend's hair being fireproof was still not answered. Izuku, floating with the rest of the class, blinks as his mind caught up to what happened. "Die?" he asks dumbly. When their teacher shows them the screen of his phone, it reads that Kaken's throw reached 705 m in the least. Izuku gulps, letting his hair cover his eyes so he could spy on their teacher. With his unshaven beard, coupled with the dark bags under his eyes, their new teacher's grin slid fear into his mind. The first test was a 50-meter dash, and the first two contestants was the same boy that Izuku has seen in the test, stealing the first robot that he was about to attack, and a girl that looked like an alien. Stepping up, the boy and girl told their previous timing. Izuku found himself floating closer to Kaken, tugging on his shirt. "I don't have a previous timing." He whispers to him frantically. His friend had a look of concentration on his face as he pretends to watch the current race. The blonde that they were watching shoots a laser from his navel and gets propelled from the force, jumping only twice to end the race, while the pink-skinned girl ran normally, still defeating him. "Tell him you don't remember. He'll check my record." Izuku whines. Kaken clicks his tongue. Now, the robot boy, his name is Izuku, and a frog-like girl stepped up to race. "Tell him it was lost." Kaken. This was very serious. He could be expelled for this, just on his first day, and his panic was tripling by the second. "Leave it to me, I'll give an excuse, you just play along," he assures him, staring him in the eyes as he says so. Izuku nods after a slight hesitation, knowing that he could always trust his friend. He didn't let go of Kaken's shirt though. When their sensei turns and gives them both a look, they knew it was their turn. Kaken scoffs and walks, dragging Izuku along since he was still attached to him, floating at the same time like a balloon. He didn't mind though. It felt like he was being pushed in the wheelchair, but this time he was being pulled without any mechanism. Standing in front of the line, Izuku lands on his two leg, feeling very stiff. Kaken gets into a readying stance, and they were both awaiting Aizawa-sensei to start the race. Their sensei, however, kept staring. "Will, start it already?" Kaken yells, but a glare was sent his way. "Your previous records?" Kaken was pretending to forget and hoping that their sensei forgot too. "Why does it matter? We'll get a new record, our old one doesn't matter." "It does matter? What if one day you meet a villain that can render your quirk useless? You'll need to compare your skills with or without a quirk to aid you. Now records?" Kaken growls, but answers anyways. 8 seconds, Izuku was absent when we did the test. Mr. Aizawa does not look amused. "Well then, we'll have to test him out without a quirk first, then we'll test you with them." Here, Izuku sends his friend an alarmed look. "No, wait, records? I was excused from taking any test in middle school. I had a health problem back then." He stammers, feeling his cheeks flush. The other students were now getting interested, and Izuku finds himself wanting to bury his body underground with the added attention. "Your elementary records then?" "I don't have any records for them as well." "Then, we need to test you without your quirk now." Izuku looks at everyone, feeling himself tremble. Kaken saw this and growls loudly. "Listen, I don't know if you haven't noticed, but Deku doesn't like touching the ground. He flies every chance he gets. His civilian speed would be his flying speed." Aizawa-sensei glares at them, but nods. He moves to the side, ready to click on the timer. Izuku heard someone ask if it was legal to fly all the time. Distracting for a split second before refocusing. Letting them start the race without knowing his speed, the teacher flags them to start. Kaken got 4.13 seconds, while he got 4 seconds. As they walked back to the rest of the class, Izuku's hands found itself reaching out and tugging onto Kaken's uniform. He tried his best to ignore everyone's stare as he forced himself to memorize how the ground looked like. Once everyone was done with the dash test, they were about to move into the gym for grip strength. He was however stopped by a hand grabbing his shoulder. Last time that happened, it was Ida-kun trying to reprimand him for trying to talk to Uraraka. Now however, Aizawa-sensei was giving him a look. Izuku gulps. Next time, just give me your medical records, he said, taking out a folder from inside his uniform. Izuku found himself trembling once more, looking at the ground with shame and very glad that everyone ran ahead of them to the gym to not witness this. I'll let it slide, since you physically can't do a test without your quirk. It's as Bakugo said, your civilian record would be your quirk ones. I do, however, want you to stay behind after the examination. Are you going to expel me? I don't want the other students to hear this, but recommendations isn't only restricted before examination, he said blandly. Izuku raises a brow. What does that have to do with anything? Before he could ask, the teacher takes out another form, giving it to the teen. Read it, he demands, and Izuku does. He blinks at the title and gapes at the rest of the letter, giving his new teacher a bewildered look. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, but I wanted to get in without a recommendation. Aizawa still stares at him. I mean, I'm very flattered that you wanted me in your class, sir. It's just dash. You are here to train to be a hero. Aizawa-sensei cuts him off. And you must take every opportunity to reach your goals. I choose you specifically because you have the potential of becoming a great hero, one of the best really. You only have some personality flaws, dash. Izuku winces. And your physical limitation. You already went past your physical restrictions, even before coming here, something that we teachers were supposed to help you do, and I doubt that you would let your personality stop you from becoming a hero now, will you? He questioned. His tiered voice left a kind of void silence behind, even if his speech was supposed to feel inspiring. Shaking, Izuku looks at the paper once more. Giving a shaky smile, he nods at his new teacher. You're not going to be expelled, I already know your skills. I, however, will change my mind if you have been lacking. Your average will change according to the test that you're able to perform. Do you usually do this for your students? I do if they showed promise and determination. I was giving the same opportunity as a student here, and I am not restricting it to others. What? Does Aizawa-sensei have some kind of problem? Said man glares at him as he points at the gym, obviously done with his talk. Izuku flinches and flies away, looking back a bit, seeing how the man was watching him. Somehow, he doesn't think black was his eye color. Blue suited him, red more so. Once inside the gym, he does the hand gripping test. Kaken turned out to be above average strength. Izuku hesitates a bit, knowing that they could use their quirks. He uses it to pressure the machine to receive the same results as his friend. They looked up when someone yells his amazement at another, who achieved a 450 kilogram strength. That person has more than one pair of arms and was even taller than Ida. He aced the long jump completely, only needing to take one step forward before letting himself float to the other edge. The nice person, Chaka, does the same thing, and they high-fived once she lands and reaches his spot. Kaken glares at her, and he found him standing even closer to him than usual. In the long-distance run, he soars above everyone and gets second place, sending Ida-kun a shy smile as a congratulation. Ida, noticing, found his demeanor lifting up, looking very happy. Later, he noticed how Kaken was now making sure that Ida-kun was standing away from him, said person looking a bit pestered but didn't react to Kaken's hostility. Oh Kaken, sometimes your concern is too obvious. When the sidestepping test came, Izuku found himself to be the last tester, but he refused to do it, knowing very well how both his legs and braces will protest to the exercise. He gives his new teacher a dejected look. A 0 was added as his score. He couldn't help but stare at it. He couldn't do setups, and winces at another newly added 0. He couldn't do all the stretches, especially when it was needed for him to lean his back, and watches in horror at the sight of the 0 and the looks his teacher sent his way. In the ball-throwing test, Uraraka Ochaka got infinity as her score. He couldn't help but gape at it. Moving to the circle for his turn, he took a moment to stare at the ball. Trembling, he was about to throw, when something flashed in his mind. Turning around, he stares at his teacher, expecting a red glare instead of the dark onyx one. His teacher frowns, expecting him to already be done with the test. That's when something clicked in his mind. Eraserhead, the underground hero. His quirk was to erase others' quirk with a glance alone. The idea of someone erasing his quirk terrified him greatly. He spent a small part of his life without one, and already knew the horrors of living a life as such. Now, he couldn't live normally without his quirk. He wouldn't be able to fly, or help his mom cook, explore with Kaken, visit new cafes with Hitoshi, and hanging around the city with his stepfather, or really do anything without them. Close to tears after realizing that this man could particularly destroy his life, he sniffs and looks away immediately so they wouldn't see his face. That's when he spots Toshinori standing behind a corner, watching them. Blinking, Izuku had to refocus to make sure. It was his stepfather, but in his hero form. He was watching them, and he was probably worried about him. Shame starts to fill him. He looks up and gives his teacher a look of determination, puffing up his chest. He threw the ball, and it went past even the school ground, flying so far away, but he knew that it would land at some point. Turning around, the man huffs but smiles a bit, showing his phone, his screen saying error. Turning around, he sees his stepfather giving him a thumbs up, and he returns a smile back, conveying that he has seen him. He hovers back to his friends and high-fives them. Kaken looking a bit irritated, and not because of his scores, but because a red head that has started to bug him while he was doing his test. The test has been done. They all stood in front of their teacher watching nervously as he calculates the scores. Kaken has plainly pulled his arm, maybe to stop him from flying away if he failed, or just for reassurance. Izuku doesn't know. He was glad that he did, however, for he found himself snaking his arms around his friends. They were at the back anyways, so no one would bother them like they usually did when they saw them holding hands. Holding hands or wrapping their arms together was a childhood habit that they never really broke, and Izuku isn't willing to break it anytime soon either. It stemmed from Izuku not liking being pushed, and enjoying pushing himself with his quirk. Kaken, being the worrywart that he never admits to be, ended up always holding his wheelchair's handles, ending with them holding hands later on after witnessing Izuku fly off his chair a few times. When the results show, Izuku sighs in relief. He was in the 11th spot. But he didn't relax much when he saw the spiky-haired girl and the boy with the bicolored hair giving him a look. He flinches and found himself floating behind Kaken's back, catching his attention. Once his friends saw what was bothering him, he glares at them, letting his hands smoke. The message clearly understood. The two look away. On the front row, however, a short boy with purple and ball-shaped hair started to panic, causing a scene. Everyone around him were trying to calm him down. Looking up, Izuku reads Mineta. But Aizawa-sensei closes his phone, gives one sweep with his eyes, and declares that everyone has passed, causing silence. What? Most of the class yells. The teacher only smirks, hiding his projection-able phone in his pocket. Mineta was the most vocal. He was shut up, however, by the spiky-haired girl, saying that of course he wouldn't expel anyone. It was a rational deception to draw out the limits of your quirks. Izuku hears Ida mumbling, and after focusing, he realized that he was now admiring the teachers of UA for such strategies. His hands moving in that robotic pattern once more before covering his mouth with a hand. At first, he thought that Ida was a bully at first, but in reality, and after spending some time with him, he realized that he was only earnest, making him chuckle. We're done here. You'll find hands out and information about the curriculum on your desk in class. The tiered voice announced before leaving them. Uraraka didn't waste time as she skips her way to him and Kaken, deciding to accompany them back to class. Our quirks are so similar. I thought I was the only one with any gravitational quirk here in Japan. Uraraka says excitedly, skipping. Kaken continuously glares at her, but it seems that she didn't care. Why, you searched? Of course I searched. Have you ever heard about my quirk? She questions, tilting her head. Kaken rolls his eyes at her attitude and mumbles something about secrets. My mom has the same quirk as mine, so when I was a kid I thought it was common. He told her. That's when he noticed a shadow covering both him and Uraraka. They look up to find Ida. Midoriya-kun, Aizawa-sensei wants to talk to you. He is near the teacher's lounge. He also wishes for you to not let anyone else accompany you. When he said the last part, he sends Kaken a look, but Kaken only growls at him. It's okay, he told me to meet him before we entered the gym, I just forgot. Fine. Don't be late, your dad's driving us home and it'll feel awkward waiting with him. Come on, he isn't that bad. I don't even know who he is here. He mumbles, glaring at the ground. Izuku winces, wanting to tell his friend the truth. Kaken already knows that his stepfather works here, he just doesn't know which hero he is. But Toshinori said that his identity is a secret and only the staff, him and his mother, and a few of his own trusted friends knew of his alter ego for safety measures. He feels very bad for keeping it a secret. You'll figure it out. No way. Both boys turns around, remembering that they weren't alone. Your dad works here. Is he going to teach the hero department too? Does he look like you? Uraraka asks excitedly, he gives a nervous laugh. He's here and there, I don't think we'll see him. We don't really look like each other, we're dash. As exciting it is to know that our fellow student is related to one of our teachers, Aizawa-sensei mentioned that this meeting is urgent. Izuku blinks, and does a mock bow before flying away. Sorry everyone, I won't be late. 0000. Kaken watches his friend fly away, and then turns his gaze at the two that had found themselves surrounding his green-haired friend a lot. His gaze was not friendly, especially not at Robot Freak. Listen, he demands. The two snap their heads to his direction, giving him questioning looks. I don't like bullies or gold diggers. The two frown at him. So, I hate you, he jabs at Ida's chest. For making Deku feel insecure for the whole test day. And you, he turns at her, only giving her a disgusted face. I don't know what your deal is, but if you turned out to be his friend because you want something from him, then I'm not afraid to hurt you. Neither of the two had anything to say. Katsuki scoffs and starts walking away, but stopped when he heard the girl talk. You think I want to be friends with Midoriya-kun because I want something? She said in an undignified tone. He turns around to see her face looking repulsed. Midoriya-kun saved me in that test. If it weren't for him, I would be squished that day. Do you know how horrifying it is to see a large metallic arm close to just flatten you by the second? Her voice was shaky, her hands were now trembling. Kaken suddenly felt horror as he realizes the girl was close to crying. You don't. Because you're Mr. Talented, Aizawa-sensei mentioned it, and I bet every other teacher will mention it too. But really, I don't think you deserve that. Midoriya-kun deserves it, he was willing to give up his enrollment into this school to save me from getting dash. Robot Freak was, ironically enough, freaking out. Trying to calm her, his robot-like movements moving wildly as he too realizes where this was going. But Katsuki was struck speechless as she explodes on him. So shut up. You're a real big meanie, and I don't know why a kind person like Midoriya-kun hangs out with you. I already heard from everyone how nasty you act, and the only reason I didn't try to stay away with you is because Midoriya-kun generally likes you. Because he saved me and I admire him, not because I want to sleep with him. She huffs, then before he knew it, gets slapped to the face. The anti-gravity-like feeling starts to encompass him completely. However, instead of the steady flow of being moved that he usually felt when Izuku uses his quirk on him, he felt being weightless, as if his mass was not there to begin with, as if nothing anchored him to reality. His body moves up entirely together, not his legs getting swept up or being tugged by the chest like usual. He slams the ceiling, the round-faced girl staring at him angrily as Robot Freak tries to calm everyone down. Sighing, the guy looks up and says what was in his mind as well. I do apologize for alienating Midoriya-san. My brother has consulted me about my attitude and I do try to limit it. I have been worse when I was a child, believe it or not. He then frowns. But I will not be silent when I have an opinion. I will not stand idle when I see something wrong is occurring as well. Your attitude is rather rude, Bakugo-san. It's not only me who needs to apologize or be wary of one's own brashness. He then bows down. Please forgive me and please apologize to Uraraka-san. After a tense moment, of the girl still angrily glaring at him, with her hands around her chest, and the Robot Freak bowing down, he sighs. I'm sorry. That physically hurt. I'm used to Deku being bullied and taken advantage of, so it's the first thing that I thought. That hurt more, because he couldn't always stop it from happening. It's why he's a nervous wreck in the first place. Because he's a failure in protecting him, and it FNG hurts thinking about it, knowing how much his promise wasn't being fulfilled. Release. He hears, and saw the girl had her hands in a triangle-esque shape. Not a second later, he found himself slamming the ground hard. What the F dash? Warn a guy first. You still deserve worse, she said in a revolted voice, huffing and snaps her eyesight to the side as if she sniffed something horrid. Robot guy looks up smiling at the both of them. This is fantastic. We are already forming a relationship. With him, I'd rather eat snails first, she said, pouting. Katsuki returns the attitude. Same here, angel face. But I'll forgive him because he was looking out for his friend, she said thoughtfully, her finger now on her lips and looking upwards. I guess that's why Midoriya-kun likes you. Because you're really a softball inside. I'm not a softball. Whatever, Bakugu, I know the truth. Ida-kun knows it too. Ida-kun? The guy nods. You two honestly look cute together. Oh, something just passed her eyes, and Katsuki found himself fearing for what was to come. Oh, my God. That's it. You dash. Shut the F up, shut that where mouth of yours beach. He tries, and Robot Freak sends him a shocked and horrified look. Scolding was about to come out of his mouth for his probably vulgar words, but he was cut off by the angel girl. You like him? I do not. He's my best friend, and he needs someone to protect him. You are in love, she sings. He was about to throw an explosion at her but was stopped when they heard talking coming from the corner. He stands up, dusting himself off and glaring at the two. So cute. Two total polar opposites, sweet Midoriya and savage Baku. Tell Deku and you two are dead, he promises, ignoring her last statement. Robot Freak still looks horrified at his attitude and nods, while Angel Face still giggles, clapping her hands a bit. She then skips, dragging the robot guy away. He glares at them, his hands twitching, ready to hit something, anything. That beach. Hey, are you all right? He hears, and turns around to find the red-haired guy who's been bugging him all day. He has this concerned look, and sheet, no one but his own family, Izuku, or Izuku's family ever showed concern for him, as well as his junior high consultant, but that guy gets paid to be worried. He steams off, the boiling feeling of his hands cooling down. Yes, whatever. Where's our class? I'm lost. Oh, is that why you were angry? It's cool, man, I get lost sometimes too. But you know what they say, he grins as he gives a heroic pose. Men always get lost. That's a stereotype, Katsuki thought, but didn't say anything as he lets the redhead continue talking and drag him to whatever hallways they were supposed to take. 00000. Todoroki Shudo found himself waiting with Aizawa-sensei, being called out after the test and waiting in front of the teacher's room. For someone else. Aizawa-sensei doesn't tell him why he was called, but he was willing to wait if it meant that he was going to get the explanation once and be done with it. That's when he spies a green-haired floating boy. Midoriya Izuku, unruly green hair with an unusual sight of freckles on his face, something that wasn't really liked among Asians, which led him to believe that Midoriya is of mixed origins. He was also the student who should have failed their exams. He noticed how he skipped half of the tests, refusing it, and noted how the teacher added a 0 to his scores. Yet he still gained 11th place instead of the last one. Something he detests. It was cheating. And that was how he found his respect for his teacher plummeting down. For this test didn't count for any rescue points at all, only pure scoring. You finally decided to join us? Aizawa-sensei asked monotonously. Midoriya nods timidly. But I bet you two are wondering why I called you here. They both nod. The scruffy-looking teacher pulls out 2 stacks of papers and gives them each one. Midoriya's stack was noticeably larger. These are your disability statement and benefits papers. Todoroki blinks and looks at his paper with his one working eye. It was signed and stamped by the government proclaiming his blindness in one eye. Looking up suspiciously, he saw Midoriya paling at the sight of his own paper, his eyes roaming over it in speed. You aren't the first two to come to school with this kind of restriction. Usually, powerful quirk results in hindering trauma to one's body, especially to a child who couldn't control it. Take present Mike for example, he wore hearing aids up until attending UA. I was legally blind as well. He told them. They both looked up, surprised. Some families are too poor, or aren't rich enough, to accommodate for their children's quirk and its backdraws. Sometimes, the injuries aren't a result of the quirk, but a villain attack. It is also one of the main reasons the support department has been built. It isn't just to make heroes more powerful, but to aid others in control. That's the tech side anyways. That is why UA has a health plan for such situations. True that. Midoriya flinches and he himself suppressed his wince at the loud sound. A blonde with speakers attached to his neck and a leather outfit waltzed by, settling his arm on Aizawa-sensei's shoulders. Kind of how we became buddies. He says proudly, and if Todoroki was poetic, he would have described him as a rising sun, shining on everyone's eyes and forcefully awakening them from their sleep. Get your elbows off of me. It seems Aizawa-sensei agrees. You wound me, Shota. He told him but turns his grin back at the two. It's unfortunate, really, how some people are born with protection against their own quirks and others don't. But that doesn't bring us down. Instead, we strive to work against it, no matter the odds. You two are the only ones in the hero department that needs to get in the program, and we're trying to wiggle out other children that are hiding their own problems so that we could help them. He then takes out 2 slips of papers and gives it to them. This time they were of equivalent size. Your appointment schedule with Recovery Girl. You two need to visit her on these times. It is mandatory. His voice was slightly louder. Trust me, she'll try to do her best. Unfortunately, not all problems could be solved. Her quirk analyzes injuries, uses her own energy to heal, or the other option, uses the person's own stamina to boost their healing process. She can't do the first option as much as she used to. She's an aging woman after all. It was how his hearing was healed. It was also how my eyes were healed when I wasn't old enough and couldn't afford a laser eye surgery. Aizawa-sensei comments. It wasn't a severe problem as yours, Midoriya-kun. Snapping his attention to the green-haired boy, he witnessed how the twinkling in his eyes dimmed at what he was told. She might be able to help you though, Todoroki-kun. Directing his attention back to his teacher, he nods. First checkup. Present Mike proclaims, pointing at Todoroki, and the walks to the nurse's office, obviously expecting him to follow. He takes a sneaky glance back to see a depressed-looking Midoriya looking at the ground. That was why his scoring was altered. What was his disability? Twisting around to follow his new teacher, he couldn't help but hear Aizawa-sensei talking to Izuku. You know, I can bring your father from the teacher's lounge to sit with you through examination. You know about that? 00000. It's too delicate for me to do anything. Izuku remembers, waving goodbye at his friend who was just dropped at his house. The car moves away from him as Toshinori drives back to his house, their house. I'm afraid that speeding up the healing will not be beneficial, as your condition will stay the same. You have already done as much as a person could, and after looking at your medical papers, I'm surprised that they never called me. He moves his hands, trying to return any kind of feeling to his now miserable state. I can only help return some feelings to your leg, but not your motor functions. Fear not, young Midoriya, she said, smiling at him. You can become a great hero even without your motor functions. How was your visit with Recovery Girl? Toshinori asks. Izuku sags into himself, not saying anything. He had declined Aizawa-sensei's offer and decided to go in alone. After a while, Toshinori sighs but gives him a smile before turning his eyes back on the road. And that was really all he needed. Izuku felt the sadness ebb away slowly, a small smile tugging on his lips. She says it's amazing how far I've gone. She's not lying. He told him, his smile getting bigger, that I can be a great hero even with how I am now. Did you really doubt what your friends and family have been telling you? Toshinori chuckles and Izuku laughs a bit. Thanks for telling me that, Dad. It was at that moment that Toshinori splurts out blood from his mouth. Izuku freaks out, Toshinori also freaks out, for the front window is now covered in blood. Everything moved too fast. He wasn't sure when he started screaming, but he tried to use his quirk to clean off the blood from the windshield. Toshinori taking out his handkerchief and pushing the hazard sign at the same time to warn whoever was behind them. It ended with him, inside the car, while it was midair, and Toshinori speaking to the police officer, apologizing to him. Looking down, he saw two people with their phones out taking either a picture or a video. Izuku recedes back inside the car and hides his face in shame. Oh God, he really needs to learn how to control his quirk. Once they returned home, it was to his hysterical mother fretting over the two of them, and Uncle Masaru face palming and shaking his head. He was surprised, however, to find an old man sitting in their living room, napping. He was very short, and his hair was pearly white from age. Oh, he's here, mate. Oh, the time really has went by. Toshinori said, still trying to not to look at him. Izuku wasn't complaining, he was trying to ignore him too. Especially after what happened today. He didn't know that calling Toshinori dad would cause him to react like that. Of course he would be surprised, he wasn't married before, and he never had a son before, so he doubts anyone else called him dad. Izuku wanted to hit his head, he should have started calling him that when they weren't driving. But really, spurting blood for being called dad was a bit too much, and it might have hurt his confidence a bit, he wasn't sure. Come on, wake up old man. Toshinori pokes said old man, and his eyes snapped open. Toshinori was hit on the head. Who are you calling old man? Toshinori steps back, rubbing his head with a disgruntled look. Oh, Toshinori. You ungrateful little brat. I might not remember it, but I know that you invited me here. Now you have the audacity to be late too? You and your hero life getting into your head. Izuku was pretty sure that Toshinori was silently crying, but he couldn't tell. Please, Torino-sensei. I am not your home teacher anymore, you dolt. Izuku watches in wonder as Toshinori drops his head. Who was this man? To bring All Might to feel shame so easily? Torino? Grand Torino. Izuku, not wasting any time, flies out to his room and snatching his older notebooks, knowing well that he has written about this name. Finding it, he lets out a sound of excitement as he realizes who it was. He floats back into the living room, seeing the old man still berating his stepfather. Grand Torino-sen, can you sign this for me? He said, shyly poking out from behind Toshinori. The old man stops and stares at him for a moment. He lifts up his cane, and Izuku has a terrified moment where he thought that he was going to be hit by it, only to find the cane hitting Toshinori. You really are an ungrateful brat. How come I never heard of you having a son? That's why I called you here. Please stop hitting me, sensei. The blonde tries to stop him. Izuku hears laughter coming from the kitchen. He looks there to see his mother and Uncle Masaru stifling their laughter. Turning back to watch the duo, he had to admit, it really was an entertaining scene. Move aside, brat. Let me see the boy. The blonde immediately stepped away. The old man was now standing in front of him directly. Humming, he steps closer to look at him, and then hits him in the head. So rude, sit down so I can see you in the eyes. Izuku nods and immediately sits down on the floor. The man was now staring at him, although he couldn't really tell how with his eyes closed. He gives him a smile and a nod after long awkward minutes of staring. What a nice and polite child you have. Who would have thought that a brat like you will have someone like him? That goes to your wife as well? Toshinori spurts out blood for the second time that day. 0:00:00. The next day found the older Bakugu in their household a relaxed morning. It was hilarious, Mitsuki. Toshinori's old teacher really did treat him like a brat, but would immediately change attitude with Inko and Izuku. He laughs, his wife shakes her head, setting their snack bowl on their coffee table. They opened up the television and she flops herself on him. Masaru stifles his oomph. She grins. Oh my, there isn't any more doubt now about Toshinori being a hero. I shouldn't be surprised though, there are some unknown heroes. Did you hear the brat talk all dinner? Complaining this and that about his homeroom teacher. Izuku told me about him. Turns out he is an underground hero. Eraser head. Never heard of him. So Toshinori might be the same. Do you want to know what I really think, Mitsuki? I don't care. As long as he doesn't bring any trouble to Inko and her son. She pats him on the chest, smiling at him. He takes a handful of chips and chews it all in one intake. If I didn't know how far your friendship was with her, I would have thought you're having an affair. Masaru chokes on his newly chewed chips. Gulping it down, he looks away as he talks. Mitsuki, that is a very disturbing image. Please stop. He complains, not the first time hearing it from his wife. She's like a sister. I know. She laughs, reaching the remote and changing the channel. They stop at the news, where reporters were trying to talk to UA students about All Might's new occupation. FING vultures. Remember how they used to hound you? At work? Yeah. They really had no reason to butt into our lives. I just hope Katsuki isn't Dash. His hopes were dashed before he could finish the sentence, as he watches the familiar car he now associated with Inko's husband pull up, and two boys stepping out of it. Izuku was waving to whoever was in the car, Toshinori no doubt, and Katsuki just glares at the lenses. That brat. His wife sighs, shaking her head. Masaru laughs. When people usually said like father like son, in his family's case, it was like mother like son. Just when the camera turns around at Izuku, all the three Bakagus tense. The mic hovering close to the green-haired boy. The reporter was about to ask a question but was stopped by a horn. Sorry, my dad's calling me. He immediately flies away to the now open window. Only blonde hair could be seen from it as Izuku talks with him. After a while, Izuku nods and turns around. Instead of passing by the reporters, he plainly floats up above them to avoid them, landing in front of the gate and passing it without any fanfare. Masaru and Mitsuki relaxed. Thank F-. The kid's a nervous wreck as he is. His wife said before standing up. I'm making tea, which one do you want? Mitsuki announces, standing up. Masaru looks away from the television and answers with, coffee. Really? Who drinks tea with chips? Who drinks coffee with chips? Overworked students? Are you an overworked student? Just, who drinks tea with chips? 00000. Katsuki has been glaring at the board as he tries to ignore everyone. Izuku was talking to his new friends. Something new that he never felt before fills up his heart whenever he thought about it. Surprisingly enough, neither of them really want to hurt Izuku, and he looked very happy having new friends. He likes Izuku being happy, so he begrudgingly lets them close. On the other end of the spectrum, he got a tag-along. Something that he hasn't experienced since kindergarten. Having someone who always hangs out around him even after he so obviously made sure that they knew he hated their company. Kirishima Aijuru, the redhead that he met yesterday, was now joined by a Kaminari Denki, a blonde that obviously dyed his hair in a lightning shape. What was he? 10 years old? He groans, dropping his head and covering it with his arms. Kirishima laughs at his tortured situation. That fucker knew. He knew he wasn't enjoying this. Glaring at him, ready to punch him, he stops when he noted how Izuku was giving him a confused look, but then he smiles, floating to his chair. It's really cool that you have new friends now, he said excitedly, angle face and robot freak joining in the conversation. Katsuki groans, hiding his face once more, ignoring the conversation entirely. The door was slammed open. I am here, was heard, his ears twitched as he frowning. Doesn't Izuku's step skeleton say that when he arrives home? Slowly, ever so slowly, he looks up and sees a very muscular blonde stepping in. Smiling all the way. Impossibly daisy blonde color. Dark skin. English words. Closed off eyes most of the time. What the dash? He slowly looks behind him, sending the most hateful glare he could muster at his friend. What the F dash? Deku. He growls, and Izuku flinches, sending him an apology through looks alone. Sorry, he whispers, but Katsuki was already fired up. Why the F didn't you tell me? He says, managing to not tip off anyone else to their conversation but still making sure that Izuku knows how angry he was. Izuku tries to hide under his table. Bakugakuin, Please listen to our conversation and continue your discussion with Midoriya-kun later. All Might says. Bakugo glares at him, making sure all the heat of his gaze could be felt by the pro-hero. I know you. 0000. Masaru leans back a bit, his eyes narrowed at the screen. They were showing All Might's picture, and he couldn't help but remember the day Katsuki was saved by him from that sludge villain. What exciting life his son leads, he sighs, shaking his head. Finding it amusing how his son gets saved by blondes many times, even as a child. He frowns himself on the sofa when something clicks in his mind. Toshinori usually wears the exact same thing All Might was seen wearing that day. Raising from his warm sofa, he ran to his desk and opened up his computer, an intuition starting to form in his mind. Please don't, just tell me I'm wrong. Opening the video clip of that villain attack. He then takes out his phone and opens up a picture of Inko and Toshinori together, luckily the same one that had the man wearing the same outfit, one that he was always seen wearing up until recently, when he started wearing a black-colored baggy shirt. All Might's shirt was ruined in that day. They both had the same exact belt. The same exact belt. They both have the same shade of blonde hair, the same skin, and if he was willing to wager, the same eye color. Something that All Might doesn't really show. His phone fell on the floor as he drops himself on his chair, rubbing the side of his head. Mitsuki. 0000. Toshinori wanted to sweat. Moving the children after they got their uniforms, he could already feel young Bakugo's eyes on him, and it felt too confidential for a child to have such a glaze. That's when his phone rang. Some of the students who were already outside were surprised by the childish song that came out. When in reality, it was Inko's favorite music intro to a show that they watch. Nonplussed, he took out his phone to look the message, since he assigned the tone only to her and Izuku. Izuku was in the changing rooms. From Thinkichon. Message, Masaru and Mitsuki know about your identity. Freezing, he slowly looks up at young Bakugo, who was still glaring. Sheet.